Chapter 12, Part 2 of Marie Antoinette and Her Son by Luise Mühlbach. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maggie Travers. Chapter 12, Part 2. The 5th of October, 1789. In Versailles all was confusion and consternation. Everyone had lost his senses. Everyone asked, and no one answered, for the only one who could answer, the king, was not there. He had not yet returned from the hunt in Meudon. But the queen was there, and with a grand calmness and matchless grasp of mind, she undertook the duties of the king. First, she sent the chief equerry, the Marquis de Coubray, to meet the king and cause him to hasten home at once. She entrusted Count Saint-Priest, Minister of the Interior, with the division of the guards in the inner court of the palace. She inspired the timid women with hope. She smiled at her children, who, timid and anxious at the confusion which surrounded them, fled to the queen for refuge and clung to her. Darker and darker grew the reports that came meanwhile to the palace. They were the storm birds, so to speak, that precede the tempest. They announced the near approach of the people of Paris, of the women, who were no longer unarmed, and who had been joined by thousands of the National Guard, who, in order to give the train of women a more imposing appearance, had brought 2 cannon with them, and who, armed with knives and guns, pikes and axes, and singing wild war songs, were marching on as the escort of the women. The queen heard all without alarm, without fear. She commanded the women, who stood around her weeping and wringing their hands, to withdraw to their own apartments, and protect the Dauphin and the princess, to lock the doors behind them, and to admit no one excepting herself. She took leave of the children with a kiss, and bade them be fearless and untroubled. She did not look at them as the women took them away. She breathed firmly as the doors closed behind them. "Now I have courage to bear everything," she said to Saint-Priest. "My children are in safety. Would only that the king were here!" At the same instant the door opened and the king entered. Marie Antoinette hastened to meet him, threw herself with a cry of joy into his arms, and rested her head, which had before been erect with courage, heavily on his shoulder. "Oh, sire, my dear sire! Thank God that you are here. Now I fear nothing more. You will not suffer us to perish in misery. You will breathe courage into these despairing ones, and tell the inexperienced what they have to do. Sire, Paris is marching against us, but with us there are God and France. You will defend the honor of France and your crown against the rebels?" The king answered confusedly, and as if in a yielding frame of mind. "We must first hear what the people want," he said. "We must not approach them threateningly. We must first discuss matters with them." "Sire," answered the queen in amazement, "to discuss with the rebels now is to imply that they are in the right, and you will not, you cannot do that." "I will consult with my advisers," said the king, pointing at the ministers, who, surrounded by Saint-Priest, were then entering the room. But what a consultation was that! Every one made propositions, and yet no one knew what to do. No one would take the responsibility of the matter upon himself, and yet every one felt that the danger increased every minute. But what to do? That was the question which no one was able to answer, and before which the king was mute. Not so the queen, however. "Sire!" cried she with glowing cheeks. "Sire, you have to save the realm, and to defend it from revolution. The contest is here, and we cannot withdraw from it. Call your guards, put yourself at their head, and allow me to remain at your side. We ought not to yield to revolution, and if we cannot control it, we should suffer it to enter the palace of the kings of France only over our dead bodies. Sire, we must either live as kings, or know how to die as kings." But Louis replied to this burst of noble valor in a brave woman's soul, only with holding back and timidity. Plans were made and cast aside. They went on deliberating till the wild yells of the people were heard even within the palace. The queen, pale and yet calm, had withdrawn to the adjoining apartment. There she leaned against the door and listened to the words of the ministers and to the new reports which were all the time coming in from the streets. The crowd had reached Versailles and was streaming through the streets of the city in the direction of the palace. The National Guard of Versailles had fraternized with the Parisians. Some scattered soldiers of the royal guard had been threatened and insulted, and even dragged from their horses. The queen heard all, and heard besides the consultation of the king and his ministers, still coming to no decisive results, doubting and hesitating, while the fearful crisis was advancing from the street. Already musket shots were heard on the great square in front of the palace, wild cries and loud, harsh voices. Marie Antoinette left her place at the door and hurried to the window, where a view could be had of the whole square. She saw the dark dust cloud which hung over the road to Paris. She saw the unridden horses running in advance of the crowd, their riders, members of the royal guard, having been killed. She heard the raging discords which surged up to the palace like a wave driven by the wind. She saw this black, dreadful wave sweep along the Paris road, roaring as it went. What a fearful mass! Howling, shrieking women, with loosened hair and with menacing gestures, extended their naked arms toward the palace defiantly, their eyes naming, their mouths overflowing with curses. Wild men's figures, with torn blouses, the sleeves rolled up over dusty and dirty arms, and bearing pikes, knives, and guns, here and there members of the National Guard marching with them arm in arm, pressed on toward the palace. Sometimes shrieks and yells, sometimes coarse peals of laughter or threatening cries issued from the confused crowd. Nearer and nearer surged the dreadful wave of destruction to the royal palace. Now it has reached it. Maddening fists pounded upon the iron gates before the inner court, and threatening voices demanded entrance. Hundreds and hundreds of women shrieked with wild gestures. "We want to come in! We want to speak with the baker! We will eat the queen's guts if we cannot get anything else to eat!" And thousands upon thousands of women's voices repeated, "Yes, we will eat the queen's guts if we get nothing else to eat!" Marie Antoinette withdrew from the window. Her bearing was grave and defiant. A laugh of scorn played over her proudly drawn up upper lip. Her head was erect, her step decisive, dignified. She went again to the king and his ministers. "Sire," said she, "the people are here. It is now too late to supplicate them as you wanted to do. Nothing remains for you except to defend yourself and to save the crown for your son the Dauphin, even if it falls from your own head." "It remains for us," answered the king gravely, "to bring the people back to a sense of duty. They are deceived about us. They are excited. We will try to consolate them and to show them our fatherly interest in them." The queen stared in amazement at the pleasant, smiling face of the king. Then, with a loud cry of pain, which escaped from her breast like the last gasp of a dying man, she turned around, and went up to the Prince de Luxembourg, the captain of the guard, who just then entered the hall. "Do you come to tell us that the people have taken the palace?" cried the queen, with an angry burst from her very soul. "Madame," answered the prince, "had that been the case, I should not have been here alive. Only over my body will the rabble enter the palace." "Ah!" muttered Marie Antoinette to herself, "there are men in Versailles yet. There are brave men yet to defend us." "What news do you bring, captain?" asked the king, stepping up. "Sire, I am come to receive your commands," answered the prince, bowing respectfully. "This mob of shameless shrews is growing more maddened, more shameless every moment. Thousands and thousands of arms are trying the gates, and guns are fired with steady aim at the guards. I beg your Majesty to empower me to repel this attack of mad women." "What an idea, Captain!" cried Louis, shrugging his shoulders. "Order to attack a company of women! You are joking, Prince." And the king turned to Count de la Mark, who was entering the room. "You come with new news. What is it, Count?" "Sire, the women are most desirous of speaking with your Majesty and presenting their grievances." "I will hear them," cried the king eagerly. "Tell the women to choose 6 of their number and bring them into my cabinet. I will go there myself." "Sire, you are going to give audience to revolution!" cried Marie Antoinette, seizing the arm of the king, who was on the point of leaving the room. "I conjure you, my husband, do not be overpowered by your magnanimous heart. Let not the majesty of the realm be defiled by the raging hands of these furies. Remain here. O sire, if my prayers, my wishes have any power with you, remain here. Send a minister to treat with these women in your name, but do not confront their impudence with the dignity of the crown. Sire, to give them audience is to give audience to revolution, and from the hour when it takes place, revolution has gained the victory over the kingly authority. Do not go, oh, do not go!" "I have given my word," answered Louis gently. "I have sent word to the women that I would receive them, and they shall not say that the first time they set foot in the palace of their king they were deceived by him. And see, there comes the Count to take me." And the king followed with hasty step Count de la Mark, who had just then appeared at the door. 6 women of wild demeanor, with dusty, dirty clothes, their hair streaming out from their round white caps, were assembled in the cabinet of the king, and stared at him with defiant eyes as he entered. But his gentle demeanor and pleasant voice appeared to surprise them, and Louis Chablais, the speaker, who had selected the women, found only timid, modest words with which to paint to the king the misfortunate, the need, and the pitiable condition of the people, and with which to enter his pity and assistance. "Ah, my children," answered the king with a sigh, "only believe me, it is not my fault that you are miserable, and I am still more unhappy than you. I will give directions to Corbel and d'Estampes, the controllers of the grain stores, to give out all that they can spare. If my commands had always been obeyed, it would have been better with us all. If I could do everything, could see to it that my commands were everywhere carried into effect, you would not be unhappy. And you must confess at least that your king loves you as a father his children, and that nothing lies so closely at his heart as your welfare. Go, my children, and tell your friends to prove worthy of the love of their king, and to return peaceably to Paris." "Long live the king! Long live our father!" cried the touched and pacified women, as trembling and with tears in their eyes they left the royal cabinet, in order to go to the women below and announce to them what the king had said. But the royal words found no response among the excited masses. "We are hungry! We want bread!" shouted the women. "We are not going to live on words any more. The king shall give us bread, and then we shall see it proved that he loves us like a father. Then we will go back to Paris. If the baker believes that he can satisfy us with words and fine speeches, he is mistaken." "If he has no bread, he shall give us his wife to eat," roared a man with a pike in his hand and a red cap on his head. "The baker's wife has eaten up all our bread, and it is no more than fair that we should eat her up now." "Give us the heart of the queen," was now the cry. "Give us the heart of the queen." Marie Antoinette heard the words, but she appeared not to be alarmed. With dignity and composure she cast a look at the ministers and gentlemen, who, pale and speechless, had gathered around the royal couple. "I know that this crowd has come from Paris to demand my head. I learned of my mother not to fear death, and I shall meet it with courage and steadfastness." And firmly and fearlessly Marie Antoinette remained all this dreadful evening, which was now beginning to overshadow Versailles. Outside of the palace raged the uproar. Revolutionary songs were sung. Veiled forms, the leaders of the revolution, stole around and fired the people with new rage against the baker and the baker's wife. Torches were lighted to see by, and the blood-red glare shone into the faces there, and tended to exasperate them still more. What dances were executed by the women, with torches in their hands! And the men roared in accompaniment, ridiculing the king and threatening the queen with death. At times the torches threw their flickering glare into the windows of the palace, where were the ministers and servants of the king, in silent horror. Among all those counsellors of the king, there was at this time but one man, Marie Antoinette. She alone preserved her steadfastness and discretion. She spoke to everyone friendly and inspiriting words. She roused up the timid. At times she even attempted to bring the king to some decisive action, and yet she did not complain when she found herself unable to do so. Once her face lighted up in hope and joy. That was when a company of deputies, headed by Toulan, entered the hall to offer their service to the royal couple, and to ask permission to be allowed to remain around the king and queen. But scarcely had this request been granted, when both the secretaries of the President of the National Assembly entered, warning the members, in the name of the President, to return at once to the hall and to partake in the night session which was to be held. "They call our last friends away from us," murmured the queen, "for they want us to be entirely defenseless." All at once the cries on the square below were more violent and loud. Musket shots were heard. At the intervals between rose the thousand-voiced clamor, and at one time the thunder of a cannon. There was a rush of horses and clash of arms, more musket shots, and then the cry of the wounded. The king had withdrawn to hold a last consultation with his ministers and a few faithful friends. At this fearful noise, this sound of weapons, this shout of victory, his first thought was of the queen. He rose quickly and entered the hall. No one was there. The red glare of the torches was thrown from below into the deserted room, and showed upon the wall wondrous shadows of contorted human figures, with clenched fists and with raised and threatening arms. The king walked hastily through the fearfully illuminated hall, called for the queen with a loud voice, burst into the cabinet, then into her sleeping room. But no Marie Antoinette was to be found. No one gave reply to the anxious call of the king. More dreadful grew the wild shrieks and howls, the curses and maledictions which came in from without. The king sprang up the little staircase which led to the rooms of the children, and dashed through the antechamber, where the door was open that led to the Dauphin's sleeping room. And here Louise stood still, and looked with a breath of relief at the group which met his tearful eyes. The Dauphin was lying in his bed fast asleep, with a smile on his face. Marie Antoinette stood erect before the bed in an attitude of proud composure. "Marie," said the king, deeply moved. "Marie, I was looking for you." The queen slowly turned her head toward him and pointed at the sleeping prince. "Sire," answered she calmly, "I was at my post." Louis, overcome by the sublimity of a mother's love, hastened to his wife and locked her in his arms. "Remain with me, Marie," he said. "Do not leave me. Breathe your courage and your decision into me." The queen sighed and sadly shook her head. She had not a word of reproach. She did not say that she no longer believed in the courage and decision of the king, but she had no longer any hope. But the doors of the room now opened. Through one came the maids of the queen and the governess of the Dauphin. Through the other, some gentlemen of the court to call the king back into the audience hall. After the first panic, everyone had come back to consciousness again, and all vied in devoting themselves to the king and the queen. The gentlemen brought word that something new had occurred, and that this was the cause of the dreadful tumult below upon the square. The National Guard of Paris had arrived. They had fraternized with the National Guard of Versailles and with the people. They had been received by the women with shouts of applause, and by the men with a volley of musket shots in salutation. General Lafayette had entered the palace to offer his services to the king, and he now asked for an audience. "Come, madame," said Louis quickly, cheered up. "Let us receive the general. You see that things are not so bad with us as you think. We have faithful servants yet to hasten to our assistance." The queen made no reply. Quietly she followed the king into the hall, in which Lafayette, surrounded by the ministers and gentlemen, was standing. On the entrance of the royal couple, the general advanced to meet them with a reverential salutation. "Sire," said Lafayette, with cheerful confidence, "Sire, I have come to protect your majesties and the National Assembly against all those who shall venture to threaten you." "Are you assured of the fidelity and trustworthiness of your troops?" asked the queen, whose flaming eyes rested upon Lafayette's countenance as if she wanted to read his utmost thoughts. But these eyes did not confuse the cheerful calmness of the general. "I know, madame, that I can rely upon the fidelity of my soldiers," answered he, confidently. "They are devoted to me to the death, and as I command them, they will watch over the security of the king and queen, and keep all injury from them." The queen detected the touch of scorn in these loud-sounding words, but she pretended to believe them. At last she really did believe them, for Lafayette repeated emphatically that from this time nothing more was to be feared for the royal family, and that all danger was past. The guard should be chosen this night from his own troops. The Paris National Guard should restore peace again in Versailles, and keep an eye upon the crowds which had encamped upon the great square before the palace. Lafayette promised well for his army, for the howling, shrieking women, for the cursing, raging men. And the king was satisfied with these assurances of General Lafayette, and so, too, was Marie Antoinette at last. Louis ordered the garde du corps to march to Rambouillet, and reserved only the necessary sentinels in the palace. In the immediate neighborhood the soldiers of Lafayette were stationed. The general once more made the rounds, and then, as if everything was in a position of the greatest security, he went into the palace to spend the night there, and in peaceful slumbers to refresh himself for the labors of the day. The king, too, had retired to his apartments, and the valets who had assisted his majesty to undress had not left the sleeping-room, when the loud uniform breathing, which issued from the silken curtains of the bed, told them that the king had already fallen asleep. The queen, too, had gone to rest, and while laying her wearied and heavy head upon the cushions, she tenderly besought both her maids to lie down too. All was quiet now in the dark palace of Versailles. The king and the queen slept. But through the dark, deserted halls, which that day had witnessed so much pain and anxiety, resounded now the clang of the raging, howling voices which came up from the square and hurled their curses against the queen. In the palace of Versailles they were asleep, but without, before the palace, uproar and hate kept guard, and with wild thoughts of murder stalked around the palace of the kings of France. How soon were those thoughts to become fact? Sleep, Marie Antoinette, sleep. One last hour of peace and security. One last hour. Before the morning dawns, hate will awaken thee, and murder's terrible voice will resound through the halls of the King of France. End of Chapter 12, Part 2. Recording by Maggie Travers in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Chapter 13 of Marie Antoinette and Her Son by Luise Mühlbach. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maggie Travers in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Chapter 13. The Night of Horror. Marie Antoinette slept. The fearful excitement of the past day and of the stormy evening, crowded with its events, had exhausted the powers of the Queen, and she had fallen into that deep, dreamless sleep which sympathetic and gracious nature sometimes sends to those whom fate pursues with suffering and peril. Marie Antoinette slept. In the interior of the palace a deep calm reigned, and Lafayette had withdrawn from the court in order to sleep too. But below, upon this court, resolution kept her vigils, and glared with looks of hatred and vengeance to the dark walls behind which the Queen was sleeping. The crown of France had for centuries sinned so much, and proved false so much, that the love of the people had at last been transformed into hate. The crown had so long sown the wind that it could not wonder if it had to reap the whirlwind. The crimes and innovations which Louis XIV and Louis XV had sown upon the soil of France had created an abyss between the crown and the people, out of which revolution must arise to avenge those crimes and sins of the past upon the present. The sins of the fathers had to be visited upon the children to the third and fourth generation. Marie Antoinette did not know it. She did not see the abyss which had opened between the crown and the people. The courtiers and flatterers had covered it with flowers, and with sounds of festivity the cries of a distressed people had been drowned. Now the flowers were torn away. The festive sounds had ceased, and Marie Antoinette saw the abyss between the crown and the people. She heard the curses, the raging cries of the exasperated men who had changed from weak, obedient subjects into threatening, domineering rebels. She looked with steady eye down into the abyss, and saw the monster rise from the depths to destroy herself and her whole house. But she would not draw back. She would not yield. She would rather be dragged down and destroyed than meekly and miserably to make her way to the camp of her enemies, to take refuge with them. Better to die with the crown on her head than to live robbed of her crown in loneliness and in a subject condition. Thus thought Marie Antoinette, as at the close of that dreadful day she went to rest. This was her prayer as she sank upon her couch. "Give me power, O God, to die as a queen, if I can no longer live as a queen, and strengthen my husband, that he may not only be a good man, but a king too." With this prayer on her trembling lips she had fallen asleep. But when Champagne stole on tiptoe to the Queen's bed to watch her mistress while she slept, Marie Antoinette opened her eyes again and spoke in her friendly way to her devoted servant. "Go to bed, Champagne," said she, "and the second maid must lie down too. You all need rest after this evil day, and sleep is so refreshing. Go, Champagne. Good night." Madame de Champagne had to obey, and stepped out into the antechamber where were the other two maids. "The Queen is asleep," she said, "and she has commanded us to go rest too. Shall we do so?" The two women answered only with a shake of the head and a shrug of the shoulders. "I know very well that we are agreed," said Madame de Champagne, reaching her hand to them. "For us there must be no sleep tonight, for we must watch the Queen. Come, my friends, let us go into the antechamber. We shall find Mr. Vericourt, who will tell us what is going on outside." On tiptoe the three women stole out into the second antechamber, which was lighted only with a couple of glimmering wax tapers, and in its desolate disorder, with the confusion of chairs, divans, and tables, brought back sad recollections of the wild women who had on the day before pressed into this apartment in their desire to speak with the Queen. Somebody had told them that this was the antechamber of the Queen, and they had withdrawn in order to go to the antechamber of the King. But they now knew the way that led to the apartments of the Queen. They knew now that if one turned to the left side of the palace, he would come at once into the apartments occupied by the royal family, and that the Queen occupied the adjacent rooms, directly behind the hall of the Swiss Guard. Madame de Champagne thought of this, as she cast her glance over this antechamber which adjoined the Swiss hall, and this thought filled her with horror. Vericourt had not yet come in. Nothing disturbed the silence around her except the dreadful shouting and singing outside of the palace. "Let us go back into the waiting-room," whispered her companions. "It is too gloomy here. Only hear how they shout and laugh. Oh God, it is a fretful night." "Yes, a fretful night," sighed Madame de Champagne. "And the day that follows it may be yet more fearful. But we must not lose our courage. All depends upon our having decision, upon our defying danger and defending our mistress. And see, there comes Mr. Vericourt," she continued earnestly as the door quickly opened, and an officer of the Swiss guard came in with great haste. "Tell us, my friend, what news do you bring us?"
"Bad news," sighed Vericourt. "The crowd is increasing every moment. New columns have arrived from Paris, and not only the common people, but the speakers and agitators are here. Everywhere are groups listening to the dreadful speeches which urge on to regicide and revolution. It is a dreadful, horrible night. Treachery, hatred, wickedness around the palace, and cowardice and desertion pass out from the palace to them and open the doors. Many of the royal soldiers have made common cause with the people, and walk arm in arm with them around the square."
"And what do these dreadful men want?" asked Champagne. "Why do they encamp around the palace? What is their object?"
Mr. Vericourt sadly bowed his head, and a loud sigh came from his courageous breast. "They want what they shall never have while I am alive," he then said, with a decided look. "I have sworn fidelity to the king and queen, and I shall keep it to death. My duty calls me, for the hour of changing guards is near, and my post is below at the great staircase which leads up here. We shall meet at daylight, if I am then alive. But till then we shall do our duty. I shall guard the grand staircase. Do you guard the sleeping room of the queen."
"Yes, we will do our duty," answered Madame de Champagne, extending her hand to him. "We will watch over those to whom we have devoted ourselves, and to whom we have vowed fidelity. No one shall pass into the chamber of the queen while we are alive. Shall there?"
"Never!"
replied both of the women with courageous decision.
"And no one shall ascend the great staircase so long as I live," said Vericourt. "Adieu now, ladies, and listen carefully to every sound. If a voice calls to you, it is time. Waken the queen and save her, for danger will then be right upon her. Hark, it is striking 3. That is the hour of changing guard. Farewell."
He went quickly to the door, but there he stood and turned once more around. His glance encountered that of his friend, and Madame de Champagne understood its silent language well, for she hastened to him. "You have something to say to me?"
"Yes," he whispered softly. "I have a presentiment that I shall not survive the horrors of this night. I have one whom I love, who, as you know, is betrothed to me. If I fall in the service of the king, I ask you to see my Cecilia, and tell her that I died with her name upon my lips. Tell her not to weep for me, but at the same time not to forget me. Farewell."
He hurriedly opened the door and hastened away. Madame de Champagne repressed the tears which would fill her eyes, and turned to the two maids. "Now," said she with decisive tones, "let us return to the waiting-room and watch the door of the queen's chamber." With a firm step she walked on, and the ladies followed. Without any noise they entered the little hall, where in the morning those ladies of the court used to gather who had the right to be present while the queen dressed herself. Madame de Champagne locked the door through which they had entered, behind her, drew out the key, and hid it in her pocket. "No one will enter here with my will," she said. "Now we will place chairs before the door of the sleeping room, and sit there. We shall then have erected a barricade before our queen, a wall which will be as strong as any other, for there beat 3 courageous hearts within it." They sat down upon the chairs, whose high backs leaned against the door of the queen's room, and taking one another's hands, began their hallowed watch.
All was still and desolate around them. No one of the women could break the silence with a word or remark. With dumb lips, with open eyes, the three watchers sat and hearkened to the sounds of the night. At times, when the roaring without was uncommonly loud and wild, they pressed one another's hands, and spoke to one another in looks. But when the sounds died away, they turned their eyes once more to the windows and listened. Slowly, dreadfully slowly, moved the fingers of the great clock above on the chimney. Madame de Champon often fixed her gaze upon it, and it seemed to her as if time must have ceased to go on, for it appeared to be an eternity since Vericourt had taken leave of her. And yet, the longer fingers on the dial had not indicated the 4th hour after midnight. But the pendulum still continued its regular, even swinging. The time went forward. Only every moment made the horror, the fear of unknown danger seem like an eternity. At last, slowly, with calm stroke, the hour began to strike 4 o'clock. And amid the dreadful sounds outside the palace, the women could recognize the deep tones of the great clock on the Swiss hall. 4 o'clock! One solitary dreadful hour is past. 3 hours more, 3 eternities before daylight comes. But hark! What new, fearful noise without? That is no more the sound of singing and shouting and crying. That is the battle cry. That is the rattle and clatter of muskets. The 3 women sprang up, moved as if by one thought, animated by one purpose. They moved the chairs back from the door, ready, as soon as danger should approach, to go into the chamber of the Queen and awaken her. Champon then slid across the room to the door of the antechamber, which she had looked before. She laid her ear to the keyhole and listened. All was still and quiet in the next room. No one was in the antechamber. There was no immediate danger near, for Vericourt's voice had not yet uttered the cry of warning. But more fearful grew the noise outside. The crackle of musketry was more noticeable, and every now and then there seemed to be heavy strokes as if directed against the palace, sounding as if the people were attempting to force the iron gate of the front court. "I must know what is going on," whispered Champon, and with cool decision she put the key into the door, turned it, entered the antechamber, and flew to the window, where there was a view of the whole court. And a fearful sight met her there. The crowd had broken the gate, pressed into the court, and was surging in great masses towards the palace doors. Here and there torches threw their glare over these masses, disclosing men with angry gestures and women with streaming hair, swinging their arms savagely, and seeming like a picture of hell, not to be surpassed in horror even by the phantasms of Dante. Women changed to furies and bacchanalians, roaring and shouting in their murderous desires. Men, like bloodthirsty tigers, preparing to spring upon their prey and give it the death stroke, swinging pikes and guns, which gleamed horribly in the glare of the torches. Arms and fists bearing threatening daggers and knives. All this was pressing on upon the palace. All these clenched fists would soon be engaged in hammering upon the walls which separated the king and queen from the people, the executioner from his victim. All at once there rang out a fearful thundering cry, which made the windows rattle, and called forth a terrible echo above in the deserted hall. For through all these shrieks and howls there resounded now a piercing cry, such as only the greatest pain or the most instant need can extort from human lips. "That was a death cry," whispered Madame de Champon, trembling and drawing back from the window. "They have certainly killed the Swiss guards who are keeping the door. They will now pour into the palace. Oh God, what will become of Vericourt? I must know what is going on." She flew through the antechamber and opened the door of the Swiss hall. It was empty, but outside of it could be heard a confused, mixed mass of sounds, cries, and the trampling, as of hundreds and hundreds of men coming on. Nearer and nearer came the sound, more distinct every moment. All at once the door was flung open on the other side of the Swiss hall, the door which led out, and Vericourt appeared in it, pushed backward by the raging, howling mass. He still sought to resist the oncoming tramp of these savage men, and with a movement like lightning, putting his weapon across the door, he was able for 1 minute to hold the place against the tide, just so long as the arms which held the weapon had in them the pulse of life. Vericourt looked like a dying man. His uniform was torn and cut, his face deathly pale, and on one side disfigured by the blood which was streaming down from a broad wound in his forehead.
"It is time! It is time!"
he cried with a loud, tremulous voice, and as he saw for an instant the face of Champon at the opposite door, a flash of joy passed over his face.
"Save the Queen! They will murder her!"
Madame de Champon hastily closed the door, drew the great bolt, and then sprang through the antechamber into the waiting room, and bolted its door too. Then, after she had done that, after she had raised this double wall between the sleeping Queen and the raging mob, she sank upon her knees like one who was utterly crushed, and raised her folded hands to heaven. "Have mercy on his soul, O God! Take him graciously to heaven," whispered she with trembling lips. "For whom are you praying?" asked the two women in low voices, hurrying up to her. "Who is dead?" "Mr. Vericourt," answered Champon with a sigh. "I heard his death cry as I was bolting the door of the antechamber. But we cannot stop to weep and lament. We must save the Queen." And she sprang up from her knees, flew through the room, and opened the door leading to the Queen's chamber. At that moment a fearful crash was heard, then a loud shout of triumph in the outer antechamber.
"The Queen! We want the heart of the Queen!"
"They have broken down the door of the antechamber. They are in the waiting room," whispered Champon. "There is no time to be lost. Come, friends, come!" And she hastened to the bed of the Queen, who was still lying in that heavy, unrefreshing sleep which usually follows exhaustion and intense excitement. Your Majesty, wake!" "What is it, Champon?" asked Marie Antoinette, opening her eyes and hastily sitting up in bed. "Why do you waken me? What has happened?" The fearful sounds without, the crashing of the door of the little waiting room, gave answer. The rough, hard voices of the exasperated women, separated now from the Queen by only one thin door, quickly told all that had happened. Marie Antoinette sprang from her bed. "Dress me, quick, quick!" "Impossible! There is no time. Only hear how the gun-stocks beat against the door. They will break it down, and then your Majesty is lost. The clothes on without stopping to fasten them. Now fly, your Majesty, fly! Through the side door, through the Œil de Bœuf." Madame de Champon went in advance. The two women supported the Queen and carried her loose clothes, and then flew on through the still and deserted corridors to the sleeping room of the King. It was empty. No one was there. "Oh God, Champon, where is the King? I must go to him. My place is by his side. Where is the King?"
"Here I am, Marie, here!"
cried the King, who just then entered and saw the eager, anxious face of his wife.
"I hurried to save our most costly possessions."
He laid the Dauphin, only half awake, and lying on his breast, in the arms which Marie Antoinette extended to him, and then led her little daughter to her, who had been brought in by Madame Tourzel.
"Now,"
said the King calmly,
"now that I have collected my dearest treasures, I will go and see what is going on."
But Marie Antoinette held him back. "There is destruction, treachery, and murder outside. Crime may break in here and overwhelm us, but we ought not to go out and seek it."
"Well," said the King, "we will remain here and await what comes."
And turning to his valet, who was then entering, Louis continued,
"Bring me my chocolate. I want to take advantage of the time to breakfast, for I am hungry."
"Sire, now? Shall we breakfast now?" asked the Queen, amazed.
"Why not?" answered Louis calmly. "If the body is strengthened, we will look at everything more composedly and confidently." You must take breakfast too, Marie, for who knows whether we shall find time for some hours after this." "I? Oh, I need no breakfast," cried Marie Antoinette, and as she saw Louis eagerly taking a cup of chocolate from the hands of a valet, and was going to enjoy it, she turned away to repress the tears of anger and pain which in spite of herself pressed into her eyes. "Mamma Queen," cried the Dauphine, who was yet in her arms, "I should like my breakfast too. My chocolate. I should like my chocolate too." The Queen compelled herself to smile, carried the child to its father, and softly set him down on the King's knee. "Sire," said she, "will the King of France teach his son to take breakfast while revolution is thundering without, and breaking down with treasonable hands the doors of the royal palace? Champagne, come here. Help me arrange my toilette. I want to prepare myself to give audience to revolution." And withdrawing to a corner of the room, the Queen finished her toilette, for which her women fortunately had in their flight brought the materials. While the Queen was dressing and the King breakfasting with the children, the cabinet of the King began to fill. All Louis's faithful servants, then the ministers and some of the deputies, had hurried to the palace to be at the side of the King and Queen at the hour of danger. Even one of them brought new tidings of horror. Saint Priest told how he, entering the Swiss room at the door leading into the antechamber of the Queen, had seen the body of Vericourt covered with wounds. The Duc de Liancourt had seen a dreadful man, of gigantic size, with heavy beard, the arms of his blouse rolled up high, and bearing a heavy hatchet-knife in his hand, springing upon the person of the faithful Swiss, in order to sever his head from his body. The Count de Bourgogne had seen the corpse of the Swiss officer Baron de Duchutes, who guarded the iron gate, and whom the people murdered as they entered. The Marquis de Crozet told of the heroism with which another Swiss, Maomandre of Sainte Marie, had defended the door between the suites of the King and Queen, and had gained time to draw the bolt and barricade the door. And during all these reports, and while the cabinet was filling more and more with pale men and women, the King went composedly on dispatching his breakfast. The Queen, who had long before completed her toilette, now went up to him, and with gentle, tremulous voice conjured him to declare what should be done, to come at last out of this silence, and to speak and act worthy of a king. Louis shrugged his shoulders and set the replenished cup, which he was just lifting to his mouth, on the silver waiter. At once the Queen beckoned to the valet Hugh to come up. "Sir," she said commandingly, "take these things out. The King has finished his breakfast." Louis sighed, and with his eye followed the valet, who was carrying the breakfast into the guard-robe. "Now, sire," whispered Marie Antoinette, "show yourself a king." "My love," replied the King quietly, "it is very hard to show myself a king, when the people do not choose to regard me as one. Only hear that shouting and yelling, and then tell me what I can do as king to bring these madmen to peace and reason."
"Sire, raise your voice as king. Tell them that you will avenge the crimes of this night. Take the sword in your hand and defend the throne of your fathers and the throne of your son. And then you will see these rebels retire, and you will collect around you men who will be animated with fresh courage, and who will take new fire from your example. Oh, sire, disregard now the pleadings of your noble, gentle heart. Show yourself firm and decided. Have no leniency for traitors and rebels."
"Tell me what I should do," murmured the King, with a sigh.
Marie Antoinette stooped down to his ear. "Sire," whispered she, "send at once to Vincennes and to the other neighboring places. Order the troops to come hither, collect an army, put yourself at its head, march on Paris, declare war on the rebellious capital, and you will march as conqueror into your recaptured city. Oh, only no yielding, no submission. Only give the order, sire, say that you will do so, and I will summon one of my faithful ones to give him orders to hasten on to Vincennes." And while the queen whispered eagerly to the king, her flashing glance spread across to Toulan, who in the tumult had found means to come in, and now looked straight at the queen. Now, as her glance came to him as an unspoken command, he made his way irresistibly forward through the crowd of courtiers, ministers, and ladies, and now stood directly behind the queen. "Has your Majesty orders for me?" he asked softly. She looked anxiously at the king, waiting for an answer, an order. But the king was dumb. In order not to answer his wife, he drew the Dauphin closer to him and caressed him. "Has your Majesty commands for me?" asked Toulan once more. Marie Antoinette turned to him, her eyes suffused with tears, and let Toulan see her face darkened with grief and despair. "No," she whispered. "I have only to obey. I have no commands to give."
"Lafayette!"
was now heard in the courtier.
"General Lafayette is coming."
The queen advanced with hasty steps towards the entering general. "Sir," she cried, "is this the peace and security that you promised us, and for which you pledged your word? Hear that shouting without, and see us as if beleaguered here, and then tell me how it agrees with the assurances which you made to me." "Madame, I have myself been deceived," answered Lafayette. "The most sacred promises were made to me, all my requests and propositions were yielded to. I succeeded in pacifying the crowd, and I really believed and hoped that they would continue quiet, that—" "Sir," interrupted the queen impatiently, "whom do you mean by they? Of whom are you speaking in such tones of respect?" "Madame, I am speaking of the people, with whom I came to an understanding, and who promised me to keep the peace and to respect the slumbers of your Majesty." "You are not speaking of the people, but of rebels, the agitators!" cried Marie Antoinette with flashing eyes. "You speak of high traitors who break violently into the palace of the king, of murderers who have destroyed 2 of our faithful subjects. Sir, it is of such crime that you speak with respect. It is with such a rabble that you have dealt, instead of ordering your soldiers to cut them down." "Madame," said Lafayette, turning pale, "had I attempted to do that, your Majesty would not have found refuge in this chamber. For the anger of the mob is like the lightning and thunder of the tempest. It heeds neither door nor bolt, and if it has once broken loose, nothing can restrain or stop it." "Oh!" cried the queen with a mocking laugh. "It is plain that Monsieur Lafayette has been pursuing his studies in America, at the University of Revolutions. He speaks of the people with a deference as if it were another majesty to bow to."
"And in that Lafayette is right,"
said the king, rising and approaching them.
"Hear the yell, madame. It sounds like the roaring of lions, and you know, Marie, that the lion is called the king of the beasts. Tell us, General, what does the lion want, and what does his roaring mean?"
"Sire, the enemies of the royal family, the agitators and rebels, who have within these last hours come from Paris, have urged on the people afresh and kindled them with senseless calumnies. They have persuaded the people that your Majesty has summoned hither the regiments from all the neighboring stations, that you are collecting an army to put yourself at its head and march against Paris." Louis cast a significant look at his wife, which was answered with a proud toss of her head.
"I have sought in vain," continued Lafayette, "to make the poor misguided men conscious of the impossibility of such a plan."
"Yet, sir," broke in Marie Antoinette fiercely, "the execution of this plan would have saved the crown from dishonor and humiliation."
"Only, madame, that is exactly the execution of it which is impossible," answered Lafayette, gently bowing. "If you could give wings to the soldiers of the various garrisons away from here, the plan might be good, and the army might save the country. But as unfortunately this cannot be, we must think of other means of help, for your Majesty hears the danger knocking now at the door, and we must do with pacificatory measures what we cannot do with force."
"How will you use pacificatory measures, sir?" asked Marie Antoinette angrily. Lafayette cast upon her a sad, pained look, and turned to the king. "Sire," said he, with loud, solemn voice, "Sire, the people are frightfully carried away. Stimulating speeches have driven them to despair and to madness. It is only with difficulty that we have succeeded in keeping the mob out of the palace, and closing the doors again. Paris shall be laid in ashes, is the horrible cry which drives all these hearts to rage, and to which they give unconditional belief." "I will show myself to the people," said Louis. "I will tell them that they have been deceived. I will give them my royal word that I have no hostile designs whatever against Paris." General Lafayette sighed and dropped his head heavily upon his breast. "Do you counsel me not to do this?" asked the king, timidly. "Sire," answered the general with a shrug, "the people are now in such an excited, unreasonable state that my words will no longer be sufficient to satisfy them. Your Majesty might assure them ever so solemnly that you entertain no hostile intentions whatever against Paris, and that you will not call outside help to your assistance, and the exasperated people would mistrust your assurances. For in all their rage the people have a distinct consciousness of the crimes they are engaging in, committing and creating this rebellion against the crown, and they know that it were not human, that it were divine, for your Majesty to forgive such crimes, and therefore they would not credit such forgiveness." "How well General Lafayette knows how to interpret the thoughts of this fanatical rabble, whom he calls the people!" ejaculated the queen with a scornful laugh. At this instant a loud thundering cry was heard below, and thousands upon thousands of voices shouted,
"The king! We want to see the king!"
Louis's face lighted up. With quick step he hurried to the window and raised it. The people did not see him at once, but the king saw. He saw the immense square in front of the palace, which had been devoted to the rich equipages of the nobility, occupied by the humbler classes, the troops of his staff marching up in their gala uniforms. He saw it filled with a dense mass of men whom Lafayette had called the people, whom the queen had termed a riotous rabble, surging up and down, head pressed to head, here and there faces distorted with rage, eyes blazing, fists clenched, arms bare, and pikes glistening in the morning light, while a great roar, like that which comes from the sea in a tempest, filled the air. "You are right, Lafayette," said the king, who looked calmly at this black sea of human life. "You are right. This is the people. There are here probably 20,000 men, and heaven defend me from regarding all as criminals and rabble. I believe—" A tremendous shout now filled the air. The king had been seen. Someone had noticed him at the open window, and now all heads and all looks were directed to this window, and 20,000 voices cried,
"Long live the king! Long live the king!"
Louis turned with a proud, happy look to the gentlemen and ministers who stood near him, Marie Antoinette having withdrawn to the farthest corner of the room, where, throwing her arms around both of the children and drawing them to her bosom, she had sunk into a chair. "What do you say now, gentlemen?" asked the king. "Did they not want to make me believe that my good people hate their king and wish him ill? But when I show myself to them, hear how they shout to greet me."
"To Paris!"
was now the roar of the mob below.
"We want the king should go to Paris!"
"What do they say? What do they want?" asked Louis, turning to Lafayette, who now stood close beside him. "Sire, they are shouting their wishes to you that you and the royal family should go to Paris." "And you, General, what do you say?" asked the king. "Sire, I have taken the liberty already to say that words and promises are of no more avail to quiet this raving, maddening people, and to make them believe that you will have no hostile designs against Paris." "But if I go to Paris and reside there for a time, it is your opinion, as I understand it, that the people would be convinced that I have no evil intentions against the city.
that I should not undertake to destroy the city in which I might live. That is your meaning, is it not?"
"Yes, sire, that is what I wanted to say."
"To Paris! To Paris!"
thundered up from below.
"The king shall go to Paris!"
Louis withdrew from the window and joined the circle of his ministers, who, with their pale faces, surrounded him.
"Gentlemen," said the king, "you are my counselors. Well, give me your counsel. Tell me now what I should do to restore peace and quiet."
But no one replied. Perplexed and confused, they looked down to the ground, and only Necker found courage to answer the king after a long pause. "Sire," he said, "it is a question that might be considered for days, which your Majesty has submitted to us, and on its answer depends, perhaps, the whole fate of the monarchy. But, as you wish to know the opinions of your ministers, I will venture to give mine, that it would be the safest and most expedient course for your Majesty to comply with the wishes of the people, and go to Paris."
"I suppose so,"
whispered the king, dropping his head. "To Paris!" cried the queen, raising her head. "It is impossible! You cannot be in earnest in being willing to go of your own accord down into the abyss of revolution in order to be destroyed there. To Paris!"
"To Paris!"
was the thundering cry from below, as if the words of the queen had awakened a fearful, thousand-voiced echo.
"To Paris! The king and the queen shall go to Paris!"
"And never come from there!" cried the queen, with bursting tears.
"Speak, Lafayette!" cried the king. "What do you think?"
"Sire, I think that there is only one way to restore peace and to quiet the people,
and that is, for your Majesty to go today with the royal family to Paris." "It is my view, too," said Louis calmly. "Then go, Lafayette. Tell the people that the king and queen, together with the Dauphin and the princess, will journey today to Paris."
The simple and easily spoken words had two very different effects in the cabinet on those who heard them. Some faces lightened up with joy, some grew pale with alarm. There were sighs of despair and cries of fresh hope. Everyone felt that this was a crisis in the fate of the royal family, some thinking that it would bring disaster, others deliverance. The queen alone put on now a grave, decided look. A lofty pride lighted up her high brow, and with an almost joyful expression she looked at her husband, who had been induced to do something, at least to take a decisive step. "The king has spoken," she said amid the profoundest silence, "and it becomes us to obey the will of the king, and to be subject to it. Madame de Champagne, make all the preparations for my departure, and do it in view of a long stay in Paris."
"Now, Lafayette," asked the king, as the general still delayed in the room, "why do you not hasten to announce my will to the people?"
"Sire," answered Lafayette solemnly, "there are moments when a people can only be pacified by the voice either of God or of its king, and where every other human voice is overwhelmed by the thunder of the storm."
"And you think that this is such a moment?" asked the king. "You think that I ought myself to announce to the people what I mean to do?"
Lafayette bowed and pointed to the window, which shook even then with a threatening cry.
"The king! We will see the king! He shall go to Paris! The king! The king!"
Louis listened a while in thoughtful silence to this thundering shout, which was at once so full of majesty and horror. Then he quickly raised his head.
"I will follow your advice, General," said he, calmly. "I will announce my decision to the people. Give me your hand, madame. We shall go to the balcony room. And you, gentlemen, follow me."
The queen took the hand of her husband without a word, and gave the other to the little Dauphin, who timidly clung to her, while her daughter Teresa quietly and composedly walked near them. End of chapter 13. Recording by Maggie Travers in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Chapter 14 of Marie Antoinette and Her Son by Luise Mühlbach. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maggie Travers in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Chapter 14. To Paris. Without speaking a word, and with hasty steps, the royal couple, followed by the ministers and courtiers, traversed the two adjoining apartments, and entered the balcony room, which, situated at the center of the main building, commanded a wide view of the inner court and the square in front of it. The valet Hugh hastened, at a motion from the king, to throw open the great folding doors, and the king, parting with a smile from Marie Antoinette, stepped out upon the balcony. In an instant, as if the arm of God had been extended and laid upon this raging sea, the roaring ceased. Then, as soon as the king was recognized, a multitudinous shout went up, increasing every moment, and sending its waves beyond the square, out into the adjoining streets.
"The king! Long live the king!"
Louis, pale with emotion and with tears in his eyes, went forward to the very edge of the balcony, and, as a sign that he was going to speak, raised both hands. The motion was understood, and the loud cries were hushed which now and then burst from the mighty mass of people. Then above the heads of the thousands there who gazed breathlessly up, sounded the loud, powerful voice of the king. "I will give my dear people the proof that my fatherly heart is distrusted without reason. I will journey today with the queen and my children to Paris, and there take up my residence. Return thither, my children, I shall follow you in a few hours, and come to Paris." Then, while the people were breaking out into a cry of joy, and were throwing arms, caps, and clothes up into the air, Louis stepped back from the balcony into the hall. Instantly there arose a new cry below.
"The queen shall show herself! We want to see the queen! The queen! The queen! The queen!"
And in tones louder and more commanding, and more terrible every moment, the summons came in through the balcony door. The queen took her two children by the hand and advanced a step or two, but the king held her back. "Do not go, Marie," he cried, with trembling voice and anxious look. "No, do not go. It is such a fearful sight, this raging mass at one's feet. It confuses one's senses. Do not go, Marie." But the cry below had now expanded into the volume of a hurricane, and made the very walls of the palace shake. "You hear plainly, sire," cried Marie Antoinette. "There is just as much danger whether we do or do not see it. Let me do, therefore, what you have done. Come, children." And walking between the two little ones, the queen stepped out upon the balcony with a firm step and raised head, followed by the king, who placed himself behind Marie Antoinette, as if he were a sentinel charged with the duty of protecting her life. But the appearance of the whole royal family did not produce the effect which Louis had, perhaps, anticipated. The crowd did not now break out into shouts of joy. They cried and roared and howled,
"The queen alone! No children! We want no one but the queen! Away with the children!"
It was all in vain that Louis advanced to the edge of the platform, in vain that he raised his arms as if commanding silence. The sound of his voice was lost in the roar of the mob, who, with clenched fists, their pikes and other weapons, their horrid cry, so frightened the Dauphin that he could not restrain his tears. The royal family drew back and entered the apartment again, where they were received by the pale, trembling, speechless, weeping courtiers and servants. But the mob below were not pacified. They appeared as though they were determined to give laws to the king and queen, and demand obedience from them.
"The queen! We will see the queen!
was the cry again and again.
"The Queen shall show herself!"
"Well, be it so!" cried Marie Antoinette with cool decision, and pressing through the courtiers, who wanted to restrain her, and even impatiently thrusting back the king, who implored her not to go, she stepped out upon the balcony, alone, without any one to accompany her, and having only the protection which the lion tamer has when he enters the cage of the fierce monsters, the look of the eye and the commanding mien. And the lion appeared to be subdued. His fearful roar suddenly ceased, and in astonishment all these thousands gazed up at the Queen, the daughter of the Caesars, standing above in proud composure, her arms folded upon her breast, and looking down with steady eye into the yawning and raging abyss. The people, overcome by this royal composure, broke into loud shouts of applause, and during the continuance of these thousand-voiced bravos, the Queen, with a proud smile upon her lips, stepped back from the balcony into the chamber. The Dauphin flew to her with open arms and climbed up her knee. "Mamma Queen, my dear Mamma Queen," cried he, "stay with me. Don't go out again to these dreadful men. I am afraid of them. Oh, I am afraid!" Marie Antoinette took the little boy in her arms, and with her cold, pale lips pressed a kiss upon his forehead. For one instant it seemed as if she felt herself overcome by the fearful scene through which she had just passed, as if the tears which were confined in her heart would force themselves into her eyes. But Marie Antoinette overcame this weakness of the woman, for she felt that at this hour she could only be a queen. With the Dauphin in her arms, and pressing him closely to her heart, she advanced to the king, who, in order not to let his wife see the tears which flooded his face, had withdrawn to the adjoining apartment and was leaning against the door. "Sire," said Marie Antoinette, entering the room and presenting the Dauphin to him, "Sire, I conjure you that, in this fearful hour, you will make one promise to me." "What is it, Marie?" asked the king. "What do you desire?" "Sire, by all that is dear to you and me," continued the Queen, "by the welfare and safety of France, by your own and by the safety of this dear child, your successor, I conjure you to promise me that, if we ever must witness such a scene of horror again, and if you have the means to escape it, you will not let the opportunity pass." The king, deeply moved by the noble and glowing face of the Queen, by the tones of her voice, and by her whole expression, turned away. He wanted to speak, but could not. Tears choked his utterance, and, as if he were ashamed of his weakness, he pushed the Queen and the Dauphin back from him, hastened through the room, and disappeared through the door on the opposite side. Marie Antoinette looked with a long, sad face after him, and then returned to the balcony room. A shudder passed through her soul, and a dark, dreadful presentiment made her heart for an instant stop beating. She remembered that this chamber in which she had that day suffered such immeasurable pain, that this chamber, which now echoed the cries of a mob that had this day for the first time prescribed laws to a queen, had been the dying chamber of Louis XIV. A dreadful presentiment told her that this day the room had become the dying chamber of royalty. Like a pale, bloody corpse, the future passed before her eyes, and with that lightning speed which accompanies moments of the greatest excitement, all the old dark warnings came back to her which she had previously encountered. She thought of the picture of the slaughter of the babes at Bethlehem, which decorated the walls of the room in which the Dauphin passed his first night on French soil. Then of that dreadful prophecy which Count de Cagliostro had made to her on her journey to Paris, and of the scaffold which he showed her. She thought of the hurricane which had made the earth shake and turn up trees by their roots on the first night which the Dauphin had passed in Versailles. She thought, too, of the dreadful misfortune which on the next day happened to hundreds of men at the fireworks in Paris, and cost them their lives. She recalled the moment at the coronation when the king caught up the crown which the papal nuncio was just on the point of placing on his head, and said at the same time, "It pricks me." And now it seemed to her to be a new, dreadful reason for alarm, that the scene of horror, which she had just passed through, should take place in the dying chamber of that king to whom France owed her glory and her greatness. "We are lost, lost," she whispered to herself. "Nothing can save us. There is the scaffold." With a silent gesture and a gentle inclination of her head, the Queen took her leave of all present and returned to her own apartments, which were now guarded by Lafayette's soldiers, and which now conveyed no hint of the scene of horror which had transpired there a few hours before. Some hours later 2 cannon were discharged upon the great square before the palace. They announced to the city of Versailles that the King, the Queen, and their children had just left the proud palace, were then leaving the solitary residence at Versailles, never to return. From the lofty tower of the Church of St. Louis, in which recently the opening of the States General had been celebrated, the bell was just then striking the first hour after midday, when the carriage drove out of the great gate through which the royal family must pass on its way to Paris. A row of other carriages formed the escort of the royal equipage. They were intended for the members of the States General, for as soon as the journey of the king to Paris was announced, the National Assembly decreed that it regarded itself as inseparably connected with the person of the king, and that it would follow him to Paris. A deputation had instantly repaired to the palace to communicate this decree to the king, and had been received by Louis with cordial expressions of thanks. Marie Antoinette, however, had received the tidings of these resolves of the National Assembly with a suspicious smile, and an angry flash darted into her eyes. "And so the gentlemen of the Third Estate have gained their point," cried she in wrath. "They alone have produced this revolt, in order that the National Assembly may have a pretext for going to Paris. Now they have reached their goal. Yet do not tell me that the revolution is ended here. On the contrary, the Hydra will now put forth all its heads and will tear us in pieces. But, very well, I would rather be torn to pieces by them than bend before them." And, with a lofty air and a calm bearing, Marie Antoinette entered the great coach in which the royal family was to make the journey to Paris. Near her sat the king, between them the Dauphin. Opposite to them, on the broad front seat, were their daughter Theresa, the Princess Elizabeth, and Madame de Tourzel, the governess of the royal children. Behind them, in a procession, whose end could not be seen, followed an artillery train, then the mob, armed with pikes and other weapons, men covered with blood and dust, women with dishevelled hair and torn garments, the most of them drunken with wine, exhausted by watching during the night, shouting and yelling and singing low songs, or mocking the royal family with scornful words. Behind these wild masses came 200 gardes du corps, without weapons, hats, and shoulder straps, every one escorted by 2 grenadiers, and they were followed by some soldiers of the Swiss Guard and the Flanders regiment. In the midst of this train rattled loaded cannon, each one accompanied by 2 soldiers. But still more fearful than the retinue of the royal equipage were the heralds who preceded it. Heralds consisting of the most daring and defiant of these men and women, impatiently longing for the moment when they could announce to the city of Paris that the revolution in Versailles had humiliated the king and given the people victory. They carried with them the bloody tokens of this victory, the heads of Vericourt and Duchutes, the faithful Swiss guards who had died in the service of their king, They had hoisted both these heads upon pikes, which 2 men of the mob carried before the procession. Between them strode, with proud, triumphant mien, a gigantic figure, with long black beard, with naked, blood-flecked arms, with flashing eyes, his face and hands wet with the blood with which he had imbued himself, and in his right hand a slaughter-knife which still dripped with blood. This was Jourdan, who, from his cutting off of the heads of both the Swiss guards, had won the name of the executioner, a name which he understood how to keep during the whole Revolution. Like storm birds desirous to be the first to announce to Paris the triumph of the populace, and impatient of the slow progress of the royal train, these heralds of victory, bearing their bloody banner, hastened on in advance of the procession to Paris. In Sèvres they made a halt, not to rest or wait for the oncoming train, but to have the hair of the 2 heads dressed by friezers in order, as Jourdan announced with fiendish laughter to the yelling mob, that they might make their entrance into the city as fine gentlemen. While before them and behind them these awful cries, loud singing and laughing resounded, within the carriage that conveyed the royal family there was unbroken silence. The king sat leaning back in the corner, with his eyes closed, in order not to see the horrid forms which from time to time approached the window of the carriage, to stare in with curious looks or with mocking laughter and equivoques, to heap misery on the unfortunate family. The queen, however, sat erect, with proud, dignified bearing, courageously looking the horrors of the day in the face, and not a quiver of the eyelids, nor a sigh betraying the pain that tortured her soul. No, better die than grant this triumphing rabble the pleasure of seeing what I suffer. Better sink with exhaustion than complain. Not a murmur, not a sigh came from her lips, and yet when the Dauphin, after 4 hours of this sad journey, turned with a supplicatory expression to his mother, and said to her with his sweet voice, "Mamma Queen, I am hungry," the proud expression withdrew from the features of the queen, and 2 great tears slowly ran down over her cheeks. At last, after a ride of 8 hours, the frightful train reached Paris. Not a window in all the streets through which the royal procession went was empty. In amazement and terror the people of the middle class gazed at this hitherto unseen spectacle, the King and the Queen of France brought in triumph to the capital by the lowest people in the city. A dumb fear took possession of those who hitherto had tried to ignore the Revolution, and supposed that everything would subside again into the old wanton forms. Now, no one could entertain this hope longer. Now the most timid must confess that a revolution had indeed come, and that people must accustom themselves to look at it eye to eye. Slowly the train moved forward, slowly down the quay which extends along by the garden of the Tuileries. The loungers who were in the garden hurried to the fence, which then bordered the park on the side of the quay, in order to watch this frightful procession from this point, to see an unbridled populace dash in pieces the prescriptive royalty of ages. Scorn and the love of destruction were written on most of the faces of these observers, but many were pale, and many quivered with anger and grief. In the front ranks of the spectators stood 2 men, one of them in simple civilian's costume, the other in the uniform of a sub-lieutenant. The face of the young officer was pale, but it lightened up with rare energy, and with his noble, antique profile and flaming eyes, it enchanted every look and fixed the attention of everyone who observed him. As the howling, roaring mob passed him, the young officer turned to his companion with an expression of fiery indignation. "Oh, God!" he cried. "How is this possible? Has the king no cannon to destroy this canaille?"
My friend, answered the young man, smiling, remember the words of our great poet Corneille. The people give the king his purple, and take it back when they please. The beggar, king only by the people's grace, simply gives back his purple to the people. Ah, cried the young lieutenant, smiling, what once has been received should be firmly held. I, at least, if I had once received the purple by the people's graces, would not give it back. But come, let us go on. It angers me to see this canaille upon which you bestow the fine name of the people. He hastily grasped the arm of his friend, and turned to a more solitary part of the garden of the Tuileries. This young sub-lieutenant, who saw with such indignation this revolutionary procession pass him, and whom destiny had appointed one day to bring this revolution to an end, this young lieutenant's name was Napoleon Bonaparte. The young man who walked at his side, and whom, too, destiny had appointed to work a revolution, although only in the theatrical world, to recreate the drama, this young man's name was Talma. End of chapter 14. Recording by Maggie Travers in Murfreesboro, Tennessee.
Chapter 15, Part 1 of Marie Antoinette and Her Son by Luise Mühlbach. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maggie Travers in Columbia, Tennessee. Chapter 15, Part 1, Mama Queen. Everything passes over. Everything has an end. One must only have the courage and think of that, said Marie Antoinette with a gentle smile, as on the morning after her arrival in Paris. She had arisen from her bed and drunk her chocolate in the improvised sitting-room. Here we are, installed in the Tuileries, and have slept, while we yesterday were thinking we were lost, and only that death could give us rest and peace again. It was a fearful day, said Madame de Champagne with a sigh. But your Majesty went through it like a heroine. Ah, Champagne, said the Queen sadly, I have not the ambition to want to be a heroine, and I should be very thankful if it were allowed me from this time on to be a wife and mother, if it's no longer allowed me to be a queen. At this instant the door opened. The little Dauphin, followed by his teacher, the Abbé de Vaux, ran in and flew with extended arms to Marie Antoinette. "Oh, Mamma Queen!" cried he with whining voice, "let us go back again to our beautiful palace. It is dreadful here in this great dark house." "Hush, my child, hush," said the Queen, pressing the boy close to her. "You must not say so. You must accustom yourself to be contented everywhere." "Mamma Queen," whispered the child, tenderly nestling close to his mother, "it is true it is dreadful here, but I will always say it is so low that nobody except you can hear. But tell me, who owns this hateful house, and why do we want to stay here when we have such a fine palace and a beautiful garden in Versailles?" "My son," answered the Queen with a sigh, "this house belongs to us, and it is a beautiful and famous palace. You ought not to say that it does not please you, for your renowned great-grandfather, the great Louis XIV, lived here, and made this palace celebrated all over Europe. Yet I wish that we were away from here," whispered the Dauphin, casting his large blue eyes with a prolonged and timid glance through the wide, desolate room, which was decorated sparingly with old-fashioned, faded furniture. "I wish so too," sighed Marie Antoinette to herself, but softly as she had spoken the words, the sensitive ear of the child had caught them. "You too want to go?" asked Louis Charles in amazement. "Are you not queen now, and can you not do what you want to?" The Queen, pierced to the very heart by the innocent question of the child, burst into tears. "My prince," said the Abbé de Vaux, turning to the Dauphin. "You see that you trouble the Queen, and her Majesty needs rest. Come, we will take a walk." But Marie Antoinette put both her arms around the child and pressed its head with its light locks to her breast. "No," she said. "No, he does not trouble me. Let me weep. Tears do me good. One is only unfortunate when she can no longer weep. But what is that?" she eagerly asked, rising from her easy-chair. "What does that noise mean?" And in very fact in the street there were loud shouting and crying and intermingled curses and threats. "Mamma," cried the Dauphin, nestling close to the Queen, "is today going to be just like yesterday?" The door was hastily opened, and the King entered. "Sire," asked Marie, eagerly advancing toward him, "are they going to renew the dreadful scenes of yesterday?"
"On the contrary, Marie, they are going to bring to their reckoning those who occasioned the scenes of yesterday," answered the King. "A deputation from the court of Châtelet have come to the Tuileries, and desire of me an authorization to bring to trial those who were guilty, and of you any information which you can give about what has taken place. The mob have accompanied the deputation hither, and hence arise these cries. I am come to ask you, Marie, to receive the deputation of Châtelet."
"As if there were any choice left to us to refuse to see them," answered Marie Antoinette, sighing. "The populace who are howling and crying without are now the master of the men who come to us with a sneer, and ask us whether we will grant them an audience. We must submit." The King did not answer, but shrugged his shoulders and opened the door of the antechamber. "Let them enter," he said to the chamberlains there. The two folding doors were now thrown open, and the loud voice of an officer announced, "The honorable judges of Châtelet." Slowly, with respectful mien and bowed head, the gentlemen, arrayed in their long black robes, entered the room and remained humbly standing near the door. Marie Antoinette had advanced a few steps. Not a trace of grief and disquiet was longer seen on her face. Her figure was erect, her glance was proud and full of fire, and the expression of her countenance noble and majestic. She was still the Queen, though not surrounded by the solemn pomp which attended the public audiences at Versailles. She did not stand on the purple-carpeted step of the throne. No gold-embroidered canopy arched over her. No crowd of brilliant courtiers surrounded her. Only her husband stood near her. Her son clung to her side, and his teacher, the Abbé de Vaux, timidly withdrew into the background. These formed all her suite. But Marie Antoinette did not need external pomp to be a queen. She was so in her bearing, in every look, in every gesture. With commanding dignity she allowed the deputation to approach her and to speak with her. She listened with calm attention to the words of the speaker, who, in the name of the court, gave utterance to the deep horror of which the treasonable actions of the day before had filled him. He then humbly begged the Queen to give such names as the rioters as might be known to her, that they might be arrested. But Marie Antoinette interrupted him in his address. "No, sir," she cried. "No, never will I be an informer against the subjects of the King." The speaker bowed respectfully. "Then let me at least beg of you, in the name of the High Court of the Châtelet, to give us your order to bring the guilty parties to trial. For without such a charge we cannot prosecute the criminals who have been engaged in these acts." "Nor do I wish you to bring any one to trial," cried the Queen with dignity. "I have seen all, known all, and forgotten all. Go, gentlemen, go. My heart knows no vengeance, and it has forgiven all those who have wounded me. Go." With a commanding gesture of her hand, and a gentle nod of her head, she dismissed the deputation, who silently withdrew. "Marie," said the King, grasping the hand of his wife with unwonted eagerness, and pressing it tenderly to his lips, "Marie, I thank you in the name of all of my subjects. You have acted this hour not only as a queen, but as the mother of my people." "Ah, sir," replied the Queen with a sad smile, only that the children will not believe in the love of their mother, only that your subjects do not consider me their mother, but their enemy."
"They have been misguided," said the king. "Evil-minded men have deceived them, but I hope we shall succeed in bringing the people back from their error."
"Sire," sighed Marie Antoinette, "I hope for nothing more, but," added she, with still firmer voice, "I also fear nothing more. The worst may break over me. It shall find me armed." The side door now opened, and Madame de Champont entered. "Your Majesty," she said, bowing low, "a great number of ladies from the Faubourg Saint-Germain are in the small reception-room. They wish to testily their devotion to your Majesty." "I will receive them at once," cried Marie Antoinette with an almost joyful tone. "Ah, only see, husband, the consolations which misfortune brings. These ladies of the Faubourg Saint-Germain formerly cut me. They could not forget that I was an Austrian. Today they feel that I am the Queen of France, and that I belong to them. Pardon me, sire, for leaving you." She hastened away with a rapid step. The king looked after her with an expression of pain.
"Poor queen," he whispered to himself. "How much she is misjudged, how wrongly she is calumniated, and I cannot change it, and must let it be." He sank with a deep sigh, which seemed much like a groan, into an armchair, and was lost in painful recollections. A gentle touch on his hand, which rested on the side arm of the chair, restored him to consciousness. Before him stood the Dauphin, and looked gravely and thoughtfully out of his large blue eyes up into his father's face. "Ah, it is you, my little Louis Charles?" said the king, nodding to him. "What do you want of me, my child?"
"Papa King," answered the boy timidly, "I should like to ask you something really serious."
"Something really serious?" replied the king. "Well, what is it? Let me hear."
"Sire," replied the Dauphin with a weighty and thoughtful air, "Sire, Madame de Trouzel has always told me that I must love the people of France very much, and treat everyone very friendly, because the people of France love my papa and my mamma so much, and I ought to be very grateful for it. How comes it then, sire, that the French people are now so bad to you, and that they do not love mamma any longer? What have you both done to make the people so angry? Because I have been told that the people are subject to your Majesty, and that they owe you obedience and respect. But they were not obedient yesterday, and not at all respectful. Your subjects, were they? How is this, papa?" The king drew the little prince to his knee, and put his arm around the slight form of the boy.
"I will explain it to you, my son," he said, "and listen carefully to what I say to you."
"I will, sire," answered the boy eagerly. "I at least am an obedient subject of my king, for the Abbé de Vaux has told me that I am nothing but a subject of your Majesty, and that, as a son and a subject, I must give a good example to the French people, how to love and obey the king. And I love you very much, papa, and I am just as obedient as I can be. But it seems as though my good example has made no difference with the other subjects. How comes that about, Papa King?"
"My son," answered Louis, "that comes because there are bad men who have told the people that I do not love them. We have had to have great wars, and wars cost a deal of money, and so I asked money of my people, just as my ancestors always did."
"But, papa," cried the Dauphin, "why did you do that? Why did you not take my purse and pay out of that? You know that I receive every day my purse all filled with new francs, but then," he interrupted himself, "there would be nothing left for the poor children to whom I always give money on my walks. And, oh, there are so many poor children! so very many that my purse is empty every day when I return from my walk, and yet I give to each child only one poor franc piece. So your people have money? More money than you yourself?
My child, kings receive all that they have from their people, but they give it all back to the people again. The king is the one appointed by God to govern his people, and the people owe respect and obedience to the king and have to pay taxes to him. And so, if he needs money, he is justified in asking his subjects for it, and so does what is called laying taxes upon them. Do you understand me?
Oh, yes, Papa, cried the child, who had listened with open eyes and breathless attention. I understand all very well, but I don't like it. It seems to me that if a man is king, everything belongs to him, and that the king ought to have all the money so as to give it to the people. They ought to ask him, and not he them.
In former and more happy times it was so, said the king with a sigh. But many kings have misused their power and authority, and now the king cannot pay out money unless the people understand all about it and consent.
Have you given out money, Papa, without asking the people's leave? Was that the reason they came to Versailles yesterday and were so wicked? Ah, so very wicked? For those bad men, they were the people, were they not?
No, my son, answered Louis. I hope they were not the people. The people cannot come to me in such great masses. They must have their representatives. The representatives of the people I have myself called to me. They are the States General which I assembled at Versailles. I asked of them money for the outlays which I had to make for the people, but they asked things of me that I could not grant, either for my own sake or for yours, my son, who are some day to be my successor. Then wicked men came and stirred up the people, and told them that I did not love the people any more, and that I wanted to trouble my subjects. And the poor people that believed what these evil advisers and slanderers have told them, and have been led astray into making the riot against me. But everything will come out right again, and my subjects will see that I love them, and am ready to share everything with them. That is the reason I have come to Paris, to live here among my people. It is certainly not so pleasant as in Versailles. Our rooms are not so fine and convenient, and we do not have the beautiful gardens here that we have there. But we must learn to be contented here, and put up with what we have. We must remember that there is no one in Paris better than we, and that the Parisians must acknowledge that the king loves them, for he has given up his beautiful Versailles in order to live with them and share all their need, and all the disagreeable things which they have to bear.
Papa King, I have understood everything, and I am very much ashamed that I have complained before. I promise you, sire, he continued with earnest mien, and laying his hand upon his breast, yes, sire, I promise you that I will take pains to give the people a good example, and to be really good and kind. I will never complain again that we are living in Paris, and I will take pains to be happy and contented here.
And the Dauphin kept his word. He took pains to be contented. He said not another word about the old pleasant life at Versailles, but appeared to have forgotten all about ever having been anywhere but in this great, desolate palace, with its high walls filled with faded tapestry, stately, solemn furniture, their golden ornaments having grown dim, and their upholstery hard. He seemed never to have known any garden but this, only one little corner of which was set apart for the royal family, and through the iron gate of which threatening words were often heard, and spiteful faces seen. One day, when the Dauphin heard such words, and saw such faces beyond the paling, he shrank back and ran to his mother, earnestly imploring her with trembling voice to leave the garden and go into the palace. But Marie Antoinette led him farther into the garden,
instead of complying with his wish. In the little pavilion which stood at the corner of the enclosure on the side of the quay, she sat down, and lifting her boy up in her arms, set him before her on the marble table, wiped away his tears with her handkerchief, and tenderly implored him not to weep or feel badly any more. "If you weep, my child," she said sadly, as the Dauphin could not control his tears, "if you weep, I shall have no courage left, and it will be as dark and dreary to me as if the sun had gone down. If you weep, I should want to weep with you. And you see, my son, that it would not be becoming for a queen to weep. The wicked people, who want to hurt our feelings, they find pleasure in it, and therefore we must be altogether too proud to let them see what we suffer. I have this pride, but when I see you suffer, it takes away all my strength. You remember our ride from Versailles here, my son, how the bad men who surrounded us mocked at me and said foul things to me. I was cold and calm, but I could not help weeping, my child, when you complained of being hungry." "Mamma," cried the child with flashing eyes, "I will never complain again, and the bad men shall never have the pleasure of seeing me weep." "But good men, my child, you must always treat kindly and behave very prettily to them." "I will do so," answered the Dauphin thoughtfully. "But, Mamma Queen, tell me who the good men are." "You must believe, Louis, that all men are good, and therefore you must be kind to all. If they despise your goodness or friendliness, and cast it from them, it will not be your fault, and our Heavenly Father and your parents will be pleased with you." "But, Mamma," cried the prince, and a shadow passed over his pure, beautiful child's face. "But, Mamma, I cannot see that all men are good. When they were abusing us, and cursing us, and speaking bad words at us in the carriage, and were talking so angrily at you, dear Mamma, the men were not good, and I could never treat them friendly if they should come again." "They will not come again, Louis. No, we will hope that the bad men will not come again, and that those who come to see us here are good men. So be very kind and polite to everybody, that all may love you, and see that their future king is good and polite, even while a child." "Good?" cried the boy spiritedly. "I will be good and polite to everybody, that you may be satisfied with me. Yes, just for that will I be so." Marie Antoinette pressed the pretty boy to herself and kissed his lips. Just then an officer entered and announced General Lafayette and Bailly, the mayor of Paris. "Mamma," whispered the prince as the two gentlemen entered, "Mamma, that is the general that was at Versailles then. I can never be kind to him, for he belongs to the bad men." "Hush, my child, hush," whispered the queen. "For God's sake, do not let anybody hear that. No, no, General Lafayette does not belong to our enemies. He means well towards us. Treat him kindly, very kindly, my child." And Marie Antoinette took her son by the hand, and with a smile upon her lips went to meet the two gentlemen, in order to inquire the reason for their appearing at this unwonted time and place. "Madame," said General Lafayette, "I have come to ask your Majesty whether you will not have the goodness to let me know the hours in which you may wish to visit the park and the garden, that I may make my arrangements accordingly." "That means, General," cried the queen, "that it is not to depend upon my free will when and at what times I am to walk in the park, but it will be allowed me only at certain hours, just as prisoners are allowed to take their walks at certain hours." "I beg your pardon, madame," said the general with great respect. "Your Majesty will graciously believe that to me the peace and security of your exalted person is sacred above everything, and that I regard it as my first duty to protect you against every insult and everything that may be disagreeable." "And so it has come to that," cried Marie Antoinette angrily. The Queen of France must be protected against insults and disagreeable things. She is not to go out when she will into her park, because she has to fear that, if General Lafayette has not previously made his special preparations, the people will insult her. But if this is so, sir, why do you not close the gates of the park? It is royal property, and it probably will be allowed to the king to defend his private property from the brutality of the rabble. I will myself, General, see to it that I be protected from insults, and that at any time, when it pleases me, I may go into the park and the inner gardens. I will ask his Majesty the King to allow the gates of the park and the promenade on the quay to be closed. That will close everything, and we shall at least gain the freedom thereby of being able to take walks at any time, without first sending information to General Lafayette."
"Madame, I expected that you would answer me so," said Lafayette sadly, "and I have therefore brought Monsieur de Ballet with me, that he might join me in supplicating your Majesty to graciously abstain from taking measures of violence, and not to further stir up the feelings of the people, already so exasperated."
"And so you are of this opinion, sir?" asked Marie Antoinette, turning to Monsieur Belly. "You, too, regard it as a compulsory measure for the king to claim his own right, and to keep out of his property those who insult him?"
"Your Majesty, the king is, unfortunately, not free to make use of this right, as you call it."
"You will not say, sir, that if it pleases the king not to allow evil-disposed persons to enter the park of the Tuileries, he has not the right to close the gates?"
"Madame, I must indeed take the privilege of saying so," answered Monsieur de Bailly, with a gentle obeisance. "King Henry IV. gave the Parisians the perpetual privilege of having the park of the Tuileries open to them always, and free to be used in their walks. The palace of the Tuileries was, as your Majesty knows, originally built by Queen Catherine de Medici, after the death of her husband, from the home of her widowhood. All sorts of stories were then current about the uncanny things which were said to occur in the park of the Tuileries. They told all about laboratories in which Queen Catherine prepared her poisons, of a pavilion in which there was a martyr's chamber, of subterranean cells for those who had been buried alive, and all these dreadful stories made such an impression that no one dared approach the place of horrors after sunset. But when Queen Catherine had left Paris, and King Henry IV. resided in the Louvre, he had this dreaded Tuileries garden, with all its horrors, open to the Parisians, and out of the Queen's garden he made one for the people, in order that the curse which rested upon it might be changed into a blessing."
"And now you suppose, Mr. Mayor, that it would change the blessing into a curse again, if we should want to close the gates the King Henry IV. opened?"
"I do fear it, madame, and therefore venture to ask that the right to enter the Tuileries gardens may not be taken from the people, nor their enjoyment interfered with."
"Not the people's enjoyment, only ours, is to be interfered with," cried Marie Antoinette bitterly. "They are doubtless right to call the people now the real King of France, but they forget that this new king has usurped the throne only by treachery, rebellion, and murder, and that the wrath of God and the justice of men will one day hurl him down into the dust at our feet. In this day I hope, and until then I will bear in patience and with unshaken courage what fate may lay upon me. The wickedness and brutality of men shall at least not intimidate me, and fear shall not humiliate me to the state of a prisoner who takes her walks under the protection of Monsieur de Lafayette, the general of the people, at appointed hours."
"Your Majesty!" cried Lafayette, turning pale.
"What is your pleasure?" interrupted the Queen, with a proud movement of her head. "You were a gentleman, and knew the customs and mode of our court before you went to America. Has the want of manners there so disturbed your memory that you do not know that it is not permitted to speak in the presence of the Queen without being asked or permitted by her to do so?" "General!" cried the Dauphin at this instant with loud, eager voice, running forward to Lafayette and extending to him his little hand. "General, I should like to salute you. Mamma told me that I must be kind to all those who are good to us and love us, and just as you were coming in with this gentleman, Mamma told me that General Lafayette does not belong to our enemies, but means well to us. Let me therefore greet you kindly and give you my hand." And while saying so and smiling kindly at the general, he raised his great blue eyes to the face of his mother an instant with a supplicatory expression. Lafayette took the extended hand of the prince, and a flush of deep emotion passed over his face that was just before kindling with anger. As if touched with reverence and astonishment, he bent his knee before this child, whose countenance beamed with innocence, love, and goodness, and pressed to his lips the little hand that rested in his own. "My prince," said he, deeply moved, "you have just spoken to me with the tongue of an angel, and I swear to you and to your exalted royal mother that I will never forget this moment, that I will remember it so long as I live. The kiss which I have impressed upon the hand of my future king is at once the seal of the solemn vow and the oath of unchangeable fidelity and devotion which I consecrate to my king and to the whole royal family, and in which nothing shall make me waive, nothing, not even the anger and the want of favor of my exalted queen. Dauphin of France, you have today gained a soldier for your throne who is prepared to shed his last drop of blood for you and your house, and on whose fidelity and devotion you may continually count." With tears in his eyes, his brave, noble face quivering with emotion, Lafayette looked at the child that with cheeks all aglow and with a pleasant smile was gazing with great, thoughtful child's eyes up to the strong man, who placed himself so humbly and devotedly at his feet. Behind him stood Monsieur de Bellis, with bended head and folded hands, listening with solemn thoughtfulness to the words of the general, upon whose strong shoulders the fate of the monarchy rested, and who, at this time, was the mightiest and most conspicuous man in France, because of the National Guard of Paris was still obedient to him and followed his commands. Close by the Dauphin stood the Queen, in her old, proud attitude, but upon her face a striking change had taken place. The expression of anger and suspicion which had it before displayed had not completely disappeared. The cloud which had gathered upon her lofty forehead was dissipated, and her face shone out bright and clear. The large grayish-blue eyes, which before had shot angry darts, now glowed with mild fire, and around her lips played an instant that fair, pleasant smile, which, in her happier days, had often moved the favorites of the Queen to verses of praise, and which her enemies had so often made a reproach to her. End of Chapter 15, Part 1. Recording by Maggie Travers in Columbia, Tennessee. Chapter 15, Part 2 of Marie Antoinette and Her Son by Luise Mühlbach. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maggie Travers in Columbia, Tennessee. Chapter 15, Part 2. Mama Queen. When the general ceased, there was silence, that eloquent, solemn silence which accompanies those moments in which the genius of history hovers over the heads of men, and, touching them with its pinions, ties their tongues and opens the eyes of the spirit, so that they can look into the future, and, with presaging horror, read all the secrets of coming time as if by a flash of lightning. Such a critical moment in history was that in which Lafayette, at the feet of the Dauphin, swore eternal fidelity to the monarch of France in the presence of the unfortunate mayor of Paris, who was soon to seal his loyalty with his own blood, and in the presence of the Queen, whose lofty character was soon to make her a martyr. The moments passed by. Then Marie Antoinette bowed to Lafayette with her gracious smile. "Rise, General," she said in gentle tones. "God has heard your oath, and I accept it in the name of the French monarchy, my husband, my son, and myself. I shall always continue mindful of it, and I hope that you will also. And I beg you, too," she continued in a low voice, and with a deep flush upon her face, "I beg you to forgive me if I have hitherto cast unworthy reproaches upon you. I have lived through so many sad and dreadful days that it will be set down to my favour if my nerves are agitated and easily excited. I shall probably learn to accept evil days with calmness, and to bow my head patiently beneath the yoke which my enemies are laying upon me. But still I feel the injury, and the proud habits of my birth and life war against it. But only wait, and I shall become accustomed to it." While saying this, she stooped down to the Dauphin and kissed his golden hair. A tear fell from her eyes upon the forehead of her son, and glittered there like a star fallen from heaven. Marie Antoinette did not see it, did not know that the tear which she was trying to conceal was now glistening on the brow of her son, on that brow which was never to wear any other diadem than the one that the tears of love placed on his innocent head. "Heaven defend your Majesty ever being compelled to become accustomed to insult!" cried Lafayette, deeply moved. "I hope we have seen our worst days, and that after the tempest there will be sunshine and bright weather again. The people will look back with shame and regret upon the wild and stormy scenes to which they have allowed themselves to be drawn by unprincipled agitators. They will bow in love and obedience before the royal couple, who, with so much confidence and devotion, leave their beautiful retired home at Versailles in order to comply with the wish of the people and come to Paris. Will your Majesty have the goodness to ask the mayor of Paris, and will he tell you, madame, how deeply moved all the good citizens of Paris are at the truly noble spirit which prompted you to refuse to initiate an investigation respecting the night of horrors at Versailles, and to bring the ringleaders to justice?" "Is it true, Monsieur de Bellay?" asked the Queen eagerly. "Was my decision approved? Have I friends still among the people of Paris?" "Your Majesty," answered Monsieur de Bellay, bowing lowly, "all good citizens of Paris have seen with deep emotion the noble resolve of your Majesty, and in all noble and true hearts the royal words are recorded imperishably, which your Majesty spoke to the judges of the Châtelet. I have heard all, seen all, and forgiven all. With tears of deep feeling, with a hallowed joy, they are repeated through all Paris. They have become the watchword of all the well-inclined and faithful, the evangel of love and forgiveness for all women, of fidelity and devotion for all men. It has been seen and confessed that the throne of France is the possessor not only of goodness and beauty, but of forgiveness and gentleness, and that your Majesty bears rightly the title of the most Christian Queen. These 9 words which your Majesty has uttered have become the sacred banner of all true souls, and they will cause the golden days to come back, as they once dawned upon Paris when the Dauphin of France made his entry into the capital. And it could be said with truth to the future Queen, Marie Antoinette, 'Here are 100,000 lovers of your person.'" The Queen was no longer able to master her deep emotion. She, who had the courage to display a proud and defiant mien to her enemies and assailants, could not conceal the intensity of her feeling when hearing words of such devotion, and uttered a cry, then choked with emotion, and at length burst into a torrent of tears. Equally astonished and ashamed, she covered her face with her hands, but the tears gushed out between her white tapering fingers and would not be withheld. They had been so long repressed behind those proud eyelids, that now, despite the Queen's will, they forced their way with double power and intensity. But only for a moment did the proud-spirited Queen allow herself to be overcome by the gentle and deeply moved woman. She quickly recovered herself and raised her head. "I thank you, sir. I thank you," she said, breathing more freely. "You have done me good, and these tears, though not the first which grief and anger have extorted, are the first for a long time which have sprung from what is almost joy. Who knows whether I shall ever be able to shed such tears again? And who knows," she continued with a deep sigh,
whether I do not owe these tears more to your wish to do me good than to true and real gains. I bethink me now, you say all good citizens of Paris repeat my words, all the well-disposed are satisfied with my decision. But, I fear that the number of these is very small, and that the golden days of the past will never return. And is not your appearance here today a proof of this? Did you not come here because the people insult and calumniate me, and because you considered it needful to throw around me your protection, which is now mightier than the royal purple and the lilies of the throne of France?
Madame, time must be granted to the misguided people to return to the right way, said Lafayette, almost with a supplicating air.
They must be dealt with as we deal with defiant, naughty children, which can be brought back to obedience and submission better by gentle speech and apparent concession than by rigidity and severity. On this account I ventured to ask your Majesty to entrust me for a little while with the care of your sacred person, and, in order that I may satisfy my duty, that you would graciously appoint the time when your Majesty will take your walks here in the park and garden, so that I can make my arrangements accordingly. In order to make a fence out of your National Guards, protected by which the Queen of France may not be visible to the hate of the people, and behind which she may be secure against the attacks of her enemies, cried Marie Antoinette. No, sir, I cannot accept this. It shall at least be seen that I am no coward, and that I will not hide myself from those who would come to attack me.
Your Majesty, said Bali, I conjure you, do this out of compassion for us, for all your faithful servants who tremble for the peace and security of your Majesty, and allow Monsieur de Lafayette to keep the brutality of the people away from you and protect you in your walks.
Sufficient, gentlemen, cried Marie Antoinette impatiently. You now know my fixed resolve, and it is not necessary to discuss it further. I will not hide myself from the people, and I will confront them under the simple protection of God. Defended by him, and sustained by the conviction that I have not merited the hate with which I am pursued, I will continue to meet the subjects of the king fearlessly and with unveiled head, and only God and my fate shall judge between me and them. I thank you, gentlemen, for your zeal and your care, and you may be sure that I shall not forget it. But now farewell, gentlemen. It is growing cold, and I should like to return to the palace.
Will your Majesty not have the kindness to allow us both to mingle with your train and to accompany you to the palace? Asked Lafayette.
I came hither, attended only by 2 lackeys, who are waiting outside the pavilion, answered the Queen. You know that I have laid aside the court etiquette that used to attend the Queen upon her walks, and which do not allow the free enjoyment of nature. My enemies charge me with this as an offence, and consider it improper that the Queen of France should take a walk without a brilliant train of courtiers, and like any other human being. But I think that the people ought not to be angry at this, and that they may take it as a sign that I am not so proud and unapproachable as I am generally believed to be. And so farewell, gentlemen. She graciously waved her hand toward the door, and with a gentle inclination of her head dismissed the 2 gentlemen, who, with a sad bearing, withdrew and left the pavilion. Come, my son, said the Queen, we will return to the palace. By the same way that we came, shall we not, mamma? Asked the Dauphin, taking the extended hand of the Queen and pressing it to his lips. You will not weep again if the people shout and laugh? Asked Marie Antoinette. You will not be afraid any more? No, I will not be afraid any more. Oh, you shall be satisfied with me, Mamma Queen. I have paid close attention to all that you said to the 2 gentlemen, and I am very glad that you did not allow Monsieur de Lafayette to walk behind us. The people would then have believed that we are afraid, and now they shall see that we are not so at all. Well, come, my child, let us go, said Marie Antoinette, giving her hand to her son and preparing to leave the pavilion. But upon the threshold the Dauphin stopped,
and looked imploringly up in the face of his mother. "I should like to ask you something, Mamma Queen." "Well, what is it, my little Louis? What do you wish?" "I should like to have you allow me to go alone, else the people would believe that I am afraid and want you to lead me. And I want to be like the Chevalier Bayard, about whom the abbé talked with me to-day. I want to be sans peur et sans reproche, like Bayard." "Very well, Chevalier," said the Queen with a smile. "Then walk alone and free by my side." "No, mamma. If you will allow me, I will walk before you. The knights always walk in advance of the ladies, so as to ward off any danger which may be in the way. And I am your knight, mamma, and I want to be, as long as I live. Will you allow it, my royal lady?" "I allow it. So go in front, Chevalier Louis Charles. We will take the same way back with which we came." The Dauphin sprang over the little square in front of the pavilion, and down the alley which led to the Arcadia walk along the side of the quay. Before the little staircase which led up to this walk, he stopped and turned his pretty head round to the Queen, who, followed by the two lackeys, was walking slowly and quietly along. "Well, Chevalier Bayard?" asked the Queen with a smile. "What are you stopping for?" "I am only waiting for your Majesty," replied the child gravely. "Here is where my knightly service commences, for here it is that danger begins." "It is true," said the Queen, as she stopped at the foot of the steps and listened to the loud shouting which now became audible. "One would think that a storm had been sweeping over the ocean, there is such a thundering sound. But you know, my son, that the storms lie in God's hand, and that he protects those who trust in him. Think of that, my child, and do not be afraid." "Oh, I'm not afraid!" cried the boy, and he sprang up the stairs like a gazelle. The Queen quickened her steps a little, and seemed to be giving her whole attention to her son, who went before her with such a happy flow of spirits, and appeared to hear nothing of what was passing around her. And yet, behind the fence which ran along the left side of the Arcadia walk, all the way to the quay, was a dense mass of people, head behind head, and all their blazing eyes were directed at the Queen, and words of hate, malediction, and threatening followed her every step which she took forward. "See! See!" cried a woman with dishevelled hair, which streamed out from her round cap and fell down over her red, angry face. "See! That is the baker's woman, and the monkey that jumps in front of her is the apprentice boy. They can dress themselves up and be fine, for all is well with them, and they can eat cakes, while we have to go hungry. But wait, only wait! Times will be different by and by, and we shall see the baker woman as hungry as we. But when we have the bread, we will give her none. No, we will give her none." "No, indeed, we will give her none!" roared and cried and laughed and howled the mob. And they all pressed closer up to the fence, and naked arms and clenched fists were thrust through the palings, and threatened the Queen and the Dauphin, who walked in front of his mother. "Will he be able to bear it? Will my poor boy not weep with fear and anxiety?" That was the only thought of the Queen, as she walked on past the angry roars of the crowd. To the Dauphin alone all her looks were directed. Not once did she glance at the fence, behind which the populace roared like a pack of lions. All at once the breath of the Queen stopped, and her heart ceased beating with horror. She saw directly at the place where the path turned and ran away from the fence, but where, before making the turn, it ran very near the fence, the bare arm of a man extended through the paling as far as possible, and stretching in fact halfway across the path, as if it were a turnpike bar stopping the way. The eyes of the Queen, when they fell upon this dreadful, powerful arm, turned at once in deep alarm to the Dauphin. She saw him hesitate a little in his hurried course, and then go slowly forward. The queen quickened her steps in order to come up with the Dauphin before he should reach the danger which confronted him. The people outside of the fence, when they saw the maneuver of the man who was forcing his arms still farther in, stopped their shouting and lapsed into a breathless, eager silence, as sometimes is the case in a storm, between the successive bursts of wind and thunder. Everyone felt that the touch of the threatening arm and that little child might be like the contact of steel and flint, and elicit sparks which should kindle the fires of another revolution. It was this feeling which made the crowd silent. The same feeling compelled the queen to quicken her steps, so that she was close to the Dauphin before he had reached this terrible turnpike bar. "Come here, my son," cried the queen. "Give me your hand." But before she had time to grasp the hand of the little prince, he sprang forward and stood directly in front of the outstretched arm. "My God, what will he do?" whispered the queen to herself. At the same instant there resounded from behind the fence a loud, mighty bravo, and 1,000 voices took it up and cried, "Bravo! Bravo!" The Dauphin had stretched up his little white hand and laid it upon the brown, clenched fist that was stretched out toward him, and nodded pleasantly at the man who looked down so fiercely upon him. "Good day, sir," he said with a loud voice. "Good day!" And he took hold, with his little hand, of the great hand of the man, and shook it a little, as if in friendly salutation. "Little knips!" roared the man. "What do you mean? And how dare you lay your little paw in the claws of the lion?" "Sir," said the boy, smiling, "I thought you were stretching out your hand to reach me with it, and so I give you mine, and say, 'Good day, sir.'" "And if I wanted, I could crush your hand in my fist as if it were in a vice," cried the man, holding the little hand firmly. "You shall not do it!" cried hundreds and hundreds of voices in the crowd. "No, Simon, you shall not hurt the child." "Who of you could hinder me if I wanted to?" asked the man with a laugh. "See here, I hold the hand of the future King of France in my fist, and I can break it if I want to, and make it so that it can never lift the scepter of France. The little monkey thought he would take hold of my hand and make me draw it back, and now my hand has got his and holds it fast. And mark this, boy, the time is past when kings seized us and trod us down. Now we seize them and hold them fast, and do not let them go unless we will." "Sir," cried the queen, motioning back with a commanding gesture the 2 lackeys who were hurrying up to release the Dauphin from the hand of the man. "Sir, I beg you to withdraw your hand and not hinder us in our walk." "Ah, you are there too, madame, the baker's wife, are you?" cried the man with a horrid laugh. "We meet once more, and the eyes of our most beautiful queen fall again upon the dirty, pitiful face of such a poor, wretched creature as, in your heavenly eyes, the cobbler Simon is." "Are you Simon the cobbler?" asked Marie Antoinette. "It is true. I bethink me now I have spoken with you once before. It was when I carried the prince here for the first time to Notre Dame, that God would bless him, and that the people might see him. You stood then by my carriage, sir."
"Yes, it is true," answered Simon, visibly flattered. "You have at least a good memory, Queen, but you ought to have paid attention to what I said to you. I am no sir. I am a simple cobbler, and earn my poor bit of bread in the sweat of my brow, while you strut about in your glory and happiness, and cheat God out of daylight. Then I held the hand of your daughter in my fist, and she cried out for fear, merely because a poor fellow like me touched her."
"But, Mr. Simon, you see very plainly that I do not cry out," said the Dauphin with a smile. "I know that you do not want to do me any harm, and I ask you to be so good as to take away your arm, that my mamma could go on in her walk."
"But suppose I do not do as you want me to do?" asked the cobbler defiantly. "I suppose it would come that your mamma would dictate to me, and perhaps call some soldiers and order them to shoot the dreadful people?"
You know, Master Simon, that I give no such command, and never gave any such, said the queen quickly. The king and I love our people, and would never give orders to our soldiers to fire upon them.
Because you would not be sure, madame, that the soldiers would obey your commands if you should, laughed Simon. Since we got rid of the Swiss guards, there are no soldiers left who would let themselves be torn in pieces for their king and queen. And you know well that if the soldiers should fire the first shot at us, the people would tear the soldiers in pieces afterward. Yes, yes, the fine days at Versailles are past. Here in Paris you must accustom yourself to ask instead of command, and the arm of a single man of the people is enough to stop the Queen and the Dauphin of France.
You are mistaken, sir, said the Queen, whose proud heart could no longer be restrained, and allow her to take this humble stand. The Queen of France and her son will no longer be detained by you in their walk. And with a quick movement she caught the Dauphin, struck back at the same moment the fist of the cobbler, snatched the boy away like lightning, and passed by before Simon had time to put his arm back. The people, delighted with this energetic and courageous action of the Queen, the people, who would have howled with rage if the Queen had ordered her lackeys to push the cobbler back, now roared with admiration and with pleasure, to see the proud-hearted woman have the boldness to repel the assailant, and to free herself from him. They applauded, they laughed, they shouted from thousands upon thousands of throats, "Long live the Queen! Long live the Dauphin!" And the cry passed along like wildfire through the whole mass of spectators behind the fence, and all eyes followed the tall and proud figure of the Queen as she walked away. Only the eyes of Simon pursued her with malicious glare, and his clenched fist threatened her behind her back. "She shall pay for this," he muttered with a withering curse. "She has struck back my hand today, but the day will come when she will feel it upon her neck, and when I squeeze the hand of the little rascal so that he shall cry out with pain. I believe now, what Marat has so often told me, that the time for vengeance is come, and that we must bring the crown down and tread it under our feet, that the people may rule. I will have my share in it. I will help bring it down and tread it under foot. I hate the handsome Austrian woman who perks up her nose and thinks herself better than my wife. And if the golden time has come of which Marat speaks, when the people are the master and the king is the servant, Marie Antoinette shall be my waiting maid, and her son shall be my chore boy, and his buckle shall make acquaintance with my shoe straps." And while Master Simon was muttering this to himself, he was making a way through the crowd with those great elbows of his, a slipping along the fence to be able to follow as long as possible the tall figure of the Queen, who was now leading the Dauphin by the hand, traversing the Arcadian walk. At the end of it was the fence which led into the little garden reserved for the royal family. Through the iron gate, hard by, adorned with the arms of the kings of France, Marie Antoinette entered an asylum which had been saved to the crown, free from the intrusion of the people, and she drew a free breath when one of the lackeys closed the gate, and she heard the key grate in the lock. She stood still a moment to regain her composure, and then she felt that her feet were trembling, and that she scarcely had the power to go further. It would have been a relief to her to have fallen there upon her knees, and poured all her sorrows and trials into the ear of God. But there were the lackeys behind her. There was her little son looking up to her with his great eyes, and there was that dreadful cry coming up from the quay like the roaring of the sea. The Queen could not utter a word of grief or sorrow. She could not sink to the ground in her weakness. She had to show a cheerful face to her son, and a proud brow to her servants. God only could look into her heart and see the tears which glowed there like burning coals. Yet in all her sadness she had a feeling of triumph, of proud satisfaction. She had preserved her freedom, her independence. She was not Lafayette's prisoner. No, the Queen of France had not put herself under the protection of the people's general. She had not given him the power of watching her with his hated National Guard, and of saying to them, "At this or that hour the Queen takes her walks,"
and, that she may recreate herself, we will protect her against the rage of the people. No, she had defended herself. She had remained the queen all the while, the free queen, and she had gained a victory over the people by showing them that she did not fear them. "Mamma!" cried the Dauphin, interrupting her in her painful and proud thought. "Mamma, there comes the king! There comes my papa! Oh, he will be glad to hear that I was so courageous!" The queen quickly stooped down and kissed him. "Yes, truly, my little Bayard, yon have done honour to your great exemplar, and you have really been a little chevalier sans peur et sans reproche. But, my child, true bravery does not glory in its great deeds, and does not desire others to admire them, but keeps silent and leaves it to others to talk about them." "Mamma, I will be silent too," cried the boy with glowing eyes. "Oh, you shall see that I can be silent and not talk at all about myself." The king, meanwhile, followed by some gentlemen and servants, was coming forward with unaccustomed haste, and, in his eagerness to reach his wife, he had not noticed the beds, but was treading underfoot the last fading flowers of autumn. "Here you are at last, Marie," said he, when he was near enough to speak. "I wanted to go meet you, to conduct you hither out of the park. You were gone very long, and I worried about you." "Why worry, sire?" asked the queen. "What danger could threaten me in our garden?" "Do not seek to hide anything from me, Marie," said Louis with a sigh. "I know everything. The hate of the people denies us any longer the enjoyment of the open air. Lafayette and Bailly were with me after they were dismissed by you. They told me that you had given no favour to their united request, and that you would not grant to General Lafayette the right to protect you while you are taking your walks." "I hope your Majesty is satisfied with me," answered Marie Antoinette. "You feel, like me, that it is a new humiliation for us if we are to allow our very enjoyment of nature to be under the control of the people's general, and if even the air is no longer to be free air for us." "I have only thought that in such unguarded walks you would be threatened with danger," answered the king, perplexed. "Lafayette has painted to me in such dark and dreadful colours, and I have so painfully had to confess that he speaks the truth, that I could only think of your safety, and take no other point of view than to see you sheltered from the attacks of your enemies, and from the rage of those factions. I have therefore approved Lafayette's proposal, and allowed him to protect your Majesty on your walks." "But you have not fixed definite hours for my walks. You have not done that, sire, have you?" "I have indeed done that," answered the king gently. "I am familiar with your habits, and know that in autumn and winter you usually take your walks between 12 and 2, and in summer afternoons between 5 and 7. I have therefore named these hours to General Lafayette." The queen heaved a deep sigh. "Sire," she said softly, "you yourself are binding tighter and tighter the chains of our imprisonment. Today you limit our freedom to 2 poor hours, and that will be a precedent for others to continue what you have begun. We shall after this walk for 2 hours daily under the protection of Monsieur de Lafayette, but there will come a time when this protection will not suffice, and no security will be great enough for us. For the royal authority which shows itself weak and dependent, and which does not draw power from itself, the royalty which suffers its crown to be borne up for it by the hands of others, confesses thereby that it is too weak to bear the burden itself. Oh, sire, I would rather you had let me break away from the rage of the people, while I might be walking unguarded, than be permitted to take my daily walks under the protection of Monsieur de Lafayette." "You see everything in too dark and sad a light," cried the king. "Everything will come out right if we are only wise and carefully conform to circumstances, and by well-timed concessions and omissions propitiate this hate and bring this enmity to silence." The queen did not reply. She stooped down to the Dauphin, and pressing a kiss upon his locks, whispered, "Now yon may tell everything, Louis. It is no longer necessary to keep silent about anything. for silence were useless. So tell of your heroism, my son."
"Is it of heroism that you talk?"
said the king, whose nice ear had caught the words of the queen. "Yes, of heroism, sire," answered Marie Antoinette. "But it is with us, as with Don Quixote. We believed that we were fighting for our honor and our throne. Now we must confess that we only fought against windmills. I beg you now, sire, to inform General Lafayette that it is not necessary to call out his National Guards on my account. I shall not walk again." And the queen kept her word. Never again during the winter did she go down into the gardens and park of the Tuileries. She never gave Lafayette occasion to protect her, but she at least gained thereby what Lafayette wanted to reach by his National Guard. She held the populace away from the Tuileries. At first they stood in dense masses day after day along the fence of the park and the royal garden. But when they saw that Marie Antoinette would no more expose herself to their curious and evil glances, they grew tired of waiting for her, and withdrew from the neighborhood of the Tuileries, but only to repair to their clubs and listen to the raving speeches which Marat, Santerre, and other officers hurled like poisoned arrows at the queen, only to go into the National Assembly and hear Mirabeau and Robespierre, Dante, Chenier, Pétion, and all the rest, the assembled representatives of the nation, launch their thundering philippics against a royalty appointed by the grace of God, and causing the people to believe that it was a royalty appointed by the wrath of God. End of Chapter 15, Part 2. Recording by Maggie Travers in Columbia, Tennessee. Chapter 16 of Marie Antoinette and Her Son by Luise Mühlbach. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maggie Travers in Columbia, Tennessee. Chapter 16 In St. Cloud. The winter was past, a sad, dismal winter for the royal family, and for Marie Antoinette in particular. None of those festivities, those diversions, those simple and innocent joys which are wont to adorn the life of a woman and of a queen. Marie Antoinette is no more a queen who commands, who sees around her a throng of respectful courtiers, zealously listening to every word that falls from her lips. Marie Antoinette is a grave, solitary woman, who works much, thinks much, makes many plans for saving the kingdom and the throne, and sees all these plans shipwrecks on the indecision and weakness of her husband. Far away from the queen lay those happy times when every day brought new joys and new diversions, when the dawn of a summer morning made the queen happy, because it promised her a delightful evening, and one of those charming idylls at Toulan. The brothers of the king, the schoolmaster and mayor of Toulan, had left France and had located themselves at Coblentz on the Rhine. The Polignacs had fled to England. The Princess Lamballe, too, had, at the wish of the queen, gone to negotiate with Pitt, in order to implore the all-powerful minister of George III to give to the oppressed French crown more material and effectual support than was afforded by the angry and bitter words which he hurled in Parliament against the riotous and rebellious French nation. The Counts de Benzeval and Coigny, the Marquis de Luzon, and the Baron de Adhemar, all the privileged friends of the summer days at Toulan and the winter days at Versailles, all were gone. They had fled to Coblentz, and were at the court of the French princes. There they spun their intrigues, sought to excite a European war against France. From there they hurled their flaming torches into France, their calumnies against Queen Marie Antoinette, the Austrian woman. She alone was accountable for all the misfortunes and the disturbances of France. She alone had given occasion for the distrust now felt against royalty. On her fell the curse and the burden of all the faults and sins which the French court had for 100 years committed. There must be a sacrificial lamb, to be thrown into the arms glistening with spears and daggers, of a revolution which thirsted for blood and vengeance, and Marie Antoinette had to be the victim. In her bleeding heart the spirits glowing with hate might cool themselves, and there the evil which her predecessors had done was to be atoned for. Many a wrong had been done, and the French nation had, no doubt, a right to be angry and to rage as does the lion for a long time kept in subjection, when at last, touched too much by the iron of its keeper, it rises in its wildness, and with withering greed tears him in pieces, from whom it has suffered so long and so much. The French people rose just as the incensed lion does, and determined to wreak their vengeance on their keepers, on those whom they had so long called their lords and rulers. To pacify the lion, some prey must be thrown to him, and to him who thirsts for vengeance and blood, a human offering must be brought to propitiate him. Marie Antoinette had to be the offering to the lion. Her blood had to flow for the sins of the Bourbons. On her all the anger, the exasperation, the rage of the people must concentrate. She must bear the blame of all the miseries and the needs of France. She must satisfy the hunger for vengeance, in order that when the lion is appeased it can be made placable and patient again. The chains put on which he has broken in his rage. The chains, however, to which, when his rage is past, he must again submit. The Queen. The Queen is to blame for all. Marie Antoinette has brought royalty into discredit. The Austrian woman has brought the hatred of the French nation upon herself, and she must atone for it, she alone. Libels and calumnies are forged against the Queen by those who were once the friends and cavaliers of the Queen. Cavaliers no longer, but cavillers now. The poisoned arrows are sent to France to be directed against the head of the Queen, to destroy first her honor and good name, and then to make her prey for scorn and contempt. If the lion stills his rage and cools his hate with Marie Antoinette as his victim, he will relax again, and bow to his king, for it is time for these royal princes to return to France and their loved Paris once more. The Count de Provence is the implacable enemy of the Queen. He can never forgive her for gaining the heart of the king her husband, and leaving no influence for his wise, clever brother. The Count de Provence is avaricious and crafty. He sees that an abyss has opened before the throne of the lilies, and that it will not close again. It must therefore be filled up. A reconciliation will not be possible in a natural way, and artificial methods must be found to accomplish it. Louis XV will not be saved, and Marie Antoinette shall not be. The two, perhaps, can fill up the abyss that yawns between the throne of the lilies and the French people. They, perhaps, may fill it up, and then a way may be made for the Count de Provence, the successor of his brother. The Count d'Artois was once the friend of the Queen, the only one of the royal family who wished her well, and who defended her sometimes against the hatred of the royal aunts and sisters-in-law and the crafty brother. But while living in Coblentz, the Count d'Artois had become the embittered enemy of Marie Antoinette. He had heard it so often said on all sides that the Queen, by her levity, her extravagance, and her intrigues, was the cause of all, that she alone had brought about the revolution, that he at last believed it, and turned angrily against the royal woman, whose worst offense in the eyes of the prince lay in this, that she had been the occasion of his enforced exile to Coblentz. And Marie Antoinette knew all these intrigues which were forged by the prince in Coblentz against herself, knew about all the calumnies that were set in circulation there. She read the libels and pamphlets which the storm wind of revolution shook from the dry tree of monarchy like withered autumn leaves, and scattered through all France, that they might be everywhere found and read. "They will kill me," she would often say with a sigh, after reading these pamphlets steeped with hate and written in blood. "Yes, they will kill me, but with me they will kill the king and the monarchy too. The revolution will triumph over us all, and hurl us all down together into the grave." But still she would make efforts to control the revolution and restore the monarchy again out of its humiliations. The Emperor Joseph II, brother of the Queen, once said of himself, "I am a royalist, because that is my business." Marie Antoinette was a royalist, not because it was her business. She was a royalist by conviction, a royalist in her soul, her mind, and her inmost nature. For this she would defend the monarchy. For this she would contend against the revolution until she should either constrain it to terms or be swallowed up in it. All her efforts, all her cares were directed only to this, to kindle in the king the same courage that animated her, to stir him with the same fire that burned in her soul. But alas! Louis XV was no doubt a good man and a kind father, but he was no king. He had no doubt the wish to restore the monarchy, but he lacked the requisite energy and strong will. Instead of controlling the revolution with a fiery spirit, he sought to consolate it by concession and mild measures. Instead of checking it, he himself went down before it. But Marie Antoinette could not and would not give up hope. As the king would not act, she would act for him. As he would not take part in politics, she would do so for him. With glowing zeal she plunged into business, spent many hours each day with the ministers and dependents of the court, corresponded with foreign lands, with her brother the Emperor Leopold, and with her sister, Queen Caroline of Naples, wrote to them in a cipher intelligible only to them, and sent the letters through the hands of secret agents, imploring of them assistance and help for the monarchy. In earnest labor, in unrelieved care and business, the Queen's days now passed. She sang, she laughed no more. Dress had no longer charms for her. She had no more conferences with Mademoiselle Bertin, her milliner. Her hairdresser, Monsieur Léonard, had no more calls upon his genius for new coiffures for her fair hair. A simple, dark dress, that was the toilette of the Queen. A lace handkerchief round the neck, and a feather was her only headdress. Once she had rejoiced in her beauty, and smiled at the flatteries which her mirror told her when it reflected her face. Now she looked with indifference at her pale, worn face, with its sharp grave features, and it awoke no wonder within her when the mirror told her that the Queen of France, in spite of her 36 years, was old, that the roses on her cheeks had withered, and that care had drawn upon her brow those lines which age could not yet have done. She did not grieve over her lost beauty. She looked with complacency at the matron of 36 years, whose beautiful hair showed the traces of that dreadful night in October. She had her picture painted, in order to send it to London to the truest of her friends, the Princess Lamballe, and with her own hand she wrote beneath it the words, "Your sorrows have whitened your hair." And yet, in this life full of cares, full of work, full of pain and humiliation, in these sad days of trouble and resignation, there were single gleams of sunshine, scattered moments of happiness. It was a ray of sunshine when this sad winter in the Tuileries was past, and the States General allowed the royal family to go to St. Cloud and spend the summer there. Certainly, it was a new humiliation for the king to receive permission to reside in his own summer palace of St. Cloud. But the States General called themselves the pillars of the throne, and the king who sat upon this shaking throne was very dependent upon its support. In St. Cloud there were at least a little freedom, a little solitude and stillness. The birds sang in the foliage, the sun lighted up the broad halls of the palace, in which a few faithful ones gathered around the Queen, and recalled at least a touch of the past happiness to her brow. In St. Cloud she was again the queen. She held her court there. But how different was this from the court of former days! No merry laughter, no cheerful singing resounded through these spacious halls. No pleasant ladies in light, airy, summer costume swept through the fragrant apartments. Monsieur de Adhémar no longer sits at the spinet, and sings with his rich voice the beautiful arias from the opera Richard of the Lionheart, in which royalty had its apotheosis, and in which the singer Garat had excited all Paris to the wildest demonstrations of delight. And not all Paris, but Versailles as well, and in Versailles the royal court. Louis XV himself had been in rapture at the aria which Garat sang with his flexible tenor voice in so enchanting a manner. O Richard, O mon roi! An aria which had once procured him a triumph in the very theatre. For when Garat began this air with his full voice, and every countenance was directed to the box where the royal family were sitting, the whole theatre rose, and the hundreds upon hundreds present had joined in the loud jubilant strains, O Richard, O mon roi! Louis XV was grateful to the spirited singer, who, in that stormy time, had the courage to publicly offer him homage, and he had therefore acceded to the request of the Queen, that Garat should be invited to the private concerts of the Queen of Versailles, and give her instruction on those occasions in the art of singing. Marie Antoinette thought of those pleasant days of the past, as she sat in the still, deserted music-room, where the instruments stood silent by the wall, where there were no hands to entice the cheerful melodies from the strings, as there had once been. "I wish that I had never sung duets with Garat," whispered the Queen to herself. "The King allowed me, but yet I ought not to have done it. A queen has no right to be free, merry, and happy. A queen can practice the fine arts only alone, and in the silence of her own apartments. I would that I had never sung with Garat." She sat down before the spinet and opened it. Her fingers glided softly over the keys, and for the first time, in long months of silence, the room resounded with the tones of music. But alas! It was no cheerful music which the fingers of the Queen drew from the keys. It was only the notes of pain, only cries of grief, and yet they recalled the happy bygone times, those golden, blessed days when the Queen of France was the friend of the arts, and when she received her early teacher, the great Maestro and Chevalier Gluck in Versailles, when she took sides for him against the Italian Maestro Lulli, and when all Paris divided into two parties, the Gluckists and the Lulliists, waging a bloodless war against each other. Happy Paris! At that time the interest of art alone busied all spirits, and the battle of opinions was conducted only with the pen. Gluck owed it to the mighty influence of the Queen that his opera, Alcestis, was brought upon the stage. But at its first representation the Lulliists gained the victory and condemned it. In despair, Gluck left the opera-house, driven by hisses into the darkest street. A friend followed him and detained him as he was hurrying away, and spoke in the gentlest tones. But Gluck interrupted him with wild violence. "Oh, my friend!" cried he, falling on the neck of him who was expressing his kindly sympathy. "Alcestis has fallen!" But his friend pressed his hand and said, "Fallen? Yes, Alcestis has fallen. It has fallen from heaven." The Queen thought of this as she sat before the spinet, thought how moved Gluck was when he related this answer of his friend, and that he, who had been so kind, was the Duc de Adhémar. She had thanked him for this gracious word by giving him her hand to kiss, and Adhémar, kneeling, had pressed his lips to her hand. And that was the same Baron Adhémar who was now at Coblentz, assisting the prince to forge libels against herself, and who was himself the author of that shameless lampoon which ridiculed the musical studies of the Queen, and even the duet which she had sung with Garat. Softly gliding her fingers over the keys, softly flowed over her pale sunken cheeks 2 great tears, tears which she shed as she thought of the past, tears full of bitterness and pain. But no, no, she would not weep. She shook the tears from her eyes and struck the keys with a more vigorous touch. Away, away those recollections of ingratitude and faithlessness. Art shall engage her thoughts in the music room, and to Gluck and Alcestes the hour belongs. The queen struck the keys more firmly, and began to play the noble Love's Complaint of Gluck's opera. Unconsciously her lips opened, and with loud voice and intense passionate expression she sang the words, "O crudel, non pense envers, tu le suis, senza dette." At the first notes of this fine voice the door in the rear of the room had lightly opened, the one leading to the garden, and the curly head of the Dauphin was thrust in. Behind him were Madame de Tourzel and Madame Elisabeth, who, like the prince, were listening in breathless silence to the singing of the queen. As she ended, and when the voice of Marie Antoinette was choked in a sigh, the Dauphin flew in, extended arms across the hall to his mother. "Mamma Queen!" cried he, beaming with joy. "Are you singing again? I thought my dear mamma had forgotten how to sing, but she has begun to sing again, and we are all happy once more." Marie Antoinette folded the little fellow in her arms, and did not contradict him, and nodded smilingly to the 2 ladies, who now approached and begged the queen's pardon for yielding to the pressing desires of the Dauphin and entering without permission. "Oh, mamma, dear mamma Queen!" said the prince in the most caressing way. "I have been very industrious today. The abbé was satisfied with me and praised me because I wrote well and learned my arithmetic well. Won't you give me a reward for that, mamma Queen?" "What sort of reward do you want, my child?" asked the queen, smiling. "Say first that you will give it." "Well, yes, I will give it, my little Louis. Now tell me what it is." "Mamma Queen, I want you to sing your little Louis a song. And," he added, nodding at the 2 ladies, "that you allowed these friends of mine to hear it." "Well, my child, I will sing for you," answered Marie Antoinette, "and our good friend shall hear it." The countenance of the boy beamed with pleasure. With alacrity he rolled an easy chair up to the piano and took his seat in it in the most dignified manner. Madame Elisabeth seated herself near him on a tabouret, and Madame de Tourzel leaned on the back of the Dauphin's chair. "Now sing, mamma, now sing," asked the Dauphin. Marie Antoinette played a prelude, and as her eyes fell upon the group they lighted up with joy, and then turned upward to God with a look of thankfulness. A few minutes before she had felt alone and sad. She had thought of absent friends in bitter pain. And now, as if fate would remind her of the happiness which still remained to her, it sent her the son and the sister-in-law, both of whom loved her so tenderly, and the gentle and affectionate Madame de Tourzel, whom Marie Antoinette knew to be faithful and constant unto death. The flatterers and courtiers, the court ladies and cavaliers, are no longer in the music-room. The enraptured praises are no longer accompanying the songs of the queen. But out of the easy-chair, in which the Duchess de Polignac had sat so often, now looks the beautiful blonde face of her son, and his beaming countenance speaks more eloquently to her than the flatteries of friends. On the tabouret now occupied by her sister-in-law, Madame Elisabeth, de Dillon has often sat. The handsome Dillon, with his glowing admiring looks, have often, perhaps, in spite of his own will, said more to the queen than she allowed herself to understand. And as her heart thrilled in sweet pain and secret raptures under those glances, how pure and innocent is the face which now looks out from this chair, the face of an angel who bears God in his heart and on his countenance. Pray for me,
Pray that God may let me drink of Lethe, that I may forget all that has ever been. Pray that I may be satisfied with what remains, and that my heart may now in humility and patience. Thus thought the queen as she began to sing, not one of her great arias which she had studied with Garat, and which the court used to applaud, but one of those lovely little songs, full of feeling and melody, which did not carry one away in admiration, but which filled the heart with joy and deep emotion. With suspended breath and great eyes directed fixedly to Marie Antoinette, the Dauphin listened, but gradually his eyes fell, and motionless and with grave face the child sat in his armchair. Marie Antoinette saw it and began to sing one of those cradle songs of the children's friend, which Berquin had written, and Grétry had set to music so charmingly. How still was it in the music-room! How full and touching was the voice of the queen as she began the last verse. "O sleep, my child, now so to sleep. The crying grieves my heart. Thy mother, child, has cause to weep, but sleep and feel no smart." All was still in the music-room when the last words were sung. Motionless, with downcast eyes, sat the Dauphin long after the sad voice of the queen had ceased. "Ah, see!" cried Madame Elisabeth with a smile. "I believe now our Louis has fallen asleep." But the child quickly raised his head and looked at the smiling young princess with a reproachful glance. "Ah, my dear aunt," cried he reprovingly, "how could any one sleep when mamma sings?" Marie Antoinette drew the child within her arms, and her countenance beamed with delight. Never had the queen received so grateful a compliment from the most flattering courtier as these words of her fair-haired boy conveyed, who threw his arms around her neck and nestled up to her. The Queen of France is still a rich, enviable woman, for she has children who love her. The Queen of France ought not to look without courage into the future, for the future belongs to her son. The throne which now is so tottering and insecure shall one day belong to him, the darling of her heart, and therefore must his mother struggle with all her power and with all the means at her command, contend for the throne for the Dauphin of France, that he may receive the inheritance of his father intact, and that his throne may not in the future plunge down into the abyss which the Revolution has opened. No, the Dauphin, Louis Charles, shall not then think reproachfully of his parents. He shall not have cause to complain that through want of spirit and energy they have imperiled or lost the sacred heritage of his fathers. No, Queen Marie Antoinette may not halt and lose courage, not even when her husband has done so, and when he is prepared to humbly bow his sacred head beneath that yoke of revolution which the heroes and orators selected by the nation have wished to put upon his neck in the name of France. This makes her a double duty: to be active, to plan and work, to keep her head erect, and look with searching eye in all directions to see whence help and deliverance are to come. Not from without can they come, not from foreign monarchs, nor from the exiled princes. Foreign armies which might march into the country would place the king, who had summoned them to fight with his own people, in the light of a traitor. And the moment that they should pass the frontiers of France, the wrath of the nation would annihilate the royal couple. Only from those who had called down the danger could help come. The chiefs of the Revolution, the men who had raised their threatening voices against the royal couple, must be won over to become the advocates of royalty. And who was more powerful, who was more conspicuous among all these chiefs of the revolutions and all the orators of the National Assembly than Count Mirabeau? When he ascended the speaker's tribune of the National Assembly, all were silent, and even his opponents listened with respectful attention to his words, which found an echo through all France when he spoke, when from his lips the thunder of his speeches resounded,
The lightning flashed in his eyes, and his head was like the head of a lion, who, with the shaking of his mane and the power of his anger, destroyed everything which dared to put itself in his way. And the French nation loved this lion, and listened in reverential silence to the thunder of his speech, and the throne shook before him. And the excitable populace shouted with admiration whenever they saw the lion, and deified that Count Mirabeau, who, with his powerful lace-cuffed hand, had thrust these words into the face of his own caste: "They have done nothing more than to give themselves the trouble to be born." The people loved this aristocrat, who was abhorred by his family and the men of his own rank, this count whom the nobility hated because the Third Estate loved him. End of chapter 16. Recording by Maggie Travers, Columbia, Tennessee.
Chapter 17 of Marie Antoinette and Her Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lucy Liu, Marie Antoinette and Her Son, by Luise Mühlbach. Chapter 7. Mirabeau. Count Mirabeau must be won over, Count de la Marck ventured to say one day to Marie Antoinette. Count Mirabeau is now the mightiest man in France, and he alone is able to bring the nation back again to the throne. It is he, replied the queen with a glow, who is most to blame for alienating the nation from the throne. Never will the renegade count be forgiven. Never can the king stoop so low as to pardon this apostate who frivolously professes the new religion of liberty and disowns the faith of his fathers. Your Majesty, replied Count de la Marck with a sigh, it may be that in the hand of this renegade lies the future of your son. The queen trembled, and the proud expression on her features was softened. The future of my son? Said she. What do you mean by that? What has Count Mirabeau to do with the Dauphin? His wrath follows us only. His hatred rests upon us alone. I grant that at present he is powerful, but over the future he has no sway. I hope, on the contrary, that the future will avenge the evil that Mirabeau does to us in the present. But how does it help, madam, if vengeance hurries him on? Asked Count de la Marck sadly. The temple which Samson pulled down was not built again, that Samson might be taken from its ruins. It remained in its dust and fragments, and its glory was gone forever. Oh, I beseech your Majesty, do not listen to the voice of your righteous indignation, but only to the voice of prudence. Master your noble royal heart, and seek to reconcile your adversaries, not to punish them. What do you desire of me? Asked Marie Antoinette in amazement. What shall I do? Your Majesty must chain the lion, whispered the Count. Your Majesty must have the grace to change Mirabeau the enemy into Mirabeau the devoted ally and friend. Impossible! It is impossible! Cried the Queen in horror. I cannot assent to this. I never can view with friendly looks this monster who is accountable for the horrors of those October days. I can only speak of this man who has created his reputation out of his crimes, who is a faithless son, a faithless husband, a faithless lover, a faithless aristocrat, and a faithless royalist. I can only speak of him in words of loathing, scorn, and horror. No, rather die than accept assistance from Count Mirabeau. Do you not know, Count, that he honors me, his queen, with his enmity and his contempt? Is it not Mirabeau who caused the States General to accept the words, "The person of the king is inviolable," and to reject the words, "in that of the queen"? Was it not Mirabeau who once, when my friends exhorted him to moderation and besought him to soften his words about the Queen of France, had the grace to answer with a shrug, "Well, she may keep her life"? Was it not Mirabeau who is to blame for the October days? Was it not Mirabeau who publicly said, "The king and the queen are lost. The people hate them so that they would even destroy their corpses"? Your Majesty, Mirabeau said that not as a threat, but out of pity and deep concern and sympathy. Sympathy, repeated the Queen. Mirabeau who hates us. No, Your Majesty, Mirabeau who honors his Queen, who is ready to give his life for you and for the monarchy, if Your Majesty will forgive him and receive him as a defender of the throne. The Queen shuddered and looked in astonishment and terror at the excited face of Count de la Mark. Are you speaking of Mirabeau, the tribune of the people? She asked. The fiery orator of the National Assembly? I am speaking of Count Mirabeau, who yesterday was the enemy of the throne, and who today will be a zealous defender. If Your Majesty will only have it so, if Your Majesty will only speak a gracious word to him. It is impossible, whispered the Queen. De la Mark continued, Since he has frequently seen Your Majesty, since he has had occasion to observe your proud spirit and lofty resignation, a change has taken place in the character of Mirabeau. He is subdued as a lion is subdued. When the beaming eye of a pure soul looks it in the face, he might be of service again, he might be reconciled. He writes, he speaks of his exalted Queen with admiration, with enthusiasm. He glows with a longing desire to confess his sins at the feet of Your Majesty and to receive your forgiveness. Does the king know this? Asked Marie Antoinette. Has anyone told His Majesty? I should not have taken the liberty of speaking to Your Majesty about these things if the king had not authorized me, replied Count de la Mark, bowing. His Majesty recognizes it to be a necessary duty to gain Mirabeau to the throne, and he hopes to have in this matter the cooperation of his exalted wife. Marie Antoinette sadly shook her head. I will speak with His Majesty about it, she said, with a sigh. But only under circumstances of extreme urgency can I submit to this, I tell you in advance. But the case was of extreme urgency, and when Marie Antoinette had seen it to be so, she kept her word and conformed to it, and commissioned Count de la Mark to tell his friend Mirabeau that the Queen would grant him an audience. But in order that this audience might be of advantage, it must be conducted with the deepest secrecy. No one ought to suspect that Mirabeau, the tribune of the people, the adored hero of the Revolution, Mirabeau, who ruled the National Assembly in Paris itself, whom the freest of the free hailed as their apostle and savior, who with the power of his eloquence ruled the spirits of thousands and hundreds of thousands of men. No one could suspect that the leader of the Revolution would now become the devoted dependent upon the monarchy and the paid servant of the king. 2 conditions Mirabeau had named when Count de la Mark had tried to gain him over in the name of the king: an audience of the Queen and the payment of his debts, together with a monthly pension of 100 louis d'or. I am paid, but not bought, said Mirabeau as he received his first payment. Only one of my conditions is fulfilled, but what will become of the other? And so you still insist on having an audience with the Queen? Asked Lamarck. Yes, I insist upon it, said Mirabeau with flaming eyes. If I am to battle and speak for this monarchy, I must learn to respect it. If I am to believe in the possibility of restoring it, I must believe in its capacity of life. I must see that I have to deal with a brave, decided, noble man. The true and real king here is Marie Antoinette, and there is only one man in the whole surroundings of Louis XVI, and that is his wife. I must speak with her, in order to hear and to see whether she is worth the risking of my life, honor, and popularity. If she really is the heroine that I hold her to be, we will both united save the monarchy and the throne of Louis XVI, whose king is Marie Antoinette. The moment is soon to come when we shall learn what a woman and a child can accomplish, and whether the daughter of Maria Theresa, with the Dauphin in her arms, cannot stir the hearts of the French as her great mother once stirred the Hungarians. Do you then believe the danger is so great, asked Lamarck, that it is necessary to resort to extreme, heroic measures? Mirabeau grasped his arm with a sudden movement, and an expression of solemn earnestness filled his lion-like face. I am convinced of it, he answered, and I will add The danger is so great that if we do not soon meet it in an heroic fashion, it will not be possible to control it. There is no other security for the Queen than through the re-establishment of the royal authority. I believe of her that she does not desire life without her crown, and I am certain that, in order to keep her life, she must before all things preserve her crown, and I will help her and stand by her in it, and for this end I must myself speak with her and have an audience." And Mirabeau, the first man in the Revolution, had his audience with Marie Antoinette, the dying champion of monarchy. On the 3rd of July, 1790, the meeting of the Queen and Mirabeau took place in the park of St. Cloud. Secrecy and silence surrounded them, and extreme care had been taken to let no one suspect, excepting a few intimate friends, what was taking place on the sequestered, leaf-embowered grass plat of St. Cloud. A bench of white marble, surrounded by high oleander and taxus trees, stood at the side of this grass plat. It was the throne on which Marie Antoinette should receive the homage of her new knight. Mirabeau had on the day before gone from Paris to the estate of his niece, the Marchioness of Aragon. There he spent the night, and the next morning, accompanied by his nephew, M. de Sion, he walked to the park of St. Cloud. At another gate of the park, which had been left open for the secret visit, Mirabeau took leave of his companion, and extended him his hand. "I do not know," he said, and his voice, which so often had made the windows of the assembly hall shake with its thunder, was now weak and tremulous. "I do not know why this dreadful presentiment creeps over me all at once, and why voices whisper to me, 'Turn back, Mirabeau, turn back! Do not step over the threshold of this door, for there you are stepping into your open grave.'" "Follow this voice, uncle. There is still time," implored M. de Sion. "It is with me as it is with you. I, too, have a sad, anxious feeling." "May they not have laid snares for me here?" whispered Mirabeau thoughtfully. "These artful Bourbons. Who knows whether they have not invited me here to take me prisoner, and to cast me, whom they hold to be their most dangerous enemy, into one of their oubliettes, their subterranean dungeons. My friend," he continued hastily, "wait for me here, and if in 2 or 3 hours I do not return, hasten to Paris, go to the National Assembly, and announce to them that Mirabeau, moved by the Queen's cry of distress, has gone to St. Cloud, and is there held a prisoner." "I would do it, uncle," said the Marquis, "but I do not believe in such treachery on the part of the Queen or her husband. They both know that without Mirabeau they are certainly lost, and that he, perhaps, is able to save them. I fear something entirely different." "And what do you fear?" "I fear your enemies in the National Assembly," said M. de Sion, with a pained expression. "I fear these enraged Republicans, who have begun to mistrust you since you have begun to speak in favor of royalty and monarchy, and since you have even ventured to defend the Queen personally against the savage and mean attacks which Marat hurls against Marie Antoinette in his journal, the Ami du Peuple." "It is true," said Mirabeau with a smile. "They have mistrusted me, these enraged Republicans, since then, and they tell me that Pétion, this Republican of steel and iron, turned to Danton at the close of my speech, and said, 'This Mirabeau is dangerous to liberty, for there is too much of the blood of the Count flowing through the veins of the tribune of the people.' Danton answered him with a smile, 'In that case we must draw off the Count's blood from the tribune of the people, that he may either be cured of his reactionary disease, or die of it.' And when they told Marat, uncle, that you had spoken angrily and deprecatingly of his attacks upon the Queen, he raised his fist threateningly, and cried, 'Mirabeau is a traitor, who wants to sell our new young liberty to the monarchy. But he will meet the fate of Judas, who sold the Saviour. He will one day atone for it with his head, for if we tap him for his treachery, we shall do for him what Judas did for himself. This Mirabeau Judas must take care of himself.'" "And do you suppose that this disputatious little load of a Marat will hang me?" asked Mirabeau, with a scornful smile. "I think that you must watch him," answered M. de Sion. "Last evening, in the neighborhood of our villa, we met 2 disguised men, who, I would swear, were Perrin and Marat, and on our way here, as I looked around, I feel certain that I saw these same disguised figures following us." "What if it be?" answered Mirabeau, raising himself up, and looking around him with a proud glance. "The lion does not fear the annoying insect that buzzes around him. He shakes it off with his mane or destroys it with a single stroke of his paw. And Mirabeau fears just as little such insects as Pétion and Marat. They would much better keep out of his way. I will tread them underfoot, that is all. And now, farewell, my dear nephew, farewell, and wait for me here." He nodded familiarly to his nephew, passed over the threshold, and entered the park, from whose entrance the popular indignation had long since removed the obnoxious words, "The Par la Reine," the garden belonging now to the king only because the nation willed it so. Mirabeau hastened with an anxious mind and a light step along the walk, and again it seemed to him as if dark spirits were whispering to him, "Turn back, Mirabeau, turn back, for with every step forward you are only going deeper into your grave." He stopped, and with his handkerchief wiped away the drops of cold sweat which gathered upon his forehead. "It is folly," he said, "perfect folly. Truly I am as tremulous as a girl going to her first rendezvous. Shame on you, Mirabeau, be a man." He shook his head, as if he wanted to dispel these evil forebodings, and hastened forward to meet Count de la Mark, who appeared at the bending of the alley. "The Queen is already here, and is waiting for you, Mirabeau," said the Marquis, with a slight reproach in his voice. Mirabeau shrugged his shoulders instead of replying, and went on more rapidly. There soon opened in front of them a small grass plat, surrounded by bushes, and on the bench opposite, the lady in the white neat dress, with a straw hat on her arm, her hair veiled with black lace. That lady was Marie Antoinette. Mirabeau stopped in his walk, and fixed a long searching look upon her. When he turned again to his friend, his face was pale, and bore plain traces of emotion. "My friend," whispered he to Lamarck, "I know not why, but I have a strange feeling. I have not wept since the day on which my father drove me with curse from the house of my ancestors, but, seeing yonder woman, I could weep, and an unspeakable sympathy fills my soul." The Queen had seen him too, and had grown pale, and turned tremblingly to the King, who stood beside her, half concealed by the foliage. "There is the dreadful man," said Marie Antoinette, with a shudder. "My God! A thrill of horror creeps through all my veins, and if I only look at this monster, I have a feeling as though I should sicken with loathing." "Courage, my dear Marie, courage," whispered the King. "Remember that the welfare of our future, and of our children perhaps, depends upon this interview. See, he is approaching. Receive him kindly, Marie. I will draw back, for you alone shall have the honor of this day, and monarchy has in you its fairest representative." "But remain so near me, sire, that you can hear me if I call for help," whispered Marie Antoinette. The King smiled. "Fear nothing, Marie," he said, "and believe that danger for Mirabeau is greater than for you. The name of criminal will be fastened not to us, but to Mirabeau, if it shall be known that he has come to visit us here. I will withdraw, for there is Mirabeau." And the King withdrew into the thicket, while Mirabeau stopped near the Queen, and saluted her with a profound bow. Marie Antoinette rose from her marble seat. At this moment she was not the Queen giving an audience, but the anxious lady, advancing to meet danger, and desirous to mitigate it by politeness and smiles. "Come nearer, Count," said Marie Antoinette, still standing. But as he approached, the Queen sank slowly upon the seat, and raised her eyes to Mirabeau, with an almost timid look, who now did not seem to her a monster, for his mien was disturbed, and his eyes, which had always been represented as so fearful, had a gentle, respectful expression. "Count," said the Queen, and her voice trembled a little, "Count, if I found myself face to face with an ordinary enemy, a man who is aiming at the destruction of monarchy, without seeing of what use it is for the people, I should be taking at this moment a very useless step. But when one talks with a Mirabeau, one is beyond the ordinary conditions of prudence, and hope of his assistance is blended with wonder at the fact." "Madam," cried Mirabeau, deeply moved, "I have not come here as your enemy, but as your devoted servant, who is ready cheerfully to give his life if he can be of any service to the monarchy." "You believe, then, that it is a question of life, or, if you prefer, of death, which stands between the French people and the monarchy?" asked the Queen sadly. Yes, I am convinced of that, answered Mirabeau. But I still hope that we can answer the question in favor of the monarchy, provided that the right means are applied in season. And what, according to your views, are the right means, Count? Mirabeau smiled, and looked with amazement into the noble face of the Queen, who, with such easy composure, had put into this one short question what for centuries had perplexed the greatest thinkers and statesmen to answer. Will your Majesty graciously pardon me if I crave permission, before I answer, to put a question in like manner to my exalted Queen? Ask on, Count, replied Marie Antoinette, with a gentle inclination of her head. Well, madam, this is my question. Does your Majesty propose and aim at the re-establishment of the old regime, and do you deem it possible to roll the chariot of human history and politics backward? You have in your question given the answer as well, said Marie Antoinette, with a sigh. It is impossible to re-erect the same edifice out of its own ruins. One must be satisfied if out of them a house can be built, in which one can manage to live. Ah, your Majesty, said Mirabeau with feeling, this answer is the first ray of light which breaks through the heavy storm clouds. The new day can be descried and hailed with delight. After hearing this noble answer of your Majesty, I look up comforted, and the clouds do not terrify me longer, for I know that they will soon be past, that is, if we employ the right means. And now I repeat my question, Count. What, according to your view, are the right means? First of all, the recognition of what is wrong, answered Mirabeau, and a cheerful and honest will to do what is found to be necessary. Well, tell me, what is it that is wrong? Mirabeau bowed, and began to speak to her in his clear, sharp way, which was at the same time so full of energy, of the situation of France, the relation of the various political parties to one another, to the court and the throne. In strongly outlined sentences he characterized the chiefs of the political clubs, the leaders of the parties in the National Assembly, and spoke of the perilous goal which the demagogues, the men of the extreme left, aimed at. He did not, from delicacy, speak the word republican, but he gave the Queen to understand that the destruction of the monarchy and the throne, the annihilation of the royal family, was the ultimate object aimed at by all the raving orators and leaders of the extreme left. The Queen had listened to him with eager, fixed attention, and, at the same time, with a dignified composure, and the earnest, thoughtful look of her large eyes had penetrated and moved Mirabeau more and more, so that his words came from his lips like a stream of fire, and kindled a new hope even in himself. All will yet be well, he cried in conclusion. We shall succeed in contending with the hidden powers that wish to undermine your Majesty's throne, and to take from the hands of your enemies these dangerous weapons of destruction. I shall apply all my power, all my eloquence to this. I will oppose the undertakings of the demagogues. I will show myself to be their public opponent, and zealously serve the monarchy, making use of all such means of help as are adapted to move men's minds, and not to trouble and terrify them, as if freedom and self-government were to be taken from them, and yet which will restore the credit and power of the monarchy. Are you, then, with honest and upright heart, a friend of ours? Asked Marie Antoinette, almost supplicatingly. Do you wish to assist us and stand by us, with your counsel and help? Mirabeau met her inquisitive and anxious look with a cordial smile, a noble and trustworthy expression of face. Madam, he said, with his fine resonant voice, I defended monarchical principles when I saw only their weakness, and when I did not know the soul nor the thoughts of the daughter of Maria Theresa, and little reckoned upon having such an exalted mediator. I contended for the rights of the throne when I was only mistrusted, when calumny dogged all my steps and declared me guilty of treachery. I served the monarchy then, when I knew that from my rightful bemissiled king I should receive neither kindness nor reward. What shall I do now, when confidence animates my spirit, and gratitude has made my duties run directly in the current of my principles? I shall be and remain what I have always been, the defender of monarchy governed by law, the apostle of liberty guaranteed by the monarchy. I believe you, Count, cried Marie Antoinette with emotion. You will serve us with fidelity and zeal, and with your help all will yet be well. I promise Jan that we will follow your counsels and act in concord with you. You will put yourself in communication with the king. You will consult him about needful matters, and advise him about the things which are essential to his welfare and that of the people. Madam, replied Mirabeau, I take the liberty of adding this to what has already been said. The most necessary thing is that the royal court leave Paris for a season. That we flee? asked Marie Antoinette hastily. Not flee, but withdraw, answered Mirabeau. The exasperated people menace the monarchy, and therefore the threatened crown must for a while be concealed from the people's sight, that they may be brought back to a sense of duty and royalty. And, therefore, I do not say that the court must flee. I only say it must leave Paris, for Paris is the furnace of the Revolution. The royal court must withdraw as soon as possible to the very boundaries of France, and must there gather an army, and put it under the command of some faithful general, and with this army march against the riotous capital, and I will be there to smooth the way and open the gates. I thank you, Count, I thank you, cried Marie Antoinette, rising from her seat. Now I doubt no more about the future, for my own thoughts coincide with those of our greatest statesmen. I, too, am convinced the court ought to leave Paris, that it must withdraw in order to escape new humiliations, and that it ought to return only in the splendor of its power, and with an army to put the rebels to flight, and breathe courage into the timid and faithful. Oh, you must tell the king all this. You must show him that a removal from Paris is not only a means of salvation to the crown, but to the people as well. Your words will convince the noblest and best of monarchs. He will follow your counsels, and thanks to you, not we alone, but the monarchy will be saved. No, go to the work, Count. Be active in our behalf. Bring your unbounded influence in favor of the king and queen to bear upon all spirits, and be sure that we shall be grateful to you so long as we live. Farewell, and remember that my eye will follow all your steps, and that my ears will hear every word which Mirabeau shall speak in the National Assembly. Mirabeau bowed respectfully. Madam, said he, when your exalted mother condescended to favor one of her subjects with an audience, she never dismissed him without permitting the favored one respectfully to kiss her hand. It is true, replied Marie Antoinette with a pleasant smile, and in this, at least, I can follow the example of my great mother. And, with inimitable grace, the queen extended her hand to him. Mirabeau, enraptured, beside himself at this display of courtesy and favor, dropped upon his knee and pressed his lips to the delicate white hand of the queen. Madam, cried he with warmth, this kiss saves the monarchy. If you have spoken the truth, sir, said the queen with a sigh, rising and dismissing him with a gentle inclination of her head. With excited and radiant looks, Mirabeau returned to his nephew, who was waiting for him at the gate of the park. Oh, said he, with a breath of relief, laying his head upon the shoulder of Salion, what have I not heard and seen? She is very great, very noble, and very unhappy, Victor. But, cried he, with a loud, earnest voice, I will save her! I will save her! Mirabeau was in earnest in this purpose, and not because he had been bought over, but because he had been won. Carried away with the noble aspect of the queen, did he become from this time a zealous defender of the monarchy, an eloquent advocate in behalf of Marie Antoinette. But he was not now able to restrain the dashing waves of revolution. He could not even save himself from being engulfed in these raging waves. Mirabeau knew it well, and made no secret of the peril of his position. On a day when, before the division, he spoke in defense of the monarchy and the royal prerogative, and undertook to decide the question of peace or war, on that day he first announced himself openly for the king, and raised a storm of excitement and disgust in the National Assembly. Still he spoke right bravely in behalf of the crown, and while doing so he cried, I know well that it is only a single step from the capital to the Tarpeian Rock. Step after step, and these successive steps Mirabeau was soon to take. Pétion had not in vain characterized Mirabeau as the most dangerous enemy of the Republic. Marat had not asserted, without knowing what he said, that Mirabeau must let all his aristocratic blood flow from his veins, or bleed to death altogether. Not with impunity could Mirabeau encounter the rage of parties, and fling down the gauntlet before them, saying, at the same moment, he would defend the monarchy against all attacks, from what side soever, and from what part soever of the kingdom they might come. The leaders of the Republican factions knew very well how to estimate the power of Mirabeau. They knew very well that Mirabeau was able to fit together the fragments of the crown which he had helped to break, and to prevent his doing this, they knew that he must be buried beneath these fragments. Soon after his interview with the Queen, after his dissenting speech in behalf of the prerogative of the King, Mirabeau began to fail in health. His enemies said that it was only the result of over-exertion and a cold which he had brought on by drinking a glass of cold water during a speech in a national assembly. His friends whispered about a deadly poison which had been mingled with this glass of water in order to rid themselves of this powerful and dangerous opponent. Mirabeau believed this, and the increasing torpor of his limbs, the pains which he felt in his bowels, appeared to him to be the sure indications of poison given him by his enemies. The lion, who had been willing to crouch at the foot of the throne for the purpose of guarding it, was now nothing but a poor sick man, whose voice was lost and whose power was extinguished. For a season he sought to contend against the malady which was lurking in his body. But one day, in the midst of a speech which he was making in behalf of the Queen, he sank in a fainting fit, and was carried unconsciously to his dwelling. After long efforts on the part of his physician, the celebrated Cabanis, Mirabeau opened his eyes. Consciousness was restored, but with it a fixed promotion of his approaching death. "I'm dying," he said, softly. "I'm bearing in my heart the funeral crape of this monarchy. These raging partisans want to pluck it out, deride it, and fasten it to their own foreheads, and this compels them to break my heart, and this they have done." Yes, they had broken it, this great strong heart, in which the funeral crape of monarchy lay. At first the physician and his friends hoped that it might be possible to overcome his malady, but Mirabeau was not flattered by any such hope. He felt that the pains which were racking his body would end only in death. After one especially painful and distressing night, Mirabeau had his physician Cabanis and his friend Count de la Mark summoned to his bed, and extended to them both his hands. "My friends," he said to them with a gentle voice and with peaceful face, "my friends, I am going to die today. When one has brought to that pass, there is only one thing that remains to be done, to be perfumed, tastefully dressed, and surrounded with flowers, so as to fall agreeably into that last sleep from which there is no waking. So call my servants. I must be shaved, dressed, and nicely arrayed. The window must be opened, that the warm air may stream in, and then flowers must be brought. I want to die in the sunshine and flowers." His friends did not venture to oppose his last wish. The gladiator wanted to make his last toilet and be elaborately arrayed in order to fall in the arena of life as a hero falls, and even in death to excite the wonder and the applause of the public. All Paris was in this last scene the public of this gladiator. All Paris had, in these last days of his battle for life, only one thought: how is it with Mirabeau? Will he compel the dreadful enemy Death to retire from before him, or will he fall as the prey of Death? This question was written on all faces, repeated in all houses and in all hearts. Every one wanted to receive an answer from that still house, with its closely drawn curtains, where Mirabeau lived. All the streets which led thither were, during the last 3 days before his death, filled with a dense mass of men, and no carriage was permitted to drive through the neighborhood, lest it should disturb Mirabeau. The theatres were closed, and without any consultation together, the merchants shut their stores as they do on great days of national fasting or Thanksgiving. On the morning of the 4th day, before life had begun to move in the streets of Paris, and before the houses were opened, a cry was heard in the great highways of the city, ringing up into all the houses, and entering all the agitated hearts that heard it. "Flowers! Bring flowers! Mirabeau wants flowers! Bring roses and violets for Mirabeau! Mirabeau wants to die amid flowers!" This cry awoke slumbering Paris, the 2nd of April, 1791, and, as it resounded through the streets, windows and doors opened, and hundreds, thousands of men hastened from all directions towards Mirabeau's house, carrying nosegays, bouquets, whole baskets of flowers. One seemed to be transferred from cool, frosty spring weather to the warm, fragrant days of summer. All the greenhouses, all the chambers poured out their floral treasures to prepare one last summer day for the dying tribune of the people. His whole house was filled with flowers and with fragrance. The hall, the staircase, the antechamber, and the drawing room were overflowingly with flowers. And there, in the middle of the drawing room, lay Mirabeau upon a lounge, carefully dressed, shaved and powdered, as if for a royal festival. The most beautiful of the flowers, the fairest exotics surrounded his couch, and bent their variegated petals down to the pale, death-stricken gladiator, who still had power to summon a smile to his lips, and with one last look of affection to bid farewell to his weeping friends, farewell to the flowers in the sunlight. On his lofty brow, on his smiling lips, there was written, after death had claimed him, after the gladiator had fallen, "The dying one greets you." The day of his death was the day of his last triumph, and the flowers that all Paris sent to him were to Mirabeau the parting word of love and admiration. 4 times daily the king had sent to inquire after Mirabeau's welfare, and when, at noon, on the 2nd of April, Count de la Mark brought the tidings of his death, the king turned pale. "Disaster is hovering over us," he said sadly. Death, too, arrays himself on the side of our enemies. Marie Antoinette was also deeply moved by the tidings. "He wanted to save us, and therefore must die. The burden was too heavy, the pillar has broken under the weight. The temple will plunge down and bury us beneath its ruins, if we do not hasten to save ourselves. Mirabeau's bequest was his counsel to speedy and secret flight. We must follow his advice. We must remove from Paris. May the spirit of Mirabeau enlighten the heart of the king, that he may be willing to do what is necessary, that he may be willing to leave Paris." End of section 21. Chapter 17. Read by Luise Mühlbach. Chapter 18, Part 1 of Marie Antoinette and Her Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Luise Mühlbach. Marie Antoinette and Her Son by Luise Mühlbach. Chapter 18, Revolution in the Theatre. Part 1. All Paris was again in commotion, fear, and uproar. The furies of the Revolution, the market woman, went howling again through the streets on the 20th of June, 1791, uttering their horrid curses upon the king and the Austrian woman, and hurling their savage words and dirty songs against Madame Veto, against La Chienne d'Autriche. Around the Tuileries stood in immense masses the corps of the National Guard, with grave and threatening mien, and with difficulty holding back the people, who were filling the whole broad square in front of the palace, and who could only, with great effort, be prevented from breaking through those strong cordons of guards who held both ends of the street leading to the Tuileries, and kept at least the middle of the way free and open. It was a way for the king, the queen, and the royal family, who were to re-enter Paris that day. Lafayette had, at the order of the National Assembly, gone with some regiments of the Guard to Varennes, to conduct the king back to the capital. Thousands upon thousands had hurried out after him in order to observe this return of the representatives of monarchy, and to take part in this funeral procession. For it was a funeral of the monarchy which was celebrated that day, and this great heavy carriage, surrounded by soldiers and the ribald, mocking populace, this great carriage, which now drove along the streets leading to the Tuileries, amid the thunder of cannon and the peals of bells from towers, was the funeral car of monarchy. The king, the queen, the royal children, the sister of the king, Madame Tourzel, and the 2 deputies whom the National Assembly had sent to Varennes to accompany the royal family, Pétion and Barnave, were in this carriage. They had tried to follow the advice of the dying Mirabeau, and to save themselves from the Revolution. That was the offence of this king and queen, who were now brought back in triumph to the Tuileries, the palace of kings, and from that time a royal prison. Tricolored banners waved from all roofs and from all windows. Placards were displayed everywhere, bearing in immense letters the words, "Whoever applauds the king shall be scourged. Whoever insults him shall be hanged." They had wished to escape, these unhappy ones, who are now brought back from Varennes, where they were identified and detained. Now they were returning, no longer the masters but the prisoners of the French nation. The National Assembly had passed a decree whose first article was, "The king is temporarily set aside from the functions of royalty," and whose second and third articles were, "That so soon as the king and his family shall be brought back to the Tuileries, a provisional watch shall be set over him, as well as over the queen and the dauphin, which, under the command of the General-in-Chief of the National Guard of Paris, shall be responsible for their safety and for their detention." The king and the queen returned to Paris as prisoners, and Lafayette was their jailer. The master of France, the many-headed king of the French nation, was the National Assembly. Sad, dreadful days of humiliation, of resignation, of perils and anxieties, now followed for the royal family, the prisoners of the Tuileries, who were watched day and night by spying eyes, and whose doors must remain open day and night, in order that officers on guard might look without hindrance into the apartments in which the prisoners of the French nation lived. During the first week after the sad return, the spirit of the queen seemed to be broken, her energies to be impaired forever. She had no more hope, no more fear. She threw out no new plans for escaping. She neither worked nor wrote. She only sat still and sat for hours, and before her eyes passed the dreadful pictures of the time just gone by, presenting themselves with dreadful vividness, and in the recollection anguishing her spirit. She recalled the excitement and anxiety of the day which preceded the flight. She saw herself as with trembling hands she put on the garments of one of her waiting maids, and then disguised the dauphin in girl's clothes. She heard the boy asking anew, with his pleasant smile, "Are we going to play theatre, Mamma Queen?" Then she saw herself on the street alone, waiting without any protection or company for the carriage which was to take her up, after taking up at another place the king and the two children. She recalled the drive in the dark night, the heat in the close, heavy carriage, the dreadful alarm when suddenly, after a 12 hours' drive, the carriage broke, and all dismounted to climb the hill to the village which lay before them, and where they had to wait till the carriage could be repaired. Then the journey on, the delay in Verona, the cry, "They are recognized!" Then the confusion, the march, the anguish of the hours following, and finally that last hour of hope when, in the poor chamber of the shopkeeper's sauce, his wife standing near the bed on which the little prince slept, she conjured his wife to save the king and find him a hiding-place. Then she heard again before her ears the woman's hard voice answering her, "Madam, it cannot be. I love my husband too, and I also have children, but my husband were lost if I saved yours." Then she heard afresh the cries, the march, saw the arrival of the Paris regiments and the deputies whom the National Assembly sent to conduct the royal refugees back to Paris. Then she recalled the drive back, crowded into the carriage with the deputies, and the ribald populace roaring around. As she thought of all these things, a shudder ran through the form of the unhappy queen, and tears streamed unrestrainedly from her eyes. But gradually she gained her composure and spirit, and even the daily humiliation and trials which she encountered awakened in her the fire and defiance of her earlier days. The king and queen were, after their return from Varennes, the prisoners of their own people, and the Tuileries formed the prison in which with never-sleeping cruelty the people watched the royal captives. The chiefs of the battalions constituting the National Guard took turns in sentry duty over the royal couple. They had received the rigid order to constantly watch the royal family, and not to leave them for a moment alone. Even the sleeping room of the queen was not closed to the espionage of the guards. The door to the drawing room close by had always to be open, and in this drawing room was the officer of the guard. Even in the night, while the queen lay in her bed, this door remained open, and the officer, sitting in an armchair directly opposite to the door, kept his eyes directed to the bed in which the queen sought to sleep, and wrestled with the pains and fear which she was too proud to show to her persecutors. The queen had stooped to make but one request. She had asked that at least in the morning, when she arose and dressed, she might close the doors of her sleeping room.
and they had been magnanimous enough to comply with her wish. But Queen Marie Antoinette had met all these humiliations, these disenchantments and trials, full of hope of a change in her fortune. Her proud soul was still unbroken. Her belief in the victory of monarchy under the favor of God animated her heart with a last ray of hope and sustained her amid all her misfortune. She still would contend with her enemies for the love of this people, of whom she hoped that, led astray by Jacobins and agitators, they would at last confess their error, respect the voice of their king and queen, and return to love and regretfulness. And Marie Antoinette would sustain herself in view of the great day when the people's love should be given back. She would seek to bring that day back, and reconcile the people to the throne. On this account she would show the people that she cherished no fear of them, that she would instruct herself with perfect confidence to them, and greet them with her smiles and all the favor of former days. She would make one more attempt to regain her old popularity, and reawaken in their cold hearts the love which the people had once displayed to her by their loud acclamations. She found power in herself to let her tears flow, not visibly, but within her heart, to disguise with her smile the pain of her soul, and so she resolved to wear a cheerful and pleasant face, and appear again publicly in a theatre, as well as in open carriage drives through the city. They were then giving in the great opera house Gluck's Alceste, the favourite opera of the Queen, the opera in which a few years before she had received so splendid a triumph, in which the public loudly encored "Chantons, celebrons notre reine," which the choir had sung upon the stage, and, standing with faces turned towards the royal box, had mingled their voices with those of the singers, and repeated in a general chorus, "Chantons, celebrons notre reine." "I will try whether the public remembers that evening," said Marie Antoinette, with a faint smile, to Mademoiselle de Bourgois, the only lady who had been permitted to remain with her. "I will go this evening to the opera. The public shall at least see that I instruct myself with confidence to it, and that I have not changed, however much may have been changed around." Mademoiselle de Bourgois looked with deep sadness at the pale face of the Queen, that would show the public that she had not altered, and upon which, once so fair and bright, grief had recorded its ineradicable characters, and almost extinguished its old beauty. Deeply moved, the waiting lady turned away in order not to let the tears be seen which, against her will, streamed from her eyes. But Marie Antoinette had seen them, nevertheless. With a sad smile she laid her hand upon the shoulder of the waiting lady. "Ah," said she, mildly, "do not conceal your tears. You are much happier than I, for you can shed tears. Mine have been flowing for almost 2 years in silence, and I have had to swallow them. But I will not weep this evening," she continued. "I will meet these Parisians, at least in composure. Yes, I will do more. I will try to smile to them. They may hate me now, but perhaps they will remember then that once they truly loved me. There is a trace of magnanimity in the people, and my confidence will perhaps touch it. Be quick and make my toilet. I will be fair to-day. I will adorn myself for the Parisians. They will not be my enemies alone, who will be at the theatre. Some of my friends will be there, and they at least will be glad to see me. Quick, mademoiselle, let us begin my toilet." And with a liveliness and a zeal which, in her threatened situation, had something touching in it, Marie Antoinette arrayed herself for the public, for the good Parisians. The news that the Queen was to appear that evening at the theatre had quickly run through all Paris. The officer on duty told it at his relief to some of the guards, they to those whom they met, and it spread like wildfire. It was therefore very natural that, long before the curtain was raised, the great opera house was completely filled, parquettes, boxes, and parterre, with a passionately excited throng. The friends of the Queen went in order to give her a long looked for triumph. Her enemies, and these the poor Queen had in overwhelming numbers, to fling their hate, their malice, their scorn, into the face of Marie Antoinette. And enemies of the Queen had taken places for themselves in every part of the great house. They even sat in the boxes of the first rank, on those velvet cushioned chairs which had formerly been occupied exclusively by the enthusiastic admirers of the court, the ladies and gentlemen of the aristocracy. But now the aristocracy did not dare to sit there. The most of them, friends of the Queen, had fled, giving way before her enemies and persecutors, and in the boxes where they once sat, now were the chief members of the National Assembly, together with the leading orators of the clubs and the societies of Jacobins. To the box above, where the people had once been accustomed to see Princess Lamballe, the eyes of the public were directed again and again. Marie Antoinette had been compelled to send away this last of her friends to London to have a conference with Pitt. Instead of the fair locks of the princess was now to be seen the head of a man who, resting both arms on the velvet lining of the box, was gazing down with malicious looks into the surging masses of the parterre. This man was Marat, once the veterinary of the Count d'Artois, now the greatest and most formidable orator of the wild Jacobins. He too had come to see the hated she-wolf, as he had lately called the Queen and his ami du peuple, and, to prepare her for a public insult, sat drunk with vanity in the splendid box of the Princess Lamballe. His friends and confidants were in the theatre, among them Santerre the brewer, Simon the cobbler, often looking up at Marat, waiting for the promised motion which should be his signal for the great demonstration. At length the time arrived for the opera to begin, and, although the Queen had not come, the director of the orchestra did not venture to detain the audience even for a few minutes. He went to his place, took his baton, and gave the sign. The overture began, and all was silent, in parquet and parterre, as well as in the boxes. Every one seemed to be listening only to the music, equally full of sweetness and majesty, only to have ears for the noble rhythm in which Gluck begins his Alceste. Suddenly there arose a dull suppressed sound in parquet, parterre, and boxes, and all heads which had before been directed towards the stage were now turned backward toward the great royal box. No one paid any more attention to the music. No one noticed that the overture was ended, and that the curtain was raised. Amid the blast of trumpets, the noise of violins and clarinets, the public had heard the light noise of the opening doors, had noticed the entrance of the officers, and this sound had made the Parisians forget even their much-loved music. There now appeared in the open box door a woman's form. The Queen, followed by Mademoiselle de Bourgois, advanced slowly through the great box to the very front. All eyes were directed to her, all looks searched her pale, noble face. Marie Antoinette felt this, and a smile flitted over her face like the evening glow of a summer's day. With this smile and a deep blush, Marie Antoinette bowed and saluted the public. A loud, unbounded cry of applause resounded through the vast room. In the parquet and in the boxes, hundreds of spectators arose and hailed the Queen with a loud, pealing "Vive la Reine!" and clapped their hands like pleased children, and looked up to the Queen with joyful, beaming countenances. "Oh, my faith has not deceived," whispered Marie Antoinette into the ear of her companion. "The good Parisians love me still. They, like me, remember past times, and the old loyalty is awaking in them." And again she bowed her thanks right and left, and again the house broke out into loud applause. A single angry glance of Marat's little eyes, peering out from beneath the bushy brows, met the Queen. "Only wait," said Marat, rising from his seat and directing his glances at the parterre. There stood the giant Santerre, and not far from him Simon the cobbler, in the midst of a crowd of savage-looking, defiant fellows who all looked at their leaders, while they, Santerre and Simon, directed their eyes up to the box of Marat. The glance of the chief met that of his two friends. A scornful, savage expression swept over Marat's ash-colored, dirty face, and he nodded lightly to his allies. Santerre and Simon returned a nod, and they, turning to their companions, gave the signal by raising the right hand. Suddenly the applause was overborne by loud whistling and shouting, derisive laughter, and wild curses. "The civil war has begun!" cried Marat, rubbing his hands together with delight. The royalists continued to applaud and to shout "Vive la Reine!" Their opponents tried to silence them by their hisses and whistling. Marat's face glowed with demoniacal pleasure. He turned to the boxes of the second tier, and nodded smilingly to the men who sat there. At once they began to cry, "The chorus, the chorus, let them sing! Chantons, celebrons notre reine!" "Very well," said Marat. "I am a good royalist, for I have trained the people to the cry." "Sing, sing!" shouted the men to the performers on the stage. "Sing the chorus, Chantons, celebrons notre reine!" And in the boxes, parquet, everywhere was the cry, "Sing the chorus, Chantons, celebrons notre reine!" "No!" shouted Santerre. "No, they shall not sing that!" "No!" cried Simon, "we will not hear the monkey song!" And hundreds of men in the parterre and the upper rows of boxes echoed the cry, "No, we will not hear the monkey song!" "The thing works well," said Marat. "I hold my people by a thread, and make them gesticulate and spring up and down like the concealed man in a Punch and Judy show." The noise went on. The royalists would not cease their applause and their calls for the chorus, "Chantons, celebrons notre reine!" The enemies of the Queen did not cease hissing and shouting, "We do not want to hear anything about the Queen. We will not hear the monkey song." "Oh, would I had never come here!" whispered the Queen with tearful eyes, as she sank back in her armchair, and hid her face in her handkerchief. Perhaps because the real royalists saw the agitation of the Queen, and out of compassion for her were willing to give up the controversy. Perhaps Marat had given a sign to the false royalists that they had had enough of shouting and confusion. At all events the cry, "Vive la reine!" and the call for the chorus died away suddenly. The applause ceased, and as the enemies of the Queen had now no opposition to encounter, nothing was left to them but to be silent too. "The first little skirmish is over," said Marat, resting his bristly head on the back of his velvet armchair. "Now we will listen to the music a little, and look at the pretty theatre girls." And in fact the opera had now begun. The director of the orchestra had taken advantage of the return of quiet to give a sign to the singers on the stage to begin at once, and with fortunate presence of mind his command was obeyed. The public, wearied it may be with the shouting and noise, remained silent, and seemed to give its attention exclusively to the stage, the development of the plot, and the noble music. Marie Antoinette breathed freely again. Her pale cheeks began to have color once more. Her eyes were again bright, and she seemed transported beyond the sore battles and dreadful discords of her life. She listened respectfully to the sweet melodies and the grand harmonies of the teacher of her youth, the great Gluck. Leaning back in her armchair, she allowed the music to flow into her soul, and the recollection of past days awoke afresh in her mind. She dreamed of the days of her childhood. She saw herself again in Schönbrunn. She saw her teacher Gluck enter the blue music room, in which she, with her sisters, used to wait for him. She saw the glowing countenance of her mother, the great Maria Theresa, entering her room, in order to give Gluck a proof of her high regard, and to announce to him herself that Marie Antoinette had betrothed herself to the Dauphin of France, and that she would soon bid her teacher farewell, in order to enter upon her new and brilliant career. A low hum in the theatre awakened the Queen from her reveries. She raised herself up and leaned forward to see what was going on. Her glance, which was directed to the stage, fell upon the singer, Clerval, who was just then beginning to give, with his wonderfully full and flexible voice, the great aria in which the friend comes to console the grief-burdened, weeping Queen Alceste, and to dry her tears by assuring her of the love of her faithful adherents. Clerval had advanced in the aria to that celebrated passage which had given to Marie Antoinette a half-year before her great triumph. It ran, "Rene infortuné a, que ton cœur ne soit plus navré de douleur. Il vous reste encore des amis." But scarcely had Clerval began the first strophe when the thundering voice of Santerre called, "None of that! We will not hear the air! No, we will not hear the air!" shouted hundreds and hundreds of voices. "Poor Gluck," whispered Marie Antoinette, with tears in her eyes, "because they hate me, they will not even hear your music." "Sing it! Sing it!" shouted hundreds and hundreds of voices from all parts of the house. No, do not sing it, roared the others. We will not hear the air. And suddenly, above the cries of the contestants, rose a loud yelling voice. I forbid the singer Clairval ever again singing this air. I forbid it in the name of the people. It was Marat who spoke these words, standing on the armchair of the Princess de Lamballe, and raising his long arms and directing them threateningly toward the stage. He turned his face, aglow with hate and evil, toward the Queen. Marie Antoinette, who had turned her head in alarm in the direction whence the voice proceeded, met with her searching looks the eyes of Marat, which were fixed upon her with an expression equally stern and contemptuous. She shrank back, and, as if in deadly pain, put her hand to her heart. "Oh God!" she whispered to herself, "that is no man, that is an infernal demon, who has risen there to take the place of my dear sweet Lamballe. Ah, the good spirit is gone, and a demon takes its place, the demon which will destroy us all." "Long live Marat!" roared Santerre and his comrades. "Long live Marat, the great friend of the people, the true patriot!" Marat bowed on all sides, stepped down from the easy-chair, and seated himself comfortably in it. Clerval had stopped in the air, pale, confused, and terrified. He had withdrawn, and the director whispered to the orchestra and the singers to begin the next number. The opera went on, and the public again appeared to give itself during some scenes to the enjoyment of the music. But soon the short quiet was to be disturbed again. One of the singers, Madame Dugazon, a zealous royalist, wanted to give the Queen a little triumph, and show her that, although Clerval had been silenced, the love and veneration of Dugazon was still alive and ready to display themselves. Singing as the attendant of Alceste, Dugazon had these words to give in her part: "Ah, comme femme la reine, comme femme ma maîtresse." She advanced close to the footlights, and turning her looks toward the royal box and bowing low, sang the words, "Comme femme la reine, comme jamais ma maîtresse." And now, as if this had been the battle cry of a new contest, a fearful din, a raging torrent of sound began through the whole house. At first it was a mixed and confused mass of cries, roars, hisses, and applause. Now and then single voices could be heard above the horrid chaos of sounds. "We want no queen!" shouted some. "We want no mistress!" roared others, and mingled with those was the contrary cry, "Long live the Queen! Long live our mistress!" "Hi!" said Marat, full of delight, twisting his bony form up into all kinds of knots. "Hi! This is the way they shout in hell. Satan himself would like this." More and more horrible, more and more wild became the cries of the rival partisans. Already embittered and exasperated faces were confronting each other, and here and there clenched fists were seen, threatening to bring a shouting neighbor to silence by the use of violence. The Queen, trembling in every limb, had let her head fall powerlessly on her breast, in order that no one might see the tears which ran from her eyes over her death-like cheeks. "Oh God!" whispered she, "we are lost, hopelessly lost, for not merely our enemies injure us and bring us into danger, but our friends still more. Why must that woman turn to me and direct her words to me? She wanted to give me a triumph, and yet she has brought me a new humiliation." Suddenly she shrank back and raised her head. She had caught the first tones of that sharp, mocking voice which had already pierced her heart, the voice of that evil demon who now occupied the place of the good Princess Lamballe. The voice cried, "The people of Paris are right. We want no queen, and more than all other things, no mistress. Only slaves acknowledge masters over them. If the Dugazon ventures to sing again, 'I love my queen, I love my mistress,' she will be punished as slaves are punished, that is, she will be flogged." "Bravo, Marat, bravo!" roared Santerre with his savage rabble. "Bravo, Marat, bravo!" cried his friends in the boxes. "She shall be flogged." Marat bowed on all sides, and turned his eyes, gleaming with scorn and hatred, toward the royal box, and menaced it with his clenched fists. "But not alone shall the singer be flogged," cried he, with a voice louder and sharper than before. "No, not alone shall the singer be flogged, but greater punishment have they deserved, to urge on to such deeds. If the Austrian woman comes here again to turn the heads of sympathizing souls with her martyr looks, if she undertakes again to move us with her tears on her face, we will serve her as she deserves. We will go whip in hand into her box." The Queen rose from her chair like an exasperated lioness, and advanced to the front of the box, standing erect, with flaming looks of anger, with cheeks like purple. She confronted them there, the true heir of the Caesars, the courageous daughter of Maria Theresa, and had already opened her lips to speak, and overwhelmed the traitor with her wrath, when another voice was heard giving answer to Marat. It cried, "Be silent, Marat, be silent! Whoever dares to insult a woman, be she queen or beggar, dishonors himself, his mother, his wife, and his daughter. I call on you all, I call on the whole public, to take the part of a defenseless woman whom Marat ventures to morally insult. You all have mothers and wives. You may, perhaps, some day have daughters. Defend the honor of woman. Do not permit it to be degraded in your presence. Marat has insulted a woman. We owe her satisfaction for it. Join with me in the cry, 'Long live the Queen! Long live Marie Antoinette!'" And the public, carried away with the enthusiasm of this young, handsome man who had risen in his box, and whose slender, proud figure towered above all, the public broke into one united, stirring cry, "Long live the Queen! Long live Marie Antoinette!" Marat, trembling with rage, his countenance suffused with a livid paleness, sank back in his chair. "I knew very well that Barnave was a traitor," he whispered. "I shall remember this moment, and Barnave shall one day atone for it with his head." "Barnave! It is Barnave!" whispered the Queen to herself. "He has rescued me from great danger, for I was on the point of being carried away by my wrath, and answering the monster there as he deserves." "Long live the Queen! Long live Marie Antoinette!" shouted the public. Marie Antoinette bowed and greeted the audience on all sides with a sad smile, but not one look did she cast to the box where Barnave sat, with not one smile did she thank him for the service he had done her. For the Queen knew well that her favour brought misfortune to those who shared it, that he on whom she bestowed a smile was the object of the people's suspicion. End of section 22, part 1 of chapter 18. Read by Lucy Liu. Chapter 18, Part 2 of Marie Antoinette and Her Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lucy Liu. Marie Antoinette and Her Son by Luise Mühlbach. Chapter 18, Revolution in a Theatre, Part 2. The public continued to shout her name, but the Queen felt herself exhausted, and drawing back from the front of the box, she beckoned to her companion. "Come," she whispered, "let us go while the public are calling, 'Long live Marie Antoinette!' Who knows whether they will not be shouting in another minute, 'Away with the Queen! We want no Queen!' It pains my ears so to hear that, so let us go." And while the public were yet crying, Marie Antoinette left the box and passed out into the corridor, followed by Mademoiselle Bourgois and the two officers in attendance. But the corridor which the Queen had to pass, the staircase which she had to descend in order to reach her carriage, were both occupied by a dense throng. With the swiftness of the wind the news had spread through Paris that the Queen was going to visit the opera that evening, and that her visit would not take place without witnessing some extraordinary outbreak. The Royalists had hastened thither to salute the Queen, and at least to see her on the way. The curious, the idle, and the hostile-minded had come to see what should take place, and to shout as the majority might shout. The great opera house had therefore not accommodated half who wanted to be present, and all those who had been refused admittance had taken their station on the stairway and the corridor, or before the main entrance, and it was natural that those who stood before the door should, by their merely being there, excite the curiosity of passers-by, so that these too stood still to see what was going on, and all pressed forward to the staircase to see everything and to hear everything. But the civil war which was raging within the theatre had given rise to battles outside as well. The same cries which had resounded within pealed along the path of the Queen. She could only advance slowly. Closer and closer thronged the crowd. Louder and louder roared around Marie Antoinette the various battle cries of the parties. "Long live the Queen!" "Long live the National Assembly!" "Down with the Queen!" Marie Antoinette appeared to hear neither the one nor the other of these cries. With proudly erected head and calm grave looks she walked forward, untroubled about the crowd, which the National Guard before her could only break through by recourse to threats and violence, in order to make a passage for the Queen. At last the difficult task was done. At last she had reached her carriage, and could rest upon its cushions, and, unobserved by spying looks, could give way to her grief and her tears. But alas! this consolation continued only for a short time. The carriage soon stopped. The Tuileries, that sad, silent prison of the royal family, was soon reached, and Marie Antoinette quickly dried her tears, and compelled herself to appear calm. "Do not weep more, Bourgeois," she whispered. "We will not give our enemies the triumph of seeing that they have forced tears from us. Try to be cheerful, and tell no one of the insults of this evening." The carriage door was opened. The Queen dismounted, and, surrounded by National Guards and officers, returned to her apartments. No one bade her welcome. No one received her as becomes a queen. A few of the servants only stood in the outer room, but Marie Antoinette had no looks for them. She had been compelled, as a constitutional queen ought, to dismiss her own tried and faithful servants. Her household had been reorganized, and she knew very well that these new menials were her enemies, and served as spies for the National Assembly. The Queen therefore passed them without greeting, and entered her sitting room. But even here she was not alone. The door of the anteroom was open, and there sat the officer of the National Guard, whose duty of the day it was to watch her. Marie Antoinette had no longer the right of being alone with her grief, no longer the right of being alone with her husband. The little corridor which ran from the apartments of the Queen to those of the King was always closed and guarded. When the King came to visit his wife, the guard came too and remained, hearing every word, and standing at the door till the King retired. In like manner, both entrances to the apartments of the Queen were always watched, for before the one sat an officer appointed by the National Assembly, and before the other a member of the National Guard stood as sentry. With a deep sigh the Queen entered her sleeping room. The officer sat before the open door of the adjacent room, and looked sternly and coldly in. For an instant an expression of anger flitted over the face of the Queen, and her lips quivered as though she wanted to speak a hasty word. But she suppressed it, and withdrew behind the great screen, in order to be disrobed by her two waiting maids, and be arrayed in her nightdress. Then she dismissed the maids, and coming out from behind the screen, she said, loudly enough to be heard by the officer, "I am weary, I will sleep." At once he arose, and turning to the two guards who stood at the door of the anteroom, said, "The Queen is retiring, and the watch in the black corridor can withdraw. The National Assembly has given command to lighten the service of the National Guard by withdrawing as much of the force as possible. As long as the Queen is lying in bed, 2 eyes are enough to watch her, and they shall watch her well." The soldiers left the anteroom, and the officer returned to the entrance of the sleeping room. He did not, however, sit down in the easy chair before the door, but walked directly into the chamber of the Queen. Marie Antoinette trembled and reached out her hand for the bell which stood by her on the table. "Be still, for God's sake, be still," whispered the officer. "Make no noise, your Majesty. Look at my face." And kneeling before the Queen, he raised his head and looked at her with an expression almost of supplication. "I am Toulan," he whispered, "the faithful servant of my Queen. Will your Majesty have the goodness to recall me? Here is a letter from my patroness, Madame de Campan, who speaks well for me. Will your Majesty read it?" The Queen ran over the paper quickly, and turned with a gentle smile to the officer, who was still kneeling before her, and who, in all her humiliation and misfortune, still paid her the homage due to majesty. "Stand up, sir," she said mildly. The throne lies in dust, and my crown is so sadly broken that it is no longer worth the trouble to kneel before it." "Madam, I see two crowns upon your noble head," whispered Toulan, "the crown of the Queen, and a crown of misfortune. To these two crowns I dedicate my service and my fidelity, and for them I am prepared to die. It is true, I can do but little for your Majesty, but that little shall be faithfully done. Thanks to my bitter hatred of royalty, and my rampant Jacobism, I have carried matters so far that I have been put upon a list of officers to keep watch, and therefore once every week I shall keep guard before your Majesty's sleeping room." "And will you do me the favour to so put your chair that I shall not see you, that during the night I may not always have the feeling of being watched?" asked the Queen, in supplicant tones. "No, your Majesty," said Toulan, moved. "I will remain in my chair, but your Majesty will prefer, perhaps, to turn the night into day and remain up, as during my nights you will not be disturbed." "What do you mean by that?" asked Marie Antoinette, joyfully. "I mean that, as during the day your Majesty can never speak with the King without witnesses, we must call the night to our assistance. If you wish to speak confidentially to his Majesty, your Majesty has heard that during the night the watch is withdrawn from the corridor, and your Majesty is free to leave your room and go to the chamber of the King." A flash of joy passed over the countenance of the Queen. "I thank you, sir. I thank you today as a wife. Perhaps the day may come when I can thank you as a queen. I accept your magnanimous kindness. Yes, I will turn the night into day, and, thanks to you, I shall be able to spend several hours undisturbed with my husband and my children. And do you say that you shall be here quite often?" "Yes, your Majesty. I shall be here once every week at your Majesty's order." "Oh, I have lost the habit of ordering," said Marie Antoinette with a pained look. "You see that the Queen of France is powerless, but she is not wholly unfortunate, for she has friends still. You belong to these friends, sir, and that we may both retain the memory of this day, I will always call you my faithful one." "No, the Queen is not wholly unfortunate. She has friends who are ready, with her, to suffer with her, if it must be, to die. The Polignacs are gone, but Princess Lamballe, whom the Queen had sent to London to negotiate with Pitt, has returned, in spite of the warnings and pleadings of the Queen. Marie Antoinette, when she learned that the Princess was on the point of leaving England, had written to her, 'Do not come back at a moment so critical. You would have to weep too much for us. I feel deeply, believe me, how good you are, and what a true friend you are, but with all my love I enjoin you not to come here. Believe me, my tender friendship for you will cease only with death.'" The warning of her royal friend had, meanwhile, not restrained Princess Lamballe from doing what friendship commanded. She had returned to France, and Marie Antoinette had, at least, the comfort of having a tender friend at her side. No, the Queen was not wholly unfortunate. Besides this friend, she had her children too, her sweet blooming little daughter and the Dauphin, the pride and joy of her heart. The Dauphin had no suspicion of the woes and misfortunes which were threatening them. Like flowers that grow luxuriantly and blossom upon graves, so grew and blossomed this beautiful boy in the Tuileries, which was nothing more than the grave of the old kingly glory. But the Dauphin was like sunshine in this dark, sad palace, and Marie Antoinette's countenance lightened when her eye fell upon her son, looking up to her with his tender, beaming face. From the fresh, merry smile of her darling, she herself learned to smile again and be happy. Gradually, after the first rage of the people was appeased, the chains with which she was bound were relaxed. The royal family was at least permitted to leave the close, hot rooms, and go down to the gardens, although still watched and accompanied by the National Guard. They were permitted to close the doors of their rooms again, although armed sentries still stood before them. There were even some weeks and months in this year 1791, when it appeared as if the exasperated spirits would be pacified, and the throne be re-established with a portion of its old dignity. The King had, in a certain manner, received forgiveness from the National Assembly while accepting the Constitution and swearing that indeed he could but swear, all power having been taken from him, and he being a mere lay figure that would control all his actions and govern according to the expressed will of the National Assembly. But the king, in order to make peace with his people, had even made this sacrifice, and accepted the constitution. The people seemed grateful to him for this, and appeared to be willing to return to more friendly relations. The queen was no longer insulted with contemptuous cries when she appeared in the garden of the Tuileries, or in the Bois de Boulogne, and it even began to be the fashion to speak about the Dauphin as a miracle of loveliness and beauty, and to go to the Tuileries to see him working in his garden. The garden of the Dauphin was in the immediate neighborhood of the palace, at the end of the terrace on the riverside. It was surrounded with a high wire fence, and close by stood the little pavilion where dwelt Abbe Davot, the teacher of the Dauphin. The Dauphin had had in Versailles a little garden of his own, which he himself worked, planted, and digged, and from whose flowers he picked a bouquet every morning, to bring it with beaming countenance to his mamma queen. For this painfully missed garden of Versailles, the little garden on a terrace had to compensate. The child was delighted with it, and every morning, when his study hours were over, the Dauphin hastened to his little parterre, to dig and to water his flowers. The garden has, since that day, much changed. It is enlarged, laid out on a different plan, and surrounded with a higher fence, but it still remains the garden of the Dauphin Louis Charles, the same garden that Napoleon subsequently gave to the little King of Bourne, the same that Charles X gave to the Duc de Bordeaux, and that Louis Philippe gave to the Count de Paris. How many recollections cluster around this little bit of earth, which has always been prematurely left by its young possessors! One died in prison scarcely 10 years old, another hurried away by his tempest, still younger, into a foreign land, only lived to hear the name of his father and see his dagger before he died. The third and fourth were hurled out by the storm wind like the first two, and still wear the mantle of exile in Austria and England. And many as are the tears with which these children regard their own fate, there must be many which they must bestow upon the fate of their fathers. One died upon a scaffold, another from the knife of an assassin, a third from a fall upon the pavement of a highway, and the last, the greatest of them all, was bound like Prometheus to a rock, and fed on bitter recollections till he met his death. This little garden on the riverside terrace of the Tuileries Park, which has come to have a world-wide interest, was then the El Dorado of the little Dauphin of France, and to see him behind a fence was the delight of the Parisians who used to visit there, and long for the moment when the glance of his blue eye fell upon them, and for some days and months had again become enthusiastic royalists. When the prince went into his little garden, he was usually accompanied by a detachment of the National Guard, who were on duty in the Tuileries, and the Dauphin, who was now receiving instruction in the use of weapons, generally wore himself the uniform of a member of the National Guard. The Parisians were delighted with this little guard of 6 years. His picture hung in all stores, it was painted on fans and rings, and it was the fashion among the most elegant ladies of the Faubourg Saint-Germain, and among the market women as well, to decorate themselves with the likeness of the Dauphin. How his brow gleamed, how his eye brightened, when, accompanied by his escort, of which he was proud, he entered his garden. When the retinue was not large, the prince took his place in the ranks. One day, when all the National Guards on duty were very desirous of accompanying him, several of them were compelled to stand outside of the garden. "Pardon me, gentlemen," said the Dauphin. "It is a great pity that my garden is so small that it deprives me of the pleasure of receiving you all." Then he hastened to give flowers to every one who was near the fence, and received their thanks with great pleasure. The enthusiasm for the Dauphin was so great that the boys of Paris envied their elders the honor of being in his service, and longed to become soldiers, that they might be in his retinue. There was, in fact, a regiment of boys formed, which took the name of the Dauphin's Regiment. The citizens of Paris were anxious to enroll the names of their sons in the lists of this regiment, and to pay the expenses of an equipment. And when this miniature regiment was formed, with the king's permission, it marched to the Tuileries in order to parade before the Dauphin. The prince was delighted with the little regiment, and invited its officers to visit his garden, that they might see his flowers, his finest treasures. "Would you do us the pleasure to be the colonel of our regiment?" one of the officers asked the Dauphin. "Oh, certainly," he answered. "Then you must give up getting flowers and bouquets for your mamma," said one of the boys. "Oh," answered the Dauphin with a smile, "that will not hinder my taking care of my flowers. Many of these gentlemen have little gardens too, as they have told me. Very well. They can follow the example of their colonel and love the Queen, and then mamma will receive whole regiments of flowers every day." The majority of this regiment consisted, at the outset, of children of the highest ranks of society, and it was therefore natural that they, practised in the most finished courtesy, should pay some deference to their young colonel. But they were expressly forbidden showing anything of this feeling toward their comrade, "for," said the King, "I want him to have companions who will stimulate his ambition, but I do not want him to have flatterers who shall lead him to live to himself alone." Soon the number of little soldiers increased, for every family longed for the honor of having its sons in a regiment of the royal Dauphin. The people used always to throng in great masses when this regiment went through its exercises in the Place de la Carrousel. It was a miniature representation of the French Guards, with their three-cornered hats and white jackets, and nothing could be more charming than this regiment of blooming boys in their tasteful uniforms, and their little chief, the Dauphin, looking at his regiment with beaming eyes and smiling lips. The enthusiasm of the little soldiers of the Royal Dauphin regiment for their colonel was so great that they longed to give him a proof of their love. One day the officers of the regiment came into the Tuileries and begged the King's permission to make a present to the Dauphin in the name of the whole regiment. The King gladly acceded to their request, and he himself conducted the little officers into the reception room, where was the Dauphin, standing at the side of his mother. The little colonel hastened to greet them. "Welcome, my comrades, welcome!" cried he, extending his hand to them. "My mamma Queen tells me that you have brought me something which will give me pleasure, but it gives me pleasure to see you, and nothing more is needed. But, Colonel, you will not refuse our present." "Oh, certainly not, for my Papa King says that a colonel is not forbidden taking a gift from his regiment. What is it?" "Colonel, we bring you a set of dominoes," said a little officer named Paloy, who was the speaker of the delegation, "a set of dominoes entirely made out of the ruins of the Bastille." And taking the wrapper from the white marble box bound with gold, he extended it to the Dauphin, and repeated with a solemn face the following lines: "Those gloomy walls that once awoke our fear are changed into the toy we offer here. And when, with joyful race the gift you view, think what the people's mighty love can do." Poor little Dauphin! Even when they wanted to do him homage, they were threatening him. And the present which affection offered to the royal child was at the same time a bequest of revolution, which even then lifted her warning finger and pointed at the past, when the hate of the people destroyed those gloomy walls which had been erected by kingly power. In his innocence and childish simplicity, the Dauphin saw nothing of the sting which, unknown even to the givers, lurked within this gift. He enjoyed like a child the beautiful present, and listened with eagerness while the manner of playing the game was described to him. All the stones were taken from the mantel of black marble in the reception room of Delaunay, the governor of the Bastille, who had been murdered by the people. On the back of each of these stones was a letter set in gold, and when the whole were arranged in regular order, they formed the sentence: "Vive le roi, vive la reine, et en le dauphin." The marble of the box was taken from the altar slab in the chapel. In the middle was a golden relief, representing a face. "That is my Papa King!" cried the Dauphin joyfully, looking at the representation. "Yes," replied Paloy, the speaker of the little company. "Every one of us bears him in his heart, and like the King you will live for the happiness of all, and like him you will be the idol of France. We, who shall one day be French soldiers and citizens, bring to you, who will then be our commander-in-chief and king, our homage as the future supporters of the throne which is destined for you, and which the wisdom of your father has placed under the unshakable power of law. The gift which we offer you is but small, but each one of us adds his heart to it." "And I give all of you my heart in return for it," cried the Dauphin, with a joyful eagerness. "And I shall take great pains to be good, and to learn well, that I may be allowed to amuse myself with playing dominoes." And the little fellow fixed his large blue eyes upon the Queen with a tender look, took her hand, and pressed it to his lips. "My dear mamma Queen," he said caressingly, "if I am real good, and study hard, we can both play dominoes together, can't we?" A sad smile played around the lips of the Queen, and no one saw the distrustful, timid look which she cast at the box, which to her was merely the memorial of a dreadful day. "Yes, my child," she replied mildly, "we will play dominoes often together, for you certainly will be good and industrious." She controlled herself sufficiently to thank the boys with friendly words for the present which they had made to the Dauphin, and then the deputation, accompanied by the King and the little Prince, withdrew. But as soon as they had gone, the smile died away upon her lips, and with an expression of horror she pointed to the box. "Take it away, oh, take it away!" she cried to Madame de Tourzel. "It is a dreadful reminder of the past, a terrible prophecy of the future. The stones of the Bastille, which the people destroyed, lie in this box. And the box itself, does it not look like a sarcophagus? And the sarcophagus bears the face of the King. Oh, the sorrow and woe to us unfortunate ones, who cannot even receive gifts of love without seeing them obscured by recollections of hate, and who have no joys that have not bitter drops of grief mingled with them. The Revolution sends us storm birds, and we are to regard them as doves bringing us olive branches. Believe me, I see into the future, and I discern the deluge which will drown us all." End of section 23, chapter 18, part 2. Read by Lucy Liu.
Chapter 19, Book 4 of Marie Antoinette and Her Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kathy Hart, Marie Antoinette and Her Son by Luise Mühlbach. June 20 and August 10, 1792. Marie Antoinette was right. The Revolution was sending its stormbirds to the Tuileries. They beat with their strong pinions against the windows of the palace. They pulled up and broke with their claws the flowers and plants of the garden, so that the royal family no longer ventured to enter it. But they had not entered the palace itself, and within its apartments, watched by the National Guard, the Queen was at least safe from the insults of the populace. No, not even there longer, for the stormbirds of the Revolution beat against the windows, and these windows had once in a while to be opened to let in a little sunshine and some fresh air. Marie Antoinette had long given up her walks in the garden of the Tuileries, for the rabble which stood behind the fence had insulted her so often with cries and acts that she preferred to give up her exercise rather than to undergo such contemptuous treatment. The king, too, in order to escape the scornful treatment of the populace, had relinquished his walks, and before long things came to such a pass that the Dauphin was not allowed to visit his little garden. Marat, Santerre, Danton, and Robespierre, the great leaders of the people, had, by their threats against the Royalists and their insurrectionary movements among the people, gained such power that no one ventured to approach the garden of the prince to salute him and to show deference to the son of the king. The little regiment had been compelled, in order to escape the mockery and contempt, the hatred and persecution which followed them, to disband after a few months. And around the fence, when the Dauphin appeared, there now stood none but men sent there by the revolutionists to deride the Dauphin when he appeared, and shout their wild curses against the king and queen. One day, when a crowd of savage women stood behind the fence and were giving vent to their derision of the queen, the poor Dauphin could not restrain his grief and indignation. With glowing cheeks and flaming eyes, he turned upon the wild throng. "You lie! Oh, you lie!" he cried with an angry voice. "My mamma queen is not a wicked woman, and she does not hate the people. My mamma queen is so good that—" His tears choked his voice and flowed in clear streams down over his cheeks. Ashamed, as it were, of this indication of weakness, the Dauphin dashed out of the garden and hastened so rapidly to the palace that the Abbé Davou could scarcely follow him. Weeping and sobbing, the Dauphin passed through the corridor. But when they reached the broad staircase which led to the apartments where the queen lived, the Dauphin stopped, suppressed his sobs, and hastily dried his eyes. "I will not weep any more," he said. It will trouble mamma. I beg you, Abbé, say nothing to mamma. I will try to be cheerful and merry, for Mamma Queen likes much to have me so. Sometimes, when she is sad and has been weeping, I make believe not to notice it, and then I laugh and sing and jump about, and then her beautiful face will clear up, and sometimes she even smiles a little. So, too, I will be right merry, and she shall notice nothing. You would not suspect that I have been weeping, would you?" "No, my prince, no one would think you had," answered the Abbé, looking with deep emotion into the great blue eyes which the Dauphin turned up to his with an inquiring look. "Well, then, we will go to my mamma, the Queen," cried the Dauphin, and he sprang forward and opened the door with a smile, and half concealed behind the curtains, he asked, in a jesting tone, whether he might have permission to enter Her Majesty's presence. Marie Antoinette bade him heartily welcome, and opened her arms to him. The Dauphin embraced her, and pressed a glowing kiss upon her eyes and upon her lips. "You are extraordinarily affectionate today, my little Louis Charles," said the Queen, with a smile. "What is the cause of that?" "That comes from the fact that today I have nothing to give you excepting kisses, not a single flower. They are all withered in my garden, and I do not like to go there any more, for there are no more bouquets to pluck for my dear Mamma Queen. Mamma, this is my bouquet." And he kissed and caressed the Queen afresh, and brought a glow to her eyes and a smile to her lips. "Come now, my child, you see that the Abbé is waiting, and I believe it is time for the study hours to begin. What comes first today?" "We have first grammar," answered the Abbé, laying the needful books upon the little table at which the Dauphin always took his lessons in the presence of the Queen. "Grammar!" cried the Dauphin. "I wish it were history. That I like, but grammar I hate." "That comes because you make so many mistakes in it," said the Abbé, "and certainly grammar is very hard." The child blushed. "Oh, it is not on that account," he said. "I do not dislike grammar because it is hard, but merely because it is tedious." "And I will wager that on that account you have forgotten what we went over in our last grammar hour. We were speaking of the 3 comparatives, but you probably don't remember them." "You are mistaken," replied the Dauphin, smiling. "In proof, hear me. If I say, my abbé is a good abbé, that is the positive. If I say, my abbé is better than another abbé, that is the comparative. And," he continued, turning his eyes toward the Queen with an expression of intense affection, "if I say, my mamma is the dearest and the best of all mammas, that is the superlative." The Queen drew the boy to her heart and kissed him, while her tears flowed down upon his auburn curls. On the next day, at the time of the accustomed walk, the Queen went into the Dauphin's room to greet him before he went into the garden. "Mamma, I beg your permission to remain here," said the Dauphin. "My garden does not please me any longer." "Why not, my son?" asked Marie Antoinette. "Has anything happened to you?" "Yes, mamma," he answered. "Something has happened to me. There are so many bad people always standing around the fence, and they look at me with such evil eyes, and I am afraid of them, and they scold and say such hard things. They laugh at me, and they say that I am a stupid jack and a baker's boy that does not know how to make a loaf, and they call me a monkey. That angers me and hurts my feelings, and if I begin to cry, I am ashamed of myself, for I know that it is very silly to cry before people who mean ill to us. But I am still a poor little boy, and my tears are stronger than I am. And so I want you, mamma, not to let me go into the garden any more. Mouflette and I would a great deal rather play in my room. Come here, Mouflette, make your compliments to the Queen, and salute her like a regular grenadier." And smiling, he caught the little dog by the forepaws and made him stand up on his hind legs, and threatened Mouflette with his hand till he made him stand erect and let his forefeet hang down very respectfully. The Queen looked down with a smile at the couple, and laughed aloud when the Dauphin, still waving his hand threateningly, to compel the dog to stand as he was, jumped up, ran to the table, caught up a paper cap which he had made and painted with red stripes, and put it on Mouflette's head, calling out to him, "Mr. Jacobin, behave respectfully and make your salutations to Her Majesty the Queen." After that day, the Dauphin did not go into his garden again, and the park of the Tuileries was now the exclusive property of the populace that took possession of it with furious eagerness. The songs of the Revolution, the wild curses of the haters of the royalty, the coarse laughter and shouting of the rabble, these were the storm birds which were beating at the window of the royal apartments. Marie Antoinette still had one source of enjoyment left in her sufferings, her correspondence with absent friends, and the Duchess de Polignac before all others. Once in a while there was a favorable opportunity to send a letter by hand of some faithful friend around her, and the Queen had then the sad satisfaction at least of being able to express to some sympathizing heart what she was undergoing, without fearing that these complaints would be read by her enemies, as was the case with the letters which were sent by post. One of these letters of the Duchess de Polignac, which history has preserved, gives a faithful, touching picture of the sorrows and grief of the Queen. A translation of it reads thus: I cannot deny myself of the pleasure of embracing you, my dear Hart, but it must be done quickly, for the opportunity is a passing one, although a certain one. I can only write a word which will be forwarded to you with a large package. We are guarded like criminals, and this restraint is truly dreadfully hard to bear, constantly too apprehensive for one another, not to be able to approach the window without being loaded with insults, not to be able to take the poor children out into the air without exposing the dear innocents to reproaches. What a situation is ours, my dear Hart! And when you think that I that suffer not for myself alone, but have to tremble for the king as well, and for our friends who are with us, you will see that the burden is well nigh unbearable. But as I have told you before, you absent ones, you keep me up. Adieu, my dear Hart. Let us hope in God, who looks into our consciences, and who knows whether we are not animated by our truest love for this land. I embrace you. P.S. The king has just come in and wants to add a word. I will only say, Duchess, that you are not forgotten, that we regret receiving so few letters from you, and that whether near or far away, you and yours are always loved. Louis. Not to be able to show oneself near the window without being showered with insults. Yes, and even into the very middle of her room they followed her. Even when sitting far away from the window, she could not help hearing the loud cries which thundered out on the pavement below, as the hucksters offered to the laughing crowd the infamous pamphlet written with poisoned pen and entitled The Life of Marie Antoinette. At times her anger mastered her. Her eyes flashed, her figure was straightened up, and the suffering martyr was transformed for an instant into the proud, commanding queen. I will not bear it, she cried, walking up and down with great strides. I will speak to them. They shall not insult me without hearing my justification. Yes, I will go down to these people who call me a foreigner. I will say to them, Frenchmen, people have had the want of feeling to tell you that I do not love France. I, the mother of a dauphin, But her voice choked in her tears, and she fled to the extreme end of the room, fell sobbing on her knees, and held both her hands to her ears in order not to hear the dreadful insults which came up from below and through her windows. Thus, amid trials which renewed themselves daily, the months passed by. The queen had no longer any hope. She had given up everything, even the hope of an honorable end, of a death such as becomes a queen, proud and dignified beneath the ruins of a palace laid low by an exasperated populace. She knew that the king would never bring himself to meet such a death, that his weakness would yield to all humiliation, and his good nature resist all measures that might perhaps bring help. She had sought in vain to inspire him with her zeal. Louis was a good man, but a bad king. His was not a nature to rule and govern, but rather to serve as the scapegoat for the sins of his fathers, and to fall as a victim for the misdeeds which his ancestors had committed, and through which they had excited the wrath of the people, the divine nemesis that never sleeps. She knew and felt this, and this knowledge lay like a morning veil over her whole thought and being, filling her in times with a moody resignation, and at times with a swiftly kindling and wrathful pain. I am content that we will be the victims, she cried, wringing her hands. But I cannot bear to think that my children, too, are to be punished for what they have not committed. This thought of her children was the pillar which always raised the queen up again. When the torture of her daily life cast her to the ground, she must live for her children. She must, so long as breath remained in her, devote all her powers to retain for her son, the dauphin, at least the crown beneath whose burden his father sank. She wanted nothing more for herself, all for her son alone. There were still true friends who wanted to save the queen. Secret tidings came to her that all was ready for her escape. It was against her that the populace rage was chiefly directed, and her life was even threatened. Twice had the attempt been made to kill the queen, and the most violent denunciations of the populace were directed against her. It was therefore the queen whom her friends wanted most to save. Everything was prepared for the flight. True and devoted friends were waiting for her, ready to conduct her to the boundaries of France, where she would meet deputies sent by her nephew, the Emperor Francis. The plan was laid with the greatest care. Nothing but the consent of the queen was needed to bring it to completion, and save her from certain destruction. But Marie Antoinette withheld her acquiescence. "It is of no consequence about my life," she said. "I know that I must die, and I am prepared for it. If the king and my children cannot escape with me, I remain, for my place is at the side of my husband and my children." At last the king himself, inspired by the courage and energy of his wife, ventured to oppose the decision and decrees of the all-powerful assembly. It had put forth 2 new decrees. It had resolved upon the deportation of all priests beyond the limits of France, and also upon the establishment of a camp of 20,000 men on the Rhine frontier. With the latter there had been coupled a warning, threatening with death all who should spend any time abroad and engage in any armed movement against their own country. To both these decrees Louis refused his sanction. Both he vetoed on the 20th of June, 1792. The populace, which thronged the doors of the National Assembly in immense masses, among whom the emissaries of revolution had been very active, received the news of the king's veto with a howl of rage. The stormbirds of the revolution flew through the streets and shouted into all the windows, "The country is in danger! The king has been making alliances abroad! The Austrian woman wants to summon the armies of her own land against France, and therefore the king has vetoed the decree which punishes the betrayers of their country. A curse on Monsieur Veto! Down with Madame Veto! This is the cry today for the Revolutionary Party. A curse on Monsieur Veto! Down with Madame Veto!" The watch cry rolled like a peal of thunder throughout all the streets and into the houses, and, while within their closed doors and in the stillness of their own homes, the well-disposed praised the king for having the courage to protect the priests and the émigrés. The evil-disposed bellowed out their curses through all the streets, and called upon the rabble to avenge themselves upon Monsieur and Madame Veto. Nobody prevented this. The National Assembly let everything go quietly on, and waited with perfect indifference to see what the righteous anger of the people should resolve to do. Immense masses of howling, shrieking people rolled up on the afternoon of the 20th of June to the Tuileries, where no arrangements had been made for defense, the main entrances not even being protected that day by the National Guard. The king gave orders, therefore, that the great doors should be opened and the people allowed to pass unhindered. In a quarter of an hour, all the staircases, corridors, and halls were filled with a howling, roaring crowd. The room of the king alone was locked, and in the apartments were the royal family and a few faithful friends. The king, bland and calm as ever, the queen pale, firm, uncomplaining, Madame Elizabeth with folded hands praying, the 2 children drawing closely together, softly weeping, and yet suppressing their sobs because the queen had, in a whisper, commanded them to keep still. A little company of faithful servants filled the background of the room, and listened with suspended breath to the axe strokes with which the savage crowd broke down the doors, and heard the approaching cries of the multitude. At last, a division of the National Guard reached the palace, too late to drive the people out, but perhaps in season to protect the royal family. The door of the royal apartment was opened to the second officer of the National Guard, Monsieur Aucloc. He burst in, and kneeling before the king, conjured him, with tears in his eyes, to show himself to the people, and by his presence to calm the savage multitude. By this time the 2 children were no longer able to control their feelings and suppress their fears. The Dauphin burst into tears and loud cries. He clung affrighted to the dress of his mother. He implored her with the most moving tones to take him away and go with him to his room. Marie Antoinette stooped down to the poor little fellow and pressed him, and Teresa, who was weeping calmly, to her heart, whispering a few quieting words into their ears. While the mother was comforting her children, Louis, yielding to Aucloc's entreaties, had left the room in order to show himself to the people. Madame Elizabeth, his sister, followed him through the corridor into the great hall, passing through the seething crowd which separated her from the king. Pushed about on all sides, Madame Elizabeth could not follow, and was now alone in the throng, accompanied only by her equerry, Monsieur Saint-Pardon. Armed men pressed up against the princess, and horrid cries surged around her. "There is the Austrian woman!" And all at once pikes, all weapons, were directed against the princess. "For God's sake," cried Monsieur de Saint-Pardon, What do you want to do? This is not the Queen." "Why do you undeceive them?" asked Madame Elizabeth. "Their error might save the Queen." And while she put back one of the bayonets directly against her breast, she said gently, "Take care, sir. You might wound somebody, and I am convinced that you will be sorry." The people were amazed at this, and respectfully made way for her to come up with the king. He stood in the middle of the hall, surrounded by a crowd threatening him with wild curses. One of these desperadoes pressed close up to the king, while the others were shouting that they must strangle the whole royal family, and pulling a bottle and a glass out of his pockets, he filled the latter, gave it to the king, and ordered him to drink to the welfare of the nation. The king quietly took the glass. "The nation must know that I love it," said he, "for I have made many sacrifices for it. From the bottom of my heart I drink to its welfare." And in spite of the warning cries of his friends, he put the glass to his lips and emptied it. The crowd was beside itself with delight, and their cries were answered from without by the demanding bloodthirsty rabble. "How soon are you going to throw out the heads of the king and the queen?" Marie Antoinette had meanwhile succeeded in pacifying the Dauphin. She raised herself up, and when she saw that the king had gone out, she started toward the door. Her faithful friends stopped the way. They reminded her that she was not simply a queen, that she was a mother too. They conjured her with tears to give ear to prudence, not to rush in vain into danger, and imperil the king still more. "No one shall hinder me from doing what is my duty," cried the queen. "Leave the doorway free." But her friends would not yield. They defied even the wrath of the queen. At that moment, some of the National Guard came in through another door and pacified Marie Antoinette, assuring her that the life of the king was not threatened. In the meanwhile, the shouting came nearer and nearer, the cries resounding from the guard-room. The doors were torn open, and the people surged in immense waves, like the sea lashing into fury by the storm. The National Guard rolled a table before the queen and her children, and placed themselves at two sides to defend them. Only a bit of wood now separated the queen from her enemies, who brandished their weapons at her. But Marie Antoinette had now regained her whole composure. She stood erect. At her right hand, her daughter, who nestled up to her mother. At her left, the Dauphin, who with wide eyes and looks of astonishment gazed at the people bursting in. Behind the queen were Princesses Lamballe and Tarrant and Madame Tourzel. A man with disheveled hair and bare bosom gave the queen a handful of rods bearing the inscription, "For Marie Antoinette." Another showed her a guillotine. A third a gallows with the inscription, "Tremble, tyrant, thy hour has come." Another held up before her, on the point of a pike, a human heart dripping with blood, and cried, "Thus shall they all bleed, the hearts of tyrants and aristocrats." The queen did not let her eyes fall. Her fixed look rested upon the shriek and howling multitude. But when this man with the bleeding heart approached her, her eyelids trembled. A deathly paleness spread over her cheeks, for she recognized him, Simon the cobbler, and a fearful presentiment told her that this man, who had always been for her the incarnation of hatred, is now, when her life is threatened, to be the source of her chief peril. From the distance surged in cries, "Long live Santerre! Long live Faubourg Saint-Antoine! Long live the sans-culottes!" And at the head of a crowd of half-naked fellows, the brewer Santerre, arrayed in the fantastic costume of a robber of the Abruzzo Mountains, with a dagger and pistol in his girdle, dashed into the room, his broad-brimmed hat, with 3 red plumes aslant upon his brown hair, that streamed down on both sides of his savage countenance, like the mane of a lion. The queen lifted the Dauphin up, set him upon the table, and whispered softly to him, "He must not cry. He must not grieve," and the child smiled and kissed his mother's hand. Just then a drunken woman rushed up to the table, threw a red cap down upon it, and ordered the queen, on pain of death, to put it on. Marie Antoinette threw both arms around the Dauphin, kissed his auburn hair, and turned calmly to the General de Wittenhoffen, who stood near her. "Put the cap upon me," said she, and the woman howled with pleasure, while the general, pale with rage and trembling with grief, obeyed the queen's command, and put the red cap upon the hair which trouble had already turned gray in a night. But after a minute the General Wittenhoffen took the red cap from the head of the queen and laid it on the table. From all sides resounded the commanding cry, "The red cap for the Dauphin! The tricolor for the little Vito!" And the women tore the 3-colored ribbons from their caps and threw them upon the table. "If you love the nation," cried the women to the queen, "put the red cap on your son." The queen motioned to Madame Tourzel, who put the red cap on the Dauphin, and decked his neck and arms with the ribbons. The child did not understand whether it was a joke or a way of insulting him, and looked on with a smile of astonishment. Santerre leaned over the table and looked complacently at the singular group. The proud and yet gentle face of the queen was so near him that when he saw the sweat drops rolling down from beneath the woolen cap over the Dauphin's forehead, even he felt a touch of pity, and straightened himself up, perhaps to escape the eye of the queen. He called out roughly, "Take that cap off from that child! Don't you see how he sweats?" The queen thanked him with a mute glance, and took the cap herself from the head of the poor child. At this point, a horde of howling women pressed up to the table and threatened the queen with their fists, and hurled wild curses at her. "Only see how proudly and scornfully this Austrian looks at us," cried a young woman who stood in the front rank. "She would like to blast us with her eyes, for she hates us." Marie Antoinette turned kindly to them. "Why should I hate you?" she asked in a gentle tone. "It is you that hate me. You. Have I ever done you any harm?" "Not to me," answered the young woman. "Not to me, but to the nation." "Poor child," answered the queen gently. "They have told you so, and you have believed it. What advantage would it bring to me to harm the nation? You call me the Austrian, but I am the wife of the King of France, the mother of the Dauphin. I am French with all my feelings of wife and mother. I shall never see again the land in which I was born, and only in France can I be happy or unhappy. And when you have loved me, I was happy there." She said this with quivering voice and moving tones, the tears filling her eyes, and while she was speaking the noise was hushed, and even these savage creatures were transformed into gentle, sympathetic women. Tears came to the eyes of the young woman who before had spoken so savagely to the queen. "Forgive me," she said, weeping. "I do not know you. Now I see that you are not bad." "No, she is not bad," cried Santerre, striking with both fists upon the table. "But bad people have misled her," and a second time he struck the table with resounding blows. Marie Antoinette trembled a little, and hastily lifted the Dauphin from the table. She put him by her side. "Ah, madame," cried Santerre, smiling, "don't be afraid. They will do you no harm. But just think how you have been misled, how dangerous it is to deceive the people. I tell you that in the name of the people, for the rest you needn't fear." "I am not afraid," said Marie Antoinette calmly. "No one need ever be afraid who is among brave people." And with a graceful gesture she extended her hand to the National Guard, who stood by the table. A general shout of applause followed the words of the queen. The National Guard covered her hands with kisses, and even the women were touched. "How courageous the Austrian is!" cried one. "How handsome the prince is!" cried another, and all pressed up to get nearer view of the Dauphin, and a smile or a look from him. The great eyes of Santerre remained fixed upon the queen, and resting both arms upon the table, he leaned over to her until his mouth was close to her ear. "Madame," he whispered, "you have very unskilful friends. I know people who would serve you better, who—" But as if ashamed of this touch of sympathy, he stopped, sprang back from the table, and with thundering voice commanded all present to march out and leave the palace. They obeyed his command, filed out in military order past the table behind which stood the queen with her children and her faithful friends. A rare procession, a rare army, consisting of men armed with pikes, hatchets, and spades, of women brandishing knives and scissors in their hands, and all directing their countenances, before hyena-like and scornful, but now subdued and sympathetic, to the queen who, with calm eye and gentle look, responded to the salutations of the retreating crowd with a friendly nod. End of Part 1, Chapter 19 of Book 4. Continuation, Chapter 19, Book 4 of Marie Antoinette and Her Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kathy Hart. Marie Antoinette and Her Son by Luise Mühlbach. In the meanwhile, the long-delayed help had reached the king. The National Guards had overcome the raging multitude and gained possession of the great reception room where Louis was. The mayor of Paris, Pétion, had come at last, and hailed loudly by the crowd, which occupied the whole space in the rear of the National Guards, he approached the king. "Sire," said he, "I have just learned what is going on here." "I am surprised at that," answered the king, with a reproachful look. "The mayor of Paris ought to have learned before this about this tumult, which has now been lasting 3 hours." "But it is now at an end, sire, since I have come," cried Pétion proudly. "You have now nothing more to fear, sire." "To fear?" replied Louis with a proud shrug. "A man who has a good conscience does not fear. Feel," he said, taking the hand of a grenadier who stood at his side. "Lay your hand upon my heart, and tell this man whether it beats faster." Pétion now turned to the people and commanded them to withdraw. "Fellow citizens," said he, "you began this day wisely and worthily. You have proved that you are free. End the day as you began it. Separate peaceably. Do as I do. Return to your homes and go to bed." The multitude, flattered by Pétion's praises, began to withdraw, and the National Guard escorted the king into the great council chamber, where a deputation of the National Assembly had met to pay their respects to the king. "Where is the queen? Where are the children?" cried the king, as exhausted he sank into a chair. His gentlemen hastened out to bring them, and soon the queen and the children came in. With extended arms, Marie Antoinette hastened to her husband, and they remained a long time locked in their embrace. "Papa King," cried the Dauphin, "give me a kiss too. I have deserved it, for I was brave and did not cry when the people put the red cap on my head." The king stooped down to the child and kissed his golden hair, and then pressed his little daughter, who was nestled up to him, to his heart. The deputies stood with curious looks around the group, to whom it was not granted, even after such a fearful day and imminent peril, to embrace each other and thank God for their preservation without a witness. "Confess, madam," said one of the deputies to Marie Antoinette in a confidential tone. "Confess that you have experienced great anxiety." "No, sir," replied the queen, "I have not been anxious, but I have suffered severely, because I was separated from the king at a moment when his life was threatened. I had at least my children with me, and so could discharge one of my duties." "I will not excuse everything that took place today," said the deputy with a shrug, "but confess at least, madam, that the people conducted themselves very well." "Sir, the king and I are convinced of the natural good nature of the people. They are only bad when they are led astray." Some of the other deputies approached the Dauphin and directed various questions to him, in order to convince themselves about his precocious understanding that was so much talked about. One of the gentlemen, speaking of the day that had gone by, compared it with St. Bartholomew's night. "The comparison does not hold," cried another. "Here is no Charles IX." "And no Catherine de' Medici either," said the Dauphin quickly, pressing the hand of the queen to his lips. "Oh, see the little scholar!" cried the bystanders. "Let us see whether he knows as much about geography as about history." And all pressed up to him and put questions to him about the situation and boundaries of France, and about the divisions of the French territory into departments and districts. The prince answered all these questions quickly and correctly. After every answer he cast an inquiring glance at the queen, and when he read in her looks that his answers had been correct, his eyes brightened and his cheeks glowed with pleasure. "Our Dauphin is really learned," cried one of the deputies. "I should like to know whether he has paid enough attention yet to the arts. Do you love music, my little prince?" "Ah, sir," answered the Dauphin eagerly, "whoever has heard mamma sing and play must love music." "Do you sing too, prince?" The Dauphin raised his eyes to his mother. "Mamma," he asked, "shall I sing the prayer of this morning?" Marie Antoinette nodded. "Sing it, my son, for perhaps God heard it this morning and has graciously answered it." The Dauphin sank upon his knees, and folding his hands he raised his head and turned his blue eyes toward heaven, and with a sweet voice and a mild smiling look, he sang these words: "Ciel entend la prière, qu'ici je fais, conserve ainsi bois pain à ses jouets." Heaven, accept the prayer I offer here, unto his subjects spare my father dear. A deep, solemn silence reigned while the Dauphin's voice rang through the room. The face of the deputies, hitherto defiant and severe, softened, deeply moved. They all looked at the beautiful boy, who was still on his knees, his countenance beaming, and with a smile upon his face, like that of one in a blissful dream. No one ventured to break the silence. The king, whose arms were thrown around the neck of his daughter, looked affectionately at the Dauphin. Madame Elizabeth had folded her hands and was praying, but Marie Antoinette, no longer able to control her deep emotion, covered her face with her hands and wept in silence. From this day, the life of the royal family was one of constant excitement and incessant, feverish expectation of coming evil. The king bore it all with an uncomplaining resignation. No one drew from him a complaint, no one a reproach. But the thought never seemed to occur to him that perhaps even yet safety might be attained by energy, by spirit, or even by flight. He had surrendered all. He was ready to suffer as a Christian instead of rising as a king, and preferred to fall in honorable battle rather than to live despised. Marie Antoinette had given up her efforts to inspire her husband with her own energetic will. She knew that all was in vain, and had accepted her fate. Since she could not live as a queen, she would at least die as one. She made her preparations for this calmly, and with characteristic decision. "They will kill me, I know," she said to her maids. "I have only one duty left to me, to prepare myself to die." She lost her accustomed spirit, wept much, and exhibited a great deal of feeling. Yet she still stood guard over the shattered throne, like a resolute sentinel, and she looked around with sharp and searching glances, to keep an eye on the enemy, and to be ready for his nearer approach. She still continued to receive the news about everything that transpired in Paris, everything that was resolved upon in the National Assembly, and discussed in the clubs, and had the libels and pamphlets which were directed at her all sent to her. Marie Antoinette understood the condition of the capital and the feeling of the people better than the king did, who often sat for hours, and at times whole days, silent and unoccupied. Better even than did the ministers. She received every morning the reports of the emissaries, followed the intrigues of the conspirators, and was acquainted with the secret assemblies which Marat called together, and the alliances of the clubs. She knew about the calling together of the 48 sections of the Paris fraternity in one general convention. She knew that Pétion, Danton, and Manuel, 3 raving republicans, were at the head, and their emissaries were empowered to stir up the suburbs in the city. She knew, too, that the monsters from Marseille, who had been active on the 20th of June, were boasting that they were going to repeat the deeds of that day on a greater scale. Nor was it unknown to her that more than half the deputies in the National Assembly belonged to the Jacobin party, and they were looking for an opportunity to strike a fresh blow at royalty. Very often, when at dead of night Marie Antoinette heard the noisy chorus of the rioters from Marseille singing beneath her windows, "Allons, enfants de la patrie," or the Parisians chanting the "Ca ira, fa ira," she sprang from her bed. She now never disrobed herself on retiring, hurried to the beds of her children to see that they were not in danger, or called the maids and commanded them to light the candles, that they might at least see the danger which threatened. At last, on the night of the 9th of August, the long-feared terror arrived. A gun fired in the court of the Tuileries announced its advent. Marie Antoinette sprang from her bed, and sent her waiting maid to the king and wakened him. The king had already risen. His ministers and a few tried friends were now with him. The queen wakened her children and assisted in dressing them. She then went with the little ones to the king, who received them with an affectionate greeting. At length a blast of trumpets announced that the movement had become general. The thunder of cannons and the peals of bells awakened the sleeping city. The royal family, crowded close together, silently awaiting the stalking of the Republic into the halls of the king's palace, or the saving of the monarchy by the grace of God and the bravery of their faithful friends. For even then the monarchy had those who were true to it, and while the trumpet blasts continued and the bells to ring, to awaken republicans to the struggle, the sounds were at the same time the battle cry of the royalists, and told them that the king was in danger and needed their help. About 200 noblemen had remained in Paris, and had not followed the royal princes to Coblentz to take arms against their own country. They had remained in Paris in order to defend the monarchy to the last drop of their blood, and at least to be near the throne, if they were not able to hold it up longer. In order not to be suspected, they carried no arms, and yet it was known that beneath the silk vest of the cavalier they concealed the dagger of the soldier, and they received in consequence the appellation of Chevaliers of the Dagger. At the first notes of the trumpet, the nobility had hurried on the night of the 10th of August at the Tuileries, which were already filled with grenadiers, Swiss guards, and volunteers of every rank who had hastened thither to protect the royal family. All their staircases, all the corridors and rooms were occupied by them. The Chevaliers of the Dagger marched in solemn procession by them all to the grand reception room, where the king, the queen, and the children, with respectful mien, they approached the royal pair, imploring the king's permission to die for him, and beseeching the queen to touch their weapons in order to make them victorious, and to allow them to kiss the royal hand in order to sweeten the death for them. There were cries of enthusiasm and loyalty on all sides. "Long live the king of our fathers!" cried the young people. "Long live the king of our children!" cried the old man, taking the Dauphin in their arms and raising him above their heads, as if he were the living banner in whose defense they wished to die. As the morning dawned, the king, at the pressing request of his wife, walked with her and the children through the halls and galleries of the palace, to reanimate the courage of the defenders who were assembled there, and to thank them for their fidelity. Everywhere the royal family was received with enthusiasm. Everywhere oaths of loyalty to death resounded through the rooms. The king then went, accompanied by a few faithful friends, down into the park to review the battalions of the National Guard who were stationed there. When Louis appeared, the cry, "Long live the king!" began to lose the unanimity which had characterized it in the palace. It was suppressed and overborne by the hostile murmur, and the farther the king advanced, the louder grew these mutterings, till at last, from hundreds and hundreds of throats, the thundering cry resounded, "Abdication or death! Long live Pétion! Resignation or death!" The king turned hastily around, and with pale face and forehead covered with drops of cold sweat, he returned to the palace. "All is lost," cried the queen bitterly. "Nothing more remains for us than to die worthily." But soon she raised herself up again, and new courage animated her soul. And when she saw that the new defenders were constantly pressing into the hall, and that even many grenadiers of the National Guard mingled in the ranks of the nobility, but these noblemen, these chevaliers of the dagger, excited mistrust, and a major of the National Guard demanded their removal with a loud voice. "No!" cried the queen eagerly. "These noblemen are our best friends. Place them before the mouth of the cannon, and they will show you how death for one's king is met. Do not disturb yourselves about these brave people," she continued, turning to some grenadiers who were approaching her. "Your interest and theirs are common. Everything that is dearest to you and them, wives, children, property, depends on your courage and your common bravery." The grenadiers extended their hand to the chevaliers, and mutual oaths were exchanged to die for the royal family, to save the throne or to perish with it. It was a grand and solemn moment, full of lofty eloquence. The hearts of these noblemen and these warriors longed impatiently for death. With their hands laid upon their weapons, they awaited its coming. The populace rolled up in great masses to the palace. Wild shrieks were heard, the thunder of cannons, the harsh cries of women, and the yells of men. Within the palace they listened with suspended breath. The queen straightened herself up, grasped with a quick movement the hands of her children, drew them to herself, with her head bent forward, and with breathless expectation gazed at the door, like a lioness awaiting her enemy, and making herself ready to defend her young with her own life. The door was suddenly opened, and the Attorney General, Roederer, burst in. "Sire," cried he with impassioned utterance, "you must save yourself. All opposition is in vain. Only the smallest part of the National Guard is to be trusted, and even this part only waits the first pretext to fraternize with the populace. The cannoneers have already withdrawn the loading from the cannon, because they are unwilling to fire upon the people. The king has no time to lose. Sire, there is protection for you only in the National Assembly, and only the representatives of the people can now protect the royal family." The queen uttered a cry of anger and horror. "How?" she cried. "What do you say? We seek protection with our worst enemies? Never, oh never! Rather will I be nailed to these walls than leave the palace to go to the National Assembly." And turning to the king, who stood silent and undecided, she spoke to him with flaming words, with glowing eloquence, addressed him as the father of the Dauphin, the successor of Henry IV and Louis XIV, sought to animate his ambition and touch his heart, and tried for the last time to kindle him with her courage and her decision. In vain, all in vain. The king remained silent and undecided. A cry, one single cry of grief, burst from the lips of the queen, and one moment her head sank upon her breast. "Hasten, hasten, sire!" cried Roederer. "Every moment increases the peril. In a quarter of an hour, perhaps the queen and the children will be lost beyond remedy." These words awakened the king from his reverie. He looked up and nodded his head. "We can do nothing else," he said. "Let us go at once to the National Assembly." "Sir," cried the queen, turning to Roederer, "is it true that we are deserted by all?" "Madame," answered the Attorney General, sadly, "all opposition is in vain. It will only increase the danger. Would you suffer yourself, the king, your children, your friends to be killed? God forbid it. Would that I alone could be offering." "Another minute," urged Roederer, "perhaps another second, and it is impossible to guarantee your life, and perhaps that of your husband and children." "My children!" cried the queen, throwing her arms around them and drawing them to her breast. "No, oh no, I will not give them over to the knife." One sigh, one last sob, burst from her lips, and she released herself from the children and approached the king and his ministers. "This is the last sacrifice," she said heavily, "that I can offer. I submit myself, Monsieur Roederer." And then, with louder tones, as if she wanted to call all present to be witnesses, she continued, "Will you pledge yourself for the person of the king and for that of my son?" "Madame," answered Roederer solemnly, "I pledge myself for this, that we are all ready to die at your side. That is all I can promise." And now the noblemen and the grenadiers pressed up to the king and the queen in their escort. "For God's sake," cried Roederer, "no demonstration, or the king is lost." "Remain, my friends," said the king stolidly. "Await our return here." "We shall soon return," said Marie Antoinette, and leading her 2 children, she followed the king, who walked slowly through the hall. Princess Lamballe and Madame Tourzel brought up the rear. It was done. The dying monarchy left the royal palace to put itself under the protection of the Revolution, which was soon to give birth to the Republic. It was 6 o'clock in the morning when the royal family crossed the threshold of the Tuileries. In front, the king, conducting Princess Elizabeth on his arm. Behind him, the queen with the 2 children. Before leaving the palace, the king received tidings that a part of the National Guard had withdrawn in order to protect their families and their property from an attack of the populace, and that another part had declared itself against the king in favor of the Revolution. Louis made his way through the seething crowd that scarcely opened to allow a free passage for the royal family, and overwhelmed them with curses, insults, and abuse. Some members of the National Assembly went in advance and could themselves scarcely control the raging waves of popular fury. On the Terrasse de Feuillants, the people shouted, "Down with the tyrants! To death with them!" The Dauphin cried aloud with fright, for the bloody hands of 2 yelling women were extended after him. A grenadier sprang forward and seized the boy with his strong arm and raised him upon his shoulder. "My son! Give me back my son!" cried the queen wildly. The grenadier bowed to her. "Do not be afraid. Do you not recognize me?" Marie Antoinette looked at him, and the hint of a smile passed over her face. She did indeed recognize him, who, like a good angel, was always present when danger and death threatened her. It was Toulan, the faithful one, by her side in the uniform of the National Guardsman. "Courage, courage, good queen! The demons are loose, but good angels are near to thee too, and where those curse and howl, these bring blessing and reconciliation." "Down with the tyrants!" roared the savage women. "Do not be afraid, my prince," said the grenadier to the Dauphin, whom he carried upon his shoulder in order to protect him from the thronging crowd. "Nobody will hurt you." "Not me, but my dear papa," sobbed the child, while the tears rolled over his pale cheeks. The poor child trembled and was afraid, and how could he help it? Even the king was terrified for a moment, and felt as if the tears were coming into his eyes. The queen, too, wept, dried her tears, and then wept again. The sad march consumed more than an hour in order to traverse the bit of way to the manège where the National Assembly met. Before the doors of the building the cries were doubled. The Attorney General harangued the mob and sought to quiet it, and pushed the royal family into the narrow corridor, in which, hemmed by abusive crowds, they made their way forward slowly. At last the hall doors opened, and as Marie Antoinette passed in behind the king, Toulan gave the little Dauphin to her, who flung both his arms around the neck of his mother. A death-like silence reigned in the hall. The deputies looked with dark faces at the newcomers. No one rose to salute the king. No word of welcome was spoken. The king took his place by the side of the president. The queen and her ladies took the chairs of the ministers, Then came an angry cry from the tribune. "The Dauphin must sit with the king. He belongs to the nation. The Austrian has no claim to the confidence of the people." An officer came down to take the child away, but Louis Charles clung to his mother. Fear was expressed on his features. Tears stood in his eyes, and won a word of sympathy, so that the officer did not venture to remove the prince forcibly. A deep silence sat in again, till the king raised his voice. "I have come hither," he said, "to prevent a great crime, and because I believe that I am safest surrounded by the representatives of the nation." "Sire," replied President Vergniaud, "you reckon upon us the devotion of the National Assembly. It knows its duties. Its members have sworn to live and die in the defense of the rights of the people and of the constitutional authorities." Voices were heard at this point from all sides of the hall, declaring that the Constitution forbids the Assembly holding its deliberations in the presence of the King and the Queen. Then they took the royal family into the little low box scarcely 10 feet long, in which the reporters of the Logograph used to write their accounts of the doings of the Assembly. Into this narrow space were a king, a queen, with her sister and her children, their ministers and faithful servants, crowded to listen to the discussion concerning the deposition of the king. From without there came into the hall the wild cry of the populace that the Swiss guards had been killed, and shouts accompanied the heads as they were carried about upon the points of pikes. The crack of muskets was heard, and the roar of cannon. The last faithful regiments were contending against the army of the revolutionists, while within the hall the election by the French people of the General Convention was discussed. This scene lasted the whole day. The whole day the Queen sat in glowing heat, her son asleep in her lap, motionless, and like a marble statue. She appeared to be alive only when once in a while sigh or faint moan escaped her. A glass of water mixed with currant juice was the only nourishment she took through the day. At about 5 in the afternoon, while the assembly was still deliberating about the disposal of the king, Louis turned composedly around to the valet who was standing back of him. "I am hungry," he said. "Bring me something to eat." Hugh hastened to bring, from a restaurant nearby, a piece of roast chicken, some fruit, and stewed plums. A small table was procured and carried into the reporter's box of the Logograph. The countenance of the king lightened up a little as he sat down at the table and ate his dinner with a good appetite. He did not hear the suppressed sobs that issued from a dark corner of the box. To this corner the unhappy woman had withdrawn, who yesterday was Queen of France, and whose pale cheeks reddened with shame at this hour to see the king eating with his old relish. The tears started afresh from her eyes, and in order to dry them she asked for a handkerchief. For her own was already wet with her tears and with the sweat with which she wiped from the forehead of her sleeping boy. But no one of her friends could reach her a handkerchief that was not red with the blood of those who had been wounded in the defense of the Queen. It was only at 2 o'clock in the night that the living martyrdom of this session ended, and the royal family were conducted to the cells of the former Convent du Fillon, which was above the rooms of the Assembly, and which had hastily been put in readiness for the night quarters of the royal family. Hither armed men, using their gun barrels as candlesticks for the tapers which they carried, marched, conducting a king and queen to their improvised sleeping rooms. A dense crowd of people, bearing weapons, surrounded them and often closed the way, so that it needed the energetic command of the officer in charge to make free passage for them. The populace drew back, but bellowed and sang into the ears of the Queen as she passed by. "Madame Vito avait promis de faire gorger tout Paris." These horrible faces, these threatening, abusive voices, frightened the Dauphin, who clung tremblingly to his mother. Marie Antoinette stooped down to him and whispered a few words in his ear. At once the countenance of the boy brightened, and he sprang quickly and joyfully up the staircase, but at the top he stood still and waited for his sister, who was so heavy with sleep that she had to be led up slowly. "Listen, Thérèse," said the prince joyously. "Mamma has promised me that I shall sleep in her room with her, because I was so good before the bad people." And he jumped about delightedly into the rooms which had been opened, and in which a supper had even been prepared. But suddenly his countenance darkened, and his eyes wandered around with an ancient look. "Where is Mouflet?" he asked. "He came with me, and he was with me when we left the box. Mouflet, Mouflet, where are you, Mouflet?" And, asking this question loudly, The Dauphin hurried through the 4 rooms, everywhere seeking after the little dog, the inheritance from his brother, the former Dauphin of France. But Mouflette did not come, and all search was in vain. No Mouflette was to be found. He had probably been lost in the crowd or been trodden underfoot. When at last silence and peace came, the royal family were resting on their hard beds. Sighs and suppressed sobs were heard from where the Dauphin lay. It was the little fellow weeping for his lost dog. The heir of the kings of France had today lost his last possession, his little, faithful dog. Marie Antoinette stooped down and kissed his wet eyes. "Do not cry, my boy. Mouflette will come back again tomorrow." "Tomorrow? Certainly, mamma?" "Certainly." The boy dried his tears and went to sleep with a smile upon his lips. But Marie Antoinette did not sleep. Sitting erect in her bed, she listened to the cries and the fiendish shoutings which came up from the Terrasse de Feuillants as the people heaped their abuse upon her and demanded her head. On the next day, new sufferings. The royal family had to go again into the little box which they had occupied the day before. They had to listen to the deliberation of the National Assembly about the future residence of the royal family, which had made itself unworthy to inhabit the Tuileries, while even the Luxembourg Palace was no suitable residence for the Monsieur and Madame Biteau. The Queen had, in the meantime, regained her self-possession and calmness. She could even summon a smile to her lips, with which to greet her children and the faithful friends who thronged around her, in order to be near her in these painful hours. She was pleased with the attentions of the wife of the English ambassador, Lady Sutherland, who sent linen and clothes of her own son for the Dauphin. The Queen also received from Madame Tourzel her watch, with many thanks, since she had been robbed of her own, and her purse on the way to the Convent des Feuillants. On receiving news of this theft, the 5 gentlemen present hastened to lay all the gold and notes that they carried about them on the table before they withdrew. But Marie Antoinette had noticed this. "Gentlemen," she said with thanks and deep feeling, "gentlemen, keep your money. You will want it more than we, for you will, I trust, live longer." Death had no longer any terrors for the Queen, for she had too often looked him in the eye of late to be afraid. She had with joy often seen him take away her faithful servants and friends. Death would have been lighter to bear than the railings and abuse which she had to experience upon her walks from the logograph reporter's seat to the rooms in the Convent des Feuillants. On one of these walks she saw in the garden some respectably dressed people standing and looking without hurling insults at her. Full of gratitude, the Queen smiled and bowed to them. On this, one of the men shouted, "You needn't take the trouble to shake your head so gracefully, for you won't have it much longer." "I would the men were right," said Marie Antoinette softly, going on to the hall of the Assembly to hear the representatives of the nation discuss the question whether the Swiss Guard, who had undertaken to defend the royal family with weapons in their hands, should not be condemned to death as traitors to the French nation. At length, after 5 days of continued sufferings, the Assembly became weary of insulting and humiliating longer those who had been robbed of their power and dignity, and it was announced to the royal family that they would hereafter reside in the Temple and be perpetual prisoners of the nation. On the morning of the 18th of August, 2 great carriages, each drawn by only 2 horses, stood the Court des Feuillants ready to carry the royal family to the Temple. In the first of these sat the King, the Queen, their 2 children, Madame Elizabeth and Princess Lamballe, Madame Tourzel and her daughter, and besides these, Pétion, the mayor of Paris, the attorney general, and a municipal officer. In the second carriage were the servants of the King and 2 officials. A detachment of the National Guards escorted the carriage, on both sides of which dense masses of men stood, incessantly pouring out their abuse and insults. In the Place Vendôme, the procession stopped with a scornful laughter. They showed the King the scattered fragments upon the pavements of the equestrian statue of Louis XIV, which had stood there, and which had been thrown from its pedestal by the anger of the people. "So shall it be with all tyrants," shouted and roared the mob, raising their fists threateningly. "How bad they are," said the Dauphin, looking widely opened eyes at the King, between whose knees he was standing. "No," answered Louis gently, "they are not bad, they are only misled." At 7 in the evening they reached the gloomy building which was now the home of the King and Queen of France. "Long live the nation!" roared the mob, which filled the inner court, as Marie Antoinette and her husband dismounted from the carriage. "Long live the nation! Down with the tyrants!" The Queen paid no attention to the cries. She looked down at her black shoe, which was torn, and out of whose tip her white silk stocking peeped. "See," she said to Princess Lamballe, who was walking by her side. "See my foot? It would hardly be believed that the Queen of France has no shoes." This is the end of Chapter 19, Book 4, read by Kathy Hart.
Chapter 20, Part 1 of Marie Antoinette and Her Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Marie Antoinette and Her Son by Luise Mühlbach. To the 21st of January. We must look misfortune directly in the eye, and have courage to bear it worthily, said Marie Antoinette. We are prisoners, and shall long remain so. Let us seek to have a kind of household life even in our prison. Let us make a fixed plan how to spend our days. You are right, Marie, replied Louis. Let us arrange how to spend each day. As I am no longer a king, I will be the teacher of my son, and try to educate him to be a good king. Do you believe, then, husband, that there are to be kings after this in France? Asked Marie Antoinette with a shrug. Well, answered Louis, we will at least seek to give him such an education that he shall be able to fill worthily whatever station he may be called to. I will be his teacher in the sciences, and I will interest him and our daughter in music and drawing, said the Queen. And you will allow me to teach my niece to embroider an altar cover, said Madame Elizabeth. And in the evening, said Marie Antoinette, nodding playfully to Princess Lamballe, in the evening we will read comedies, that the children may learn of our Lamballe the art of declamation. We will seek to forget the past and turn our thoughts only to the present, whatever it may be. You see that these 4 days that we have spent here in the temple have been good schoolmasters for me, and have made me patient. But what is that? Exclaimed the Queen. Did you not hear steps before the door? It must be something unusual, for it is not yet so late as the officials are accustomed to come. Where are the children? And, in the anxiety of her motherly love, the Queen hastened up the little staircase which led to the second story of the temple, where was the chamber of the Dauphin, together with the general sitting-room. Louis Charles sprang forward to meet his mother, and asked her whether she had come to fulfill her promise, and go out with him into the garden. The Queen, instead of answering, clasped him in her arms, and beckoned to Teresa to come to her side. "Oh, my children, my dear children, I only wanted to see you, The door opened, and the King, followed by his sister Princess Lamballe and Madame Tourzel, entered. "What is it?" cried Marie Antoinette. "Some new misfortune, is it not?" She was silent, for she now became aware of the presence of both of the municipal officials, who had come in behind the ladies, and in whose presence she would not complain. Manuel, who, since the 10th of August, had been Attorney General, Manuel, the enemy of the Queen, the chief supervisor of the prisoners in the temple, was there, and Marie Antoinette would not grant him the triumph of seeing her weakness. "You have something to say to us, sir," said the Queen, with a voice which she compelled to be calm. Yes, Manuel had something to say to her. He had to lay before her and the King a decree of the National Assembly, which ordered old parties who had accompanied Louis Capet and his wife to the temple, either under the name of friends or servants, to leave the place at once. The Queen had not a word of complaint, but her pride was vanquished. She suffered Manuel to see her tears. She extended her arms and called the faithful Lamballe to her, mingled her tears with those of the princess, and then gave a parting kiss to Madame de Tourzel and her daughter. The evening of that day was a silent and solitary one in the rooms of the temple. The last servants had been taken away from the royal prisoners, and only Clary, the valet of the King, had been suffered to remain, to wait upon his master. The next morning, however, Manuel came to inform the queen that she would be allowed to have 2 other women to wait upon her, and gave her a list of names from which she might choose. But Marie Antoinette, with proud composure, refused to accept this offer. We have been deprived of those who remained faithful to us out of love, and devoted their services to us as a free gift, and we will not supply their places by servants who are paid by our enemies. Then you will have to wait upon yourselves, cried Manuel, with a harsh voice. Yes, answered the queen, gently, we will wait upon ourselves and take pleasure in it. And they did wait upon themselves. They took the tenderest care one of another, and performed all these offices with constant readiness. The king had, happily, been allowed to retain his valet, who dressed him, who knew all his quiet, moderate ways, and who arranged everything for the king in the little study at the Temple, as he had been accustomed to do in the grand cabinet at Versailles. The ladies waited upon themselves, and Marie Antoinette undertook the task of dressing and undressing the Dauphin. The little fellow was the sunbeam which now and then would light up even the sombre apartments of the Temple. With the happy carelessness of infancy, he had forgotten the past and did not think of the future. He lived only in the present, sought to be happy, and found his happiness when he succeeded in calling a smile to the pale, proud lips of the queen, or in winning a word of praise from the king for his industry and his attention. And thus the days went by with the royal family, monotonous, sad, and dreary. No greeting of love, no ray of hope came in from the outer world to lighten up the thick walls of the old building. No one brought the prisoners news of what was transpiring without. They were too well watched for any of their friends to be able to communicate with them. This was the greatest trial for the royal captives. Not a moment, by day or by night, when the eyes of the sentries were not directed toward them, and their motions observed. The doors to the ante-rooms were constantly open, and in them always there were officials, with searching looks and with severe faces, watching the prisoners in the inner rooms. Even during the night this trial did not cease, and the Queen of France had to undergo the indignity of having the door of her sleeping-room constantly open, while the officials, who spent the night in their armchairs in the ante-room, drank, played, and smoked, always keeping an eye on her bed, in order to be sure of her presence.
Even when she undressed herself, the doors of the Queen's apartment were not closed. A mere small screen stood at the foot of the bed. This was removed as soon as the Queen had disrobed and lain down. This daily renewed pain and humiliation, this being watched every minute, was the heaviest burden that the prisoners of the Temple had to bear, and the proud heart of Marie Antoinette rose in exasperation every day against these restraints. She endeavored to be patient and to choke the grief that rose within her, and yet she must sometimes give expression to it in tears and threatening words, which now fell like cold thunderbolts from the lips of the Queen, and no longer kindled anything, no longer dashed anything in pieces. Thus August passed and September began, sad, gloomy, and hopeless. On the morning of the 3rd of September, Manuel came to the royal prisoners to tell them that Paris was in great excitement, and that they were not to go into the garden that day as usual about noon, but were to remain in their rooms. "How is it with my friend, Princess Lamballe?" asked Marie Antoinette. Manuel was perplexed. He even blushed and cast down his eyes, as he answered that morning the princess had been taken to the prison La Force. Then, in order to divert conversation from this channel, Manuel told the prisoners about the tidings which had recently reached Paris and had thrown the city into such excitement and rage. The neighboring powers had made an alliance against France. The King of Prussia was advancing with a powerful army, and had already confronted the French force before Châlons, while the Emperor of Germany was marching against Alsace. Marie Antoinette forgot the confusion and perplexity which Manuel had exhibited in the importance of this news. She hoped again. She found in her elastic spirit support in these tidings, and began to think of the possibility of escape. It did not trouble her that beneath her windows she heard a furious cry, as the crowd surged up to the prison walls, "The head of the Austrian! Give us the head of the Austrian!" She had so often heard that, it had been so long the daily refrain to the sorrowful song of riot which filled Paris, that it had lost all meaning for Marie Antoinette. Nor did it disturb her at all that she heard the loud beatings of drums approaching like muffled thunder, that trumpets were blown, that musketry rattled, and loud war cries resounded in the distant streets. Marie Antoinette paid no heed to this. She heard constantly ringing before her ear Manuel's words: "The neighboring nations have allied against France. The King of Prussia is before Charlotte. The Emperor of Germany is advancing upon Strasbourg. O God of heaven, be merciful to us, grant to our friends victory over our enemies. Release us from these sufferings and pains, that our children may at least find the happiness which for us is buried forever in the past." And yet Marie Antoinette could speak to no one of her hopes and fears. She must breathe her prayer in her own heart alone, for the municipal officials were there, and the two servants who had been forced upon the prisoners, Tyson and his wife, the paid servants of their enemies. Only the brave look and the clearer brow told the king of the hopes and wishes of his wife, but he responded to them with a faint shrug and a sad smile. All at once, after the royal family had sat down to take their dinner at the round table, all at once there was a stir in the building which was before so still. Terrible cries were heard, the steps advancing up the staircase. The two officials, who were sitting in the open anteroom, stood and listened at the door. This was suddenly opened, and a third official entered, pale, trembling with rage, and raising his clenched fists tremblingly against the king. "The enemy is in Verdun," cried he. "We shall all be undone, but you shall be the first to suffer." The king looked quietly at him, but the Dauphin, terrified at the looks of the angry man and his loud voice, burst into a violent fit of weeping and sobbing, and Marie Antoinette and the little Theresa strove in vain to quiet the little fellow by gentle words. A fourth official now entered, and whispered secretly to his colleagues. "Is my family no longer in safety here?" asked the king. The official shrugged his shoulders. "The report has gone abroad that the royal family is no longer in the temple. This has excited the people, and they desire that you all show yourselves at the windows, but we will not permit it. You shall not show yourselves. The public must have more confidence in its servants." "Yes," cried the other official, still raising his fists. "Yes, that it must. But if the enemy come, the royal family shall die." And when at these words the Dauphin began to cry aloud again, he continued, "I pity the poor little fellow, but die he must." Meanwhile the cries outside were still louder, and abusive epithets were distinctly heard directed at the Queen. A fifth official then came in, followed by some soldiers, in order to assure themselves, in the name of the people, that the Capet family was still in the tower. This official demanded, in an angry voice, that they should go to the window and show themselves to the people. "No, no, they shall not do it," cried the other functionaries. "Why not?" asked the king. "Come, Marie." He extended his hand to her and advanced with her to the window. "No, don't do it," cried the official, rushing to the window. "Why not?" asked the king, in astonishment. "Well," cried the man, with threatening fist, "the people want to show you the head of Lamballe, that you may see how the nation takes vengeance on its tyrants." At that same instant there arose behind the window pane a pale head encircled with long fair hair, the livid forehead sprinkled with blood, the eyes lustreless and fixed, the head of Princess Lamballe, which the people had dressed by a Friseur, to hoist it upon a pike and show it to the Queen. The Queen had seen it. Staggering, she fell back upon a chair. She gazed fixedly at the window, even after the fearful phantom had disappeared. Her lips were open, as if for a cry which had been silenced by horror. She did not weep, she did not complain, and even the caresses of the children, the gentle address of Princess Elizabeth, and the comforting words of the king could not rouse her out of this stupefying of her whole nature. Princess Lamballe had been murdered, and deep in her soul the Queen saw that this was only the prelude to the fearful tragedy in which her family would soon be implicated. Poor Princess Lamballe! She had been killed because she had refused to repeat the imprecations against the Queen which they tried to extort from her lips. Swear that you love liberty and equality. Swear that you hate the King, the Queen, and everything pertaining to royalty. "I will swear to the first," was the princess's answer, but to the last I cannot swear, for it does not lie in my heart. This was the offence of the princess. That hate did not lie in her heart, the offence of so many others who were killed on that 3rd of September, that dreadful day on which the hordes of Marseilles opened the prisons in order to drag the prisoners before the tribunals, or to execute them without further sentence. The days passed by, and they had to be borne. Marie Antoinette had regained her composure and her proud calmness. She had to overcome even this great grief, and the heart of the Queen had not yet been broken. She still loved, she still hoped. She owed it to her husband and children not to despair, and better days might come even yet. We must keep up courage, she said, to live till the dawn of this better day. And it required spirit to bear the daily torture of this life. Always exposed to scorn and abuse, always watched by the eyes of mocking, reviling men, always scrutinized by Madame Tyson, her servant, who followed every one of her motions as a cat watches its prey, and among all these sentinels the most obnoxious of all was the cobbler Simon, commissioned by the authorities to supervise the workmen and masons who were engaged in restoring the partially ruined ancient portion of the temple. Simon had made himself at home within the building, to discharge his duties more comfortably. It was his pleasure to watch this humiliated royal family, to see them fall day by day, and hear the curses that accompanied them at every step. He never appeared in their presence without insulting them, and encouraging with loud laughter those who imitated him in this. Some of the officials in charge never spoke excepting with dreadful abuse of the king, the queen, and the children. One of them cried to his comrade in presence of Marie Antoinette, "If the hangman does not guillotine this accursed family, I will do it." When the royal family went down to take their walk in the garden, Santerre used to come with a troop of soldiers. The sentries whom they passed shouldered arms before Santerre, but as soon as he had passed and the king came, they grounded their arms and pretended not to see him. In the door that led into the garden, Roger, the turnkey, used to stand, and take his pleasure in letting the royal family wait before unlocking, while he blew great clouds of smoke into their faces from his long tobacco pipe. The National Guards who stood in the neighborhood used to laugh at this, and hurl all sorts of low, vile words at the princesses. Then, while the royal prisoners were taking their walk, the cannoneers used to collect in the alleys through which they wandered, and dance to the music of revolutionary songs which some of them sang. Sometimes the gardeners who worked there hurried up to join them in this dance, and to encircle the prisoners in their wild evolutions. One of these people displayed his sickle to the king one day, and swore that he would cut off the head of the queen with it, and when, after their sad walk, they had returned to the temple, they were received by the sentinels and the turnkey with renewed insults, and, as if it were not enough to fill the ear with this abuse, the eye too must have its share. The vilest of expressions were written upon the walls of the corridors which the royal party had to traverse. You might read there, "Madame Veto will soon be dancing again. Down with the Austrian she-wolf. The wolf's brood must be strangled. The king must be hanged with his own ribbon." Another time they had drawn a gallows, on which a figure was hanging, with the expression written beneath, "Louis taking an air bath." And so even the short walks of the prisoners were transformed into suffering. At first the queen thought she could not bear it, and the promenades were given up. But the pale cheeks of her daughter, the longing looks which the dauphin cast from the closed window to the garden, warned the mother to do what the queen found too severe a task. She underwent the pain involved in this, she submitted herself, and every day the royal pair took the dear children into the garden again, and bore this unworthy treatment without complaint, that the children might enjoy a little air and sunshine. One day, the 21st of September, the royal family had returned from their walk to their sitting-room. The king had taken a book and was reading. The queen was sitting near him, engaged in some light work, while the dauphin, with his sister Teresa, and his aunt Elizabeth were in the next room, and were busying each other with riddles. In the open ante-room the two officials were sitting, their eyes fixed upon the prisoners with a kind of cruel pleasure. Suddenly, beneath their windows were heard the loud blast of trumpets and the rattle of drums. Then followed deep silence, and amid this stillness the following proclamation was read with a loud voice. The monarchy is abolished in France. All official documents will be dated from the first year of the Republic. The national seal will be encircled by the words Republic of France. The national coat of arms will be a woman sitting upon a bundle of weapons and holding in her hand a lance tipped with a liberty cap. The two officials had fixed their eyes upon the king and queen, from whose heads the crown had just fallen. They wanted to read, with their crafty and malicious eyes, the impression which the proclamation had made upon them, but those proud, calm features disclosed nothing. Not for a moment did the king raise his eyes from the book which he was reading, while the voice without uttered each word with fearful distinctness. The queen quietly went on with her embroidery, and not for a moment did she intermit the regular motion of her needle. Again the blast of trumpets and the rattle of drums. The funeral of the royalty was ended, and the king was, after this time, to be known simply as Louis Capet, and the queen as Marie Antoinette. Within the temple there was no longer a Dauphin, no longer a Madame Royale, no longer a princess, but only the Capet family. The Republic had hurled the crowns from the heads of Louis and Marie Antoinette, and when, some days later, the linen which had been long begged for had been brought from the Tuileries, the Republic commanded the Queen to obliterate the crown which marked each piece, in addition to the name. But their sufferings are by no means ended yet. Still there are some sources of comfort left, and now and then a peaceful hour. The crowns have fallen, but hearts still beat side by side. They have no longer a kingdom, but they are together. They can speak with looks one to another. They can seek to comfort one another with smiles. They can cheer each other up with a passing grasp of the hand that escapes the eye of the centuries. We only suffer half what we bear in common with others, and everything seems lighter when there is a second one to help lift the load. Perhaps the enemies of the king and queen have an instinctive feeling of this, and their hate makes them sympathetic, in order to teach them to invent new tortures and new sufferings. Yes, there are unknown pangs still to be felt. Their cup of sorrows was not yet full. The parents are still left to each other, and their eyes are still allowed to rest upon their children. But the one and indivisible Republic means to rend even these bonds which bind the royal family together, and to part those who have sworn that nothing shall separate them but death. The Republic, which had abolished the churches, overthrown the altars, driven the priesthood into exile, the Republic cannot grant to the Capet family that only death shall separate them, for it had even made death its servant, and must accept daily victims from him, offered on the Place de Liberté, in the centre of which stood the guillotine, the only altar tolerated there. In the middle of October the Republic sent its emissaries to the temple to tear the king from the arms of his wife and his children. In spite of their pleadings and cries, he was taken to another part of the temple, to the great tower, which from this time was to serve as his lodgings. And in order that the queen might be spared no pang, the Dauphin was compelled to go with his father and be separated from his mother. This broke the pride, the royal pride of Marie Antoinette. She wrung her hands, she wept, she cried, she implored with such moving, melting tones not to be separated from her son and husband, that even the heart of Simon the cobbler was touched. "I really believe that these cursed women make me blubber," cried he, angry with the tears which forced themselves into his eyes. And he made no objection when the other officials said to the Queen, with trembling voices, that they would allow the royal family to come together at their meals. One last comfort, one last ray of sunshine. There were still hours in these dismal, monotonous days of November when they could have some happiness, hours for which they longed and for whose sake they bore the desolate solitude of the remaining time. At breakfast, dinner, and supper the Capet family were together. Words were interchanged, hands could rest in one another, and they could delight in the pleasant chatter of the Dauphin when the king told about the lessons he had given the boy and the progress he was making. They sometimes forgot, at those meetings, that Death was perhaps crouching outside the temple, waiting to receive his victims, and they even uttered little words of pleasantry, to awaken the bright fresh laugh of the Dauphin, the only music that ever was heard in those dismal rooms. End of Chapter 20, Part 1, read by Ella Barnett. Chapter 20, Part 2 of Marie Antoinette and Her Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Marie Antoinette and Her Son by Luise Mühlbach. To the 21st of January. But December took this last consolation from the Queen. The National Assembly, which had now been transformed into the Convention, brought the charge of treason against the King. He was accused of entering into a secret alliance with the enemies of France and calling the monarchs of Europe to come to his assistance. In an iron safe which had been set into the wall of the cabinet in the Tuileries, papers had been discovered which compromised the king, letters from the refugee princes, from the Emperor of Germany and the King of Prussia. These monarchs were now on the very confines of France, ready to enter upon a bloody war, and that was the fault of the king. He was in alliance with the enemies of his country. He was the murderer of his own subjects. On his head the blood should return which had been shed by him. This was the charge which was brought against the king. 20 members of the Convention went to the Temple to read it to him, and to hear his reply. He stoutly denied having entertained such relations with foreign princes. He declared, with a solemn oath, that he had declined all overtures from such quarters, because he had seen that, in order to free an imprisoned king, France itself must be threatened. The chiefs of the Revolution meant to find him guilty. Louis Capet must be put out of the way, in order that Robespierre and Marat, Danton, Pétion, and their friends might reach unlimited power. There may have been several in the Convention who shrank from this last consequence of their doings, but they did not venture to raise their voices. They chimed in with the terrorism which the leaders of the Revolution exercised upon the Convention. They knew that behind these leaders stood the savage masses of the street, armed with hatred against monarchy and the aristocracy, and ready to tear in pieces anyone as an enemy of the country who ventured to join the number of those who were under the ban and the sentence of the popular hate. Still there were some courageous, faithful servants of the king who ventured to take his part even there. Louis had now been summoned to the bar as an accused person, and the Convention had transformed itself into a tribunal whose function was to pass judgment on the guilt or innocence of the king. In order to satisfy all the forms of the law, the king should have had an advocate allowed him, and the benefit of legal counsel. The Convention demanded that those who were ready to undertake this task should send in their names. It was a form deemed safe to abide by, because it was believed that there would be no one who would venture to enter upon so momentous and perilous a duty. But there were such, nevertheless. There were still courageous and noble men who pitied the forsaken king, and who wanted to try to save him, not willing to see him atone for the debts of his predecessors and bleed for the sins of his fathers, and scarcely had the consent of the Convention been announced that Louis Capet should have 3 advocates for his defense, when from Paris and all the minor cities letters came in from men who declared themselves ready to undertake the defense of the king. Even from foreign lands there came letters and appeals in behalf of the deposed monarch. One of them, written in spirited and glowing language, conjured France not to soil its noble young freedom by the dreadful murder of an innocent man, who had committed no other offence than that he was the son of his fathers, the heir of their crown and their remissness. It was written by a German poet, Friedrich Schiller. Footnote: Schiller's defense of the king is preserved in the National Archives. See Beauchesne, Volume I, page 366. From the many requests to serve as his advocates, Louis chose only 2 to defend him. The first of these was his former minister, the philosopher Lamoignon de Malesherbes, then the advocate Touchet, and finally, at the pressing request of Malesherbes, the distinguished young advocate Desirges. To those 3 men was committed the trust of defending the king against the dreadful charge of treason to his country, to be substantiated by hundreds and hundreds of letters and documents. After the preliminary investigations were closed, the public charge was made in the convention, which still held its sessions in the Menage. To this building, situated near the Tuileries, the king, accompanied by his 3 defenders and 2 municipal defenders, and surrounded by National Guards, was conducted from the Temple. The people danced around the carriage with wild shouts of joy and curses of the king. Within the vehicle sat Louis, completely calm and self-possessed. "This man must be filled with a singular fanaticism," said Colombieu, one of the leading officials, in the report which he gave to the convention of the ride. "It is otherwise inexplicable how Louis could be so calm, since he had so much reason to fear. After we had all entered the carriage, and were driving through the streets, Louis entered upon conversation, which soon turned upon literature, and especially upon some Latin authors. He gave his judgments with remarkable correctness and insight, and it appeared to me that he took pleasure in showing his learning. One of us said that he did not enjoy Seneca because his love for riches stood in marked contrast with his pretended philosophy, and because it could not easily be forgiven him that before the Senate he apologized for the crimes of Nero. This reflection did not seem to affect Louis in the least. When we spoke of Livy, Capet said that he seemed to have taken satisfaction in composing great speeches which were never uttered to any other audience than that which was reached from his study table. "For," he added, "it is impossible that generals really delivered such long speeches in front of their armies." He then compared Livy with Tacitus, and thought that the latter was far superior to the former in point of style. [Footnote: See Beauchesne, Volume I, page 396. The king went on talking about Latin authors while the carriage was carrying him through the roaring mob to the convention, which Desage addressed in his defence in these courageous words: "I look for judges among you, but see only accusers." The king was completely calm, yet he knew that his life was threatened, and that he was standing before a tribunal of death. As on the day when he was first taken to the convention, he requested Malesherbes to forward a note to the priest whose attendance he desired, and who he believed would not deny his presence and attentions. His name was Edgeworth de Pierremont. The time was not distant when not the services of advocates were wanted by the king, but exclusively those of the priest. The sentence of death was pronounced on January 26, 1793. Louis received it calmly, and desired merely to see his family, to have a confessor come to him, and to prepare himself for his death. During these dreadful weeks Marie Antoinette was separated from her husband, alone with her children, who no longer were able to smile, but who sat day after day with fixed eyes and silent lips. The queen knew that the king had been accused, had made a private reply to the charges brought against him, and had been brought before the convention. But not a word, not a syllable of the trial which followed reached her. Madame Tyson, the female dragon who guarded her, watched her too well for any tidings to reach her. At last, however, the word was brought which the heart of the queen had so long anticipated tremblingly, for which she had prepared herself during the long nights with tears and prayers, and which now filled her with grief, anger, and despair. The king was condemned to death. He wanted only to see his family, to take his leave of them. The convention had granted this privilege to him, and had even gone so far in its grace as to permit the family to be without the presence of witnesses. The meeting was appointed, however, in the little dining room of the king, because a glass door led into the adjoining room, and the officials could then look in upon the royal family. The functionary had withdrawn in order to conduct the queen, the children, and the king's sister from the upper tower. The king was awaiting them, walked disquietly up and down, and then directed Clary, who was arranging the little room, to set the round table, which was in the middle of the apartment, on one side, and then to bring in a carafe of water and some glasses. "But," he added considerately, "not ice water, for the queen cannot bear it, and she might be made unwell by it." But all at once the king grew pale, and standing still, he laid his hand upon his loudly beating heart. He had heard the voice of the queen. The door opened and they came in, all his dear ones. The Queen led the Dauphin by the hand. Madame Elizabeth walked with the Princess Teresa. The King went toward them and opened his arms to them. They all pressed up to him and clasped him in their midst, while loud sobs and heart-rending cries filled the room. Behind the door were the officials, but they could not look in upon the scene, for their own eyes were filled with tears. In the King's cabinet, not far away, the Abbé Edgeworth de Fermont was upon his knees, praying for the unfortunates whose wails and groans reached even him. Gradually the sobs died away. They took their places, the Queen at the left of her husband, Madame Elizabeth, his sister, at his right, opposite to him his daughter Maria Theresa, and between his knees the Dauphin, looking up into his father's face with widely opened eyes and a sad smile. Louis was the first to speak. He told them of his trial and of the charges which they had brought against him, but his words were gentle and calm, and he expressed his pity for the poor misled men who had condemned him. He asked his family, too, to forgive them. They answered him only with sobs, embraces, tears, and kisses. Then all was still. The officials heard not a word, but they saw the Queen, with her children and sister-in-law, sink upon their knees, while the King, standing erect in the midst of the group, raised his hands and blessed them in gentle, noble words, which touched the heart of the Abbé Edgeworth, who was kneeling behind the door of the neighboring cabinet. The King then bade the family rise, took them again in his arms, and kissed the Queen, who, pale and trembling, clung to him, and whose quivering lips were not able to restrain a word of denunciation of those who had condemned him. "I have forgiven them," said the King, seriously. "I have written my will, and in it you will read that I pardon them, and that I ask you to do the same. Promise me, Marie, that you will never think how you may avenge my death." A smile full of sadness and despair flitted over the pale lips of the Queen. "I shall never be in a situation to take vengeance upon them," she said. "But," she added quickly, "even if I should ever be able, and the power should be in my hands, I promise that I will exact no vengeance for this deed." The King stooped down and imprinted a kiss upon her forehead. "I thank you, Marie, and I know that you all, my dear ones, will sacredly regard my last testament, and that my wishes and words will be engraven on your hearts. But, my son," and he took the Dauphin upon his knee and looked down into his face tenderly, "you are still a child and might forget. You have heard what I have said, but as an oath is more sacred than a word, raise your hand and swear to me you will fulfill my wish and forgive all our enemies." The boy, turning his great blue eyes fixedly on the King, and his lips trembling with emotion, raised his right hand, and even the officials in the next room could distinctly hear the sweet child's voice repeating the words, "I swear to you, Papa King, that I will forgive all our enemies, and will do no harm to those who are going to kill my dear father." A shudder passed through the hearts of the men in the next room. They drew back from the door with pale faces. It seemed to them as if they had heard the voice of an angel, and a feeling of inexpressible pain and regret passed through their souls. Within the King's room all now was still, and the Abbé and the cabinet heard only the gentle murmuring of their prayers and the suppressed weeping and sobs. At last the King spoke. "Now go, my dear ones. I must be alone. I need to rest and collect myself." A loud wail was the answer. After some minutes, Clary opened the glass door, and the royal family were brought into the view of the officials once more. The Queen was clinging to the right arm of Louis. They each gave a hand to the Dauphin. Teresa had flung her arms around the King's body. His sister Elizabeth clung to his left arm. They thus moved forward a few steps toward the door, mid loud cries of grief and heartbreaking sobs. "I promise you," said Louis, "to see you once more tomorrow morning, at 8 o'clock." "At 8? Why not at 7?" asked the Queen, with a foreboding tone. "Well, then," answered the King, gently, "at 7. Farewell, farewell." The depth of sadness in his utterance with which he spoke the last parting word doubled the tears and sobs of the weeping family. The daughter fell in a swoon at the feet of her father, and Clary, assisted by the Princess Elizabeth, raised her up. "Papa, my dear papa!" cried the Dauphin, nestling up close to his father. "Let us stay with you." The Queen said not a word. With pale face and with widely opened eyes she looked fixedly at the King, as though she wanted to impress his countenance on her heart. "Farewell, farewell!" cried the King once more, and he turned quickly around and hurried into the next room. A single cry of grief and horror issued from all lips. The two children, soon to be orphans, then clung closely to their mother, who threw herself, overmastered by her sobbing, on the neck of her sister-in-law. "Forward! The Capet family will return to their own apartments," cried one of the officials. Marie Antoinette raised herself up, her eyes flashed, and with a voice full of anger she cried, "You are hangmen and traitors!" [Footnote: Beauchesne, Volume 1, page 49. The King had withdrawn to his cabinet, where the priest, Abbé Edgeworth de Fermont, addressed him with comforting words. His earnest request had been granted, to give the King the sacrament before his death. The service was to take place very early the next morning, so ran the decision of the authorities, and at 7 the King was to be taken to execution. Louis received the first part of this communication joyfully, the second part with complete calmness. "As I must rise so early," he said to his valet Clary, "I must retire early. This day has been a very trying one for me, and I need rest, so as not to be weak tomorrow." He was then undressed by the servant and lay down. When Clary came at 5 the next morning to dress him, he found the King still asleep, and they must have been pleasant dreams which were passing before him, for a smile was playing on his lips. The King was dressed, and the priest gave him the sacrament. The vessels used having been taken from the neighbouring Capuchin church of Marais, an old chest of drawers was converted by Clary into an altar. 2 ordinary candlesticks stood on each side of the cup, and in them 2 tallow candles burned, instead of wax. Before this altar kneeled King Louis XVI, lost in thought and prayer, and wearing a calm, peaceful face. The priest read the Mass. Clary responded as sacristan, and even while the King was receiving the elements, the sound of the drums and trumpets was heard without, which awakened Paris that morning and told the city that the King of France was being led to his execution. Cannon were rattling through the streets, and National Guardsmen were hurrying on foot and on horse along the whole of the way that led from the Temple to the Place de la Concorde. A rank of men, 4 deep and standing close to one another, armed with pikes and other weapons, guarded both sides of the street, and made it impossible for those who wanted to liberate the King during the ride to come near to him. The authorities knew that one of the bravest and most determined partisans of the King had arrived in Paris, and that he, in conjunction with a number of young and brave-spirited men, had resolved on rescuing the King at any cost, during his ride to the place of execution. The utmost precautions had been taken to render this impossible. Through the dense ranks of the National Guard, which today was composed of mere sans-culottes, the raging, bloodthirsty men of the suburbs drove the carriage in which was the King, followed and escorted by National Guardsmen on horseback. The windows were all closed and the curtains drawn in the houses by which the procession passed, but behind those curtained windows it is probable that people were upon their knees praying for the unhappy man who was now on his way to the scaffold, and who was once King of France. All at once there arose a movement. In this dreadful hedge of armed men, through which the carriage was passing, 2 young men cried, "To us, Frenchmen! To us, all who want to save the King!" But the cry found no response. Everyone looked horrified at his neighbor, and believed he saw in him a spy or a murderer. Fear benumbed all their souls, and the silence of death reigned around. The 2 young men wanted to flee, to escape into a house close by, but the door was closed, and before the very door they were cut down and hewn in pieces by the exasperated sans-culottes. The carriage of the King rolled on, and Louis paid no more attention to objects around him. In the prayer book which he carried in his hands he read the petitions for the dying, and the Abbé prayed with him. A coachman halted at the foot of the scaffold, and the king dismounted. A forest of pikes surrounded the spot. The drummers beat loudly, but the king cried with a loud voice, "Silence!" and the noise ceased. On that, Santerre sprang forward and commanded them to commence beating their drums again, and they obeyed him. The king took off his upper garments, and the executioners approached to cut off his hair. He quietly let this be done, but when they wanted to tie his hands, his eyes flashed with anger, and with a firm voice he refused to allow them to do so. "Sire," said the priest, "I see in this new insult only a fresh point of resemblance between your Majesty and our Saviour, who will be your recompense and your strength." Louis raised his eyes to heaven with an indescribable expression of grief and resignation. "Truly," he said, "only my recollection of him and his example can enable me to endure this new degradation." He gave his hands to the executioner to let them be bound. Then, resting on the arm of the Abbé, he ascended the steps of the scaffold. The 20 drummers who stood around the staging beat their drums, but the king, advancing to the very verge of the scaffold, commanded them with a loud voice to be silent, and the noise ceased. In a tone which was audible across the whole square, and which made every word intelligible, the king said, "I die innocent of all the charges which are brought against me. I forgive those who have caused my death, and I pray God that the blood which you spill this day may never come back upon the head of France. And you, unhappy people, do not let him go on talking this way," cried Santerre's commanding voice, interrupting the king. Then turning to Louis, he said, in an angry tone, "I brought you here not to make speeches, but to die." The drums beat, the executioners seized the king and bent him down. The priest stooped over him and murmured some words which only God heard, but which a tradition full of admiration and sympathy has transposed into the immortal and popular formula, which is truer than truth and more historical than history: "Son of St. Louis, ascend to heaven." The drums beat, a glistening object passed through the air, a stroke was heard, and blood spurted up. The King of France was dead, and Samson the executioner lifted up the head, which had once borne a crown, to show it to the people. A dreadful silence followed for an instant. Then the populace broke in masses through the rows of soldiers, and rushed to the scaffold, in order to bear away some remembrances of this ever memorable event. The clothes of the king were torn to rags and distributed, and they even gave the executioner some gold in exchange for locks of hair from the bleeding head. An Englishman gave a child 15 louis d'or for dipping his handkerchief in the blood which flowed from the scaffolds. Another paid 30 louis d'or for the peruke of the king. [Footnote: These details I take from the TriciaG, which, in its issue of the 5th of February, 1798, contains a full report of the execution of King Louis XVI, and also announces that the court of Prussia will testify its grief at the unmerited fate by wearing mourning for a period of 4 weeks. The author of this work possesses a copy of this TriciaG of that date, in small quarto form, printed on thick grey paper. In the same number of the journal is a fable by Hermann Pfeffel, which runs in the following strain: First moral, then political freedom. A fable by Hermann Pfeffel. Zeus and the Tigers. To Zeus there came one day a deputation of tigers, mighty potentate. Thus spoke their Cicero before the monarch's throne. The noble nation of tigers has long been wearied with the lion's choice as king. Does not nature give us an equal claim with his? Therefore, O Zeus, declare my race to be a people of free citizens. No, said the god of gods, it cannot be. You are deceivers, thieves, and murderers. Only a good people merits being free. [Footnote: Marie Antoinette at sa famille, par Lescure, page 648. On the evening of the same day, The executioner Samson, shocked at the terrible deed which he had done, went to a priest, paid for masses to be said for the repose of the king, then laid down his office, retired into solitude, and died in 6 months. His son was his successor in this ghostly office, and, in a pious manner, he continued what his father began. The masses for the king, instituted by the 2 Samsons, continued to be read till the year 1840. On the morrow which followed this dreadful day, the widow Capet requested the authorities to provide for herself and her family a suite of mourning of the simplest kind. The Republic was magnanimous enough to comply with this request. End of Chapter 20, Section 2, read by Ella Barnett.
Chapter 21 of Marie Antoinette and Her Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Marie Antoinette and Her Son by Luise Mühlbach. Chapter 21. Toulan. The citizen Toulan is on guard again at the temple, and this time with his friend Lepître. He is so trustworthy and blameless a republican, and so zealous a citizen, that the Republic gives him unconditional confidence. The Republic had appointed him as chief of the Bureau for the control of the effects of émigrés. Toulan is, besides, a member of the Convention, and it is not his fault that, on the day when the decision was made respecting the king's life or death, he was not in the assembly. He had been compelled at that time to make a journey into the provinces to attach the property of an aristocrat who had emigrated. Had Toulan been in Paris, he would naturally have given his voice in favour of the execution of the king. He says this freely and openly to everyone, and everyone believes him, for Toulan is an entirely unsuspected republican. He belongs to the sans-culottes, and takes pride in not being dressed better than the meanest citizen. He belongs to the friends of Marat, and Simon the cobbler is always happy when Toulan has the watch at the temple. For Toulan is such a jovial, merry fellow. He can make such capital jokes and laugh so heartily at those of others. They have such fine times when Toulan is there, and the sport is the greatest when his friend Lepître is with him on service in the temple. Then the two have the grandest sport of all. They even have little plays, which are so funny that Simon has to laugh outright. Even the turnkey Tyson and his wife forget to keep guard, and leave the glass door, through which they have been watching the royal family, in order to be spectators at Toulan's little farces. "These are jolly days when you are both in the temple," said Simon, "and you cannot blame me if I like to have you here, and put you on service pretty often." "Oh, we do not blame you for that," said Toulan. "On the other hand, we particularly like being with you. You are such a splendid fellow." And then adds Lepître to this, "It is so pleasant to see the proud she-wolf and her young ones, and set them down a little. These people, when they were living in the Tuileries, have turned up their noses at us often enough, and acted as if we were only dust that they must blow away from their exalted presence. It is time that they should feel a little that they are only dust for us to blow away." "Yes, indeed," chimed in Toulan. "It is high time that they should feel it." "And you both understood that matter capitally," said Simon with a laugh. "I always see that it particularly provokes the Queen to have you on service, and I like that. I am especially glad to have you here." "I've thought up a joke for today," said Toulan. "I will teach the widow to smoke. You know, Brother Simon, that she always pretends not to be able to bear the smell of tobacco. She shall learn to bear it. I will hand her a paper cigarette today, and tell her that she does not want us to smoke. She must smoke with us." "Splendid joke," said Simon with a loud laugh. "But there's one thing to be thought of about that," said Lepître reflectively. "The widow Capet might perhaps promise to smoke if we would tell her that we would never smoke afterwards. But then we should not keep our word, of course. What? You say we should not keep our word, said Toulan in amazement. We are republicans. More than that, we are sans-culottes. And shall we not keep our word? Ought we not to be better than the cursed aristocrats that never kept their word to the people? How can you disgrace us and yourself so much? Ask our noble friend and brother Simon whether he is of the opinion that a free man ought not to keep his word, even if he has only given it to a woman in prison. I am of the opinion, said Simon with dignity. I swore to myself that the king should lose his head, and I kept my word. I promised the she-wolf that she should be hanged, and I hope to keep this promise too. If I keep my word to her in what is bad, I must do so also in what is good. If a republican promises anything, he must hold to it. Right, Simon, you are a noble and a wise man. It remains fixed, then, that the queen shall smoke. But if we have our joke out, we shall not smoke any more. I will put up a placard on the door, smoking forbidden in the anteroom of the she-wolf. Good, cried Toulan. That is worthy of you. Let us go up now, said Simon. The 2 other sentries are upstairs already. They will wonder that you came so late. But I do like to chat with you. Come on, let's go up. I'll stay there to see the joke. But wait a moment. There's something new. It has been proposed that not so many guards are needed to watch the Capots, and that it has the appearance as if the government was afraid of these howling women and this little monkey, whom the crazy royalists call King Louis XVII. It is very likely that they will reduce the guard to 2. Very good, said Toulan approvingly. What's the use of wearying out so many other men and condemning them to such idleness? We cannot be making jokes all the time, and then again, it is not pleasant always looking on these people's long faces. So only 2 guards, said Lepître, but that seems to me rather too few, for what if the widow should succeed in winning them over and getting them to help her escape? Impossible, cried Simon. She'll never come around me, and as long as I have my eyes open, and her brood will never get away. No one can come down the staircase without my hearing and seeing it, for you know my rooms are near the stairs, and the door is always open, and I am always there. And then there is the turnkey Ricard, who watches the door that leads to the court, like Cerberus. Then there are 3 sentries at the doors leading from the inner court to the outer one, and the 4 sentries at the doors leading from the outer court to the street. No, my friends. If the she-wolf wants to escape, she must use magic, and make wings grow on her shoulders, and fly away. That's good. I like that, said Toulan, springing up the staircase. And that settles my doubts too, said Lepître. I should think 2 official guards would suffice, for it is plain that she cannot escape. Simon is on the lookout, and it is plain that the she-wolf cannot transform herself into an eagle. Well said, laughed Simon. Here we are before the door. Let's go in and have our fun. He dashed the door open noisily and went into the room with the 2 men. 2 officials were sitting in the middle of the room at the table, and were actively engaged playing cards. Through the open door you could look into the sitting room of the Capet family. The Queen was sitting on the divan behind the round table, clothed in her sad suit of mourning, with a black cap upon her grey locks. She was busy in dictating an exercise to the Dauphin from a book which she held in her hand. The prince, also clad in black, and with a broad crape around his arm, sat upon a chair by her side. His whole attention was directed to his work, and he was visibly making an effort to write as well as possible, for a glowing red suffused his cheeks. On the other side of the Queen sat Madame Elizabeth, near her the Princess Maria Theresa, both busy in preparing some clothing for the Queen. No one of the group appeared to notice the loud opening of the door. No one observed the entering forms, or cast even a momentary glance at them. But Toulan was not contented with this. He demanded nothing less than that the she-wolf should look at him. He hurried through the anteroom with a threatening tread, advancing to the door of the sitting-room, and stopped upon the threshold, making such a deep and ceremonious bow, and swinging his arms so comically that Simon was compelled to laugh aloud. "Madame," cried Toulan, "I have the inexpressible honour of greeting your grace." "He is a brick, a perfect brick," roared Simon. Lepître had gone to the window and turned his back upon the room. He was perhaps too deficient in spirit to join in the joke. Nobody paid any attention to him. Nobody saw him take a little packet from his coat pocket and slide it slowly and carefully behind the wooden box that stood beneath the window. "Madame," cried Toulan in a still louder voice, "I fear your grace has not heard my salutation." The queen slowly raised her eyes and turned them to the man who was still standing upon the threshold. "I heard it," she said coldly. "Go on writing, my son," and she went on in the sentence that she had just then begun to dictate. "I am so happy at being heard by Madame Vito that I shall have to celebrate it by a little bonfire," said Toulan, taking a cigar from his breast pocket. "You see, my friends, that I am a very good courtier, though I have the honour to be a sans-culotte. In the presence of handsome ladies, I only smoke cigars. Hello, bring me a little fire." One of the officials silently passed him his long pipe. Toulan lighted his cigar, placed himself at the threshold, and blew great clouds of smoke into the chamber. The ladies still continued to sit quietly without paying any attention to Toulan. The queen dictated and the Dauphin wrote. The queen only interrupted herself in this occupation when she had to cough and wipe her eyes, which the smoke filled with tears. Toulan had followed every one of her movements with an amused look. "Madame does not appear to take any pleasure in my bonfire," he said. "Will Madame not smoke?" The queen made no reply, but quietly went on with her dictation. "Madame," cried Toulan, laughing loudly, "I should like to smoke a pipe of peace with you, as our brown brethren in happy free America do. Madame, I beg you to do me the honour to smoke a pipe of peace with me." A flash lightened in the eyes which the queen now directed to Toulan. "You are a shameless fellow," she said. "Hear that?" said Simon. "That is what I call abusing you." "On the contrary, it delights me," cried Toulan, "for you will confess that it would be jolly if she would smoke now, and I tell you she will smoke." He advanced some paces into the room and made his deep bow again. "He understands manners as well if he had been a rascally courtier himself," said Simon, laughing. "It is a splendid joke." The two princesses had arisen at the entrance of Toulan and laid their sewing work aside. A ball of white cotton had fallen to the ground from the lap of one of them and rolled through the room toward Toulan. He picked it up and bowed to the princesses. "May I view this little globe," he said, "as a reminder of the favour of the loveliest ladies of France?" "Oh yes, I see in your roguish smile that I may, and I thank you," said Toulan, pressing the round ball to his lips, and then putting it into his breast pocket. "He plays as well as the fellows do in the theatre," said Simon, laughing. "Go into our sleeping room," said Marie Antoinette, turning to the princesses. "It is enough for me to have to bear these indignities. Go, my son, accompany your aunt." The Dauphin stood up, pressed a kiss upon the hand of his mother, and followed the two princesses, who had gone into the adjoining apartment. "Dear aunt," whispered the Dauphin, "is this bad man the good friend who—" "Hush!" whispered Madame Elizabeth. "Hush! Madame Tisson is listening." And in fact, the glass door which led from the sleeping room to the little corridor stood Madame Tisson, looking with sharp, searching glances into the chamber. After the princesses had left the room, Toulan approached still closer to the queen, and taking a cigar from his breast pocket, he handed it to the queen. "Take it, madame," he said, "and do me the honour of smoking a duet with me." "I do not smoke, sir," replied the queen, coolly and calmly. "I beg you to go into the anteroom. The convention has not, so far as I understand, ordered the officers of the guard to tarry in my sitting-room. The convention has not ordered it, nor has it forbidden it, so I remain." He took a chair, seated himself in the middle of the room, and rolled out great clouds of smoke, which filled Simon with unspeakable delight when they compelled Marie Antoinette to cough violently. "Madame Capet, you would not be so sensitive to smoke if you would only join me. I beg you, therefore, to take this cigar?" The Queen repeated calmly, "I do not smoke." "You mistake, madame. You do smoke." "See the jolly fellow!" exclaimed Simon. "That is splendid." "I will show you at once that you do smoke," continued Toulan. "Madame, if you will do me the honour to join me in smoking a cigar, I will give you my word, as a Republican and a sans-culotte, that neither I nor my brothers will ever smoke here again." "I do not believe you," said the Queen, shaking her head. "Not believe me? Would you believe it if the citizen Simon were to repeat it?" "Yes," said the Queen, fixing her great sad eyes upon Simon. "If the citizen Simon should confirm it, I would believe it, for he is a trustworthy man, who, I believe, never breaks his word." "Oh, only see how well the Austrian understands our noble brother Simon," cried Lepître. "Yes, truly it seems so," said Simon, who had been flattered by this praise to consent to what he had no inclination for. "Well, I give my word to Widow Capet, as a Republican and a sans-culotte, that there shall be no smoking in the anteroom after this time, if she will do my friend Toulan the favour of smoking a pipe of peace with him." "I believe your word," said the Queen, with a gentle inclination of her head, and then turning to Toulan, she continued, "Sir?" "There are no sirs here, only citizens," interrupted the cobbler. "Citizen Toulan," said the Queen, changing her expression, "give me the cigar. I see that I was wrong. I do smoke." Simon cried aloud with laughter and delight, and could scarcely control himself, while kneeling before the Queen, as the players do in the grand plays in the theatre, he handed her a cigar. But he did not see the supplicatory look which Toulan fixed upon the Queen. He did not see the tears which started into his eyes, nor hear her say, during his inordinate peals of laughter, "I thank you, my faithful one." "Is it enough if I take the cigar in my mouth, or must I burn it?" asked the Queen. "Certainly she must burn it," cried Simon. "Light the cigar for her, citizen Toulan." Toulan drew a bit of paper from his pocket, folded it together, kindled it, and gave it to the Queen. Then, as soon as the dry cigar began to burn, he put out the lights and threw it carelessly upon the table. The Queen put the little smoking cigarette into her mouth. "Bravo! Bravo!" shouted the officials and Simon. "Bravo! Citizen Toulan is a perfect brick. He has taught Widow Capet how to smoke." "I told you I would," said Toulan proudly. "Widow Capet has had to comply with our will, and that is enough. You need not go on, madame. You have acknowledged our power, and that is all we wanted. That is enough. Simon, is it not? She does not need to smoke any longer, and we too must stop. No, she doesn't need to smoke any longer, and there will be no more smoking in the antechamber." The Queen took the paper cigarette from her mouth, put out the burning end, and laid the remaining portion in her work-basket. "Citizen Toulan," said she, "I will keep this cigar as a remembrancer of this hour, and if you ever smoke here again, I shall show it to you." "I should like to see this Austrian woman doubting the word of a sans-culotte," cried Simon. "And I too, Simon," replied Toulan, going back into the anteroom. "We will teach her that she must trust our word. You see that I am a good teacher." "An excellent one," cried Simon. "I must compliment you on it, citizen. But if you have no objections, we will play a game or two of cards with the citizens here." "All right," said Toulan. "But I hope you've got the new kind of cards which have no kings and queens on them, for I tell you, I do not play with the villainous old kind." "Nor I," chimed in Lepître. "Makes me mad to see the old stupids with their crowns on that are on the old kind of cards." "You are a pair of out-and-out Republicans," said Simon admiringly. "Truly, one might learn of you how a sans-culotte ought to bear himself." "Well, you can calm yourselves about these, brothers," said one of the officials. "We have no tyrant cards. We have the new cards of the Republic. See there, instead of the king, there is a sans-culotte. Instead of the queen, we have a knitter. Footnote: The market women and hucksters had the privilege of claiming the first seats on the spectators' platform near the guillotine. They sat there during the executions, knitting busily on long stockings while looking at the bloody drama before them. Every time that a head was cut off and dropped into the basket beneath the knife, the women made a mark in their knitting work, and thus converted their stockings into a kind of calendar, which recorded the number of persons executed. From this circumstance, the market women received the name of knitters. And for the jack, we have the Swiss soldier, for they were the menials of the old monarchy. Footnote historical. See Memoires de la Marquise de Créquy, Volume 3. That is good. Well, we will play then, cried Toulan, with an air of good humour. They all took their places at the table while the queen took up the sewing on which the princesses had been engaged before. After some time, when the thread with which she was sewing was exhausted, Marie Antoinette raised her eyes and turned them to the men, who had laid their pipes aside and were zealously engaged upon their cards. The mien of the queen was no longer so calm and rigidly composed as it had been before, and when she spoke there was a slight quivering discernible in her voice. "Citizen Toulan," she said, "I beg you to give me the ball of thread again. I have no more, and this dress is in a wretched condition. I must mend it." Toulan turned towards her with a gesture of impatience. "You disturb me, madame, and put me out of the game. What are you saying?" "I asked you, Citizen Toulan, to give me the thread again, because without it I cannot work." "Oh, the ball which little Miss Capet gave me a short time ago. And so you won't let me keep a remembrance of the pretty girl?" "I must mend this dress," said the queen gently. "Well, if you must, you must," growled Toulan, rising. "Wait a moment, brothers, till I carry her the ball." "What do you want to get up for?" asked Simon. "You can throw it from there." "Or give it a roll like a ball," said Lepître. "Ha, that's a good idea," cried Toulan. "I'll have a little game of ninepins. I'm quite at home there and can do it well. Now, look sharp. I will contrive to roll the ball between the 4 feet of the table and strike the foot of the queen." "There is no queen," replied Lepître passionately. "I am speaking of the game, Citizen Lepître. Do me the pleasure of not making yourself an ass. Now look and see me roll it as I said." "Well, go ahead. We should like to see you do it," cried Simon. "Yes, we would like to see you do it," chimed in the officials, laying down their cards. Toulan now drew out of his breast pocket a black ball of silk and counted 1, 2, 3. He then gave it a skilful roll across the floor. With attention and laughing looks, they all watched it take its course across the waxed floor, as it moved just where Toulan had said it would. "Bravo, bravo!" shouted the men, as the ball struck the foot of the queen, who stooped down slowly and picked it up. "Toulan is a jolly good fellow," cried Simon, striking the table with his fists in an ecstasy of delight. "But I declare, it seems to me that the ball is a good deal larger now than it was before." "It may be," answered Toulan emphatically. "Everything grows and enlarges itself that a true and genuine sans-culotte carries next to his heart." "Well said," replied Lepître. "But listen to me. I want to make a proposition to you. I must say that it is hard work, playing cards without smoking." "I find it so too," sighed Toulan. "I rather think we all do," chimed in the others. "But we must keep our word, or else the she-wolf will think that we republicans are no better than the aristocrats were." "Yes, we must keep our word," said Lepître. "And that is why I wanted to make the proposition that we go out and establish ourselves in the entry. We can put the table close to the door, and then we are certainly safe, that no one can step in. What do you say, Brother Simon?" "I say that is a very good plan, and that we will carry it into execution directly. Come, friends, let us take up the table and carry it out. If the dogs are on the watch outside, the badger does not creep out of his house. Come, it is much pleasanter out there, and we are not ambitious of the honour of looking at Widow Capet all the time. We are perfectly satisfied if we do not see her. I hope there will be an end of this tedious service, and that she will soon go to the place whither Louis Capet has already gone. Or, cried Toulan, laughing, she must change herself into an eagle and fly out of the window. Come, brothers, I long for my pipe. Let us carry the table out into the entry. Simon opened the door that led out upon the landing. The officials took up the table, and Toulan and Lepître the wooden stools. One quick look they cast into the room of the Queen, whose eyes were turned to them. A sudden movement of Lepître's hand pointed to the bench beneath the window. A movement of Toulan's lips said, "Tomorrow." Then they both turned away, went with their stools out upon the landing, and closed the door. The Queen held her breath and listened. She heard them moving the chairs outside and pushing the table up against the door, and detected Simon's harsh voice saying, "Now that we have put a gigantic wooden lock on the door, let us smoke and play." The Queen sprang up. "God bless my faithful one," whispered she. "Yes, God bless him." She went hastily into the anteroom, pressed her hand in behind the bench beneath the window, took out the package which Lepître had placed there, and with a timid, anxious look, stepped back into her room. There she unfolded the bundle. It consisted of a boy's soiled dress, an old peruke, and an old felt hat. The Queen looked at it with the utmost attention. Then, after casting one long, searching look through the room, she hastened to the divan, pushed back the already loosened cover of the seat, concealed the things beneath it, and then carefully smoothed down the upholstery again. She now hurried to the door of the sleeping room and was going to open it hastily, but she bethought herself in time. Her face showed too much emotion. Her voice might betray her. Madame Tison was certainly lurking behind the glass door and might notice her excitement. Marie Antoinette again put on her ordinary sad look, opened the door slowly and gravely, and quietly entered the sleeping room. Her great eyes, whose brightness had long since been extinguished by her tears, slowly passed around the chamber, rested for a moment on the glass door, descried behind it the spying face of Tison, and turned to the two princesses, who were sitting with the Dauphin on the little divan in the corner. "Mamma," asked the boy, "are the bad men gone?" "Do not call them so, my child," replied Marie Antoinette gently. "These men only do what the others order them to do." "Then the others are bad, mamma," said the boy quickly. "Oh, yes, very bad, for they make my dear mamma weep so much." "I do not weep about them," answered his mother. "I weep because your father is no more with us. Think about your father, my son, and never forget that he has commanded us to forgive his and our enemies." "And never take vengeance on them," added the boy, with a grave look beyond his years, as he folded his hands. "Yes, I have sworn it to my dear papa, and I shall keep my word. I mean never to take vengeance on our enemies." "Sister," said the Queen after a pause, "I want to ask you to help me a little in my work. You know how to mend, and I want to learn of you. Will you come into the sitting room?" "And we too, mamma?" asked the Dauphin. "May we not stay here? Teresa has promised to tell me an interesting story if I did my examples in arithmetic correctly, and I have done them." "Well, she may tell you the story. We will leave the door open so that we can see you. For you know, my children, you are now the only comfort left to your aunt and me. Come, sister." She turned slowly and went into the next room, followed by Madame Elizabeth. "Why, what does this mean?" asked the princess in amazement as she saw the anteroom deserted and the door closed. "All his work, Elizabeth. All the work of this noble, faithful Toulan. He went through a whole farce in order to get the people out of here, and to make them swear that they never would smoke after this in the anteroom. Oh, I shall never be able to repay him for what he has done for us, at the peril of his life." "You will pray for him every morning and evening," replied the pious Elizabeth. "But tell me, sister, did Toulan keep our ball of thread?" "Yes, sister, and succeeded in giving me another in exchange for it. Here it is. Tonight, when the guards are asleep, we will unwind it and see what it contains. But here are other important things which we must examine. Here, this half-burned light and this cigarette. Let us be on the watch that no one surprises us." She went again to the threshold of the sleeping room. "Can you hear me talk, children? Nod with your head if you heard me. Good. If Tyson comes in, speak to her loudly and call her by name so that we may hear. And now, sister," she continued, turning to the table, "let us see what Toulan has sent us. First, the cigar light." She unfolded the paper, one side of which was burned and showed a black jagged edge. "A letter from Monsieur de Jailles," she said, and then in a subdued voice she hastily read, "I have spoken with a noble messenger whom you sent to me with a letter. He has submitted his plan to me, and I approve it entirely, and am ready to undertake anything that is demanded of me in behalf of those to whom my life, my property, and my blood belong, and who never shall have occasion to doubt my fidelity. The true one will bring you tomorrow everything that is needful, and talk the matter over with you. J." "And now the cigarette," said the Queen, taking it out of her basket. "Let us first tear the paper to pieces," said Princess Elizabeth warningly. "No, no, Tyson would find the bits and think them suspicious. I will hide the paper in my dress pocket, and this evening, when we have a light, we will burn it. Quickly now, the cigar." "A paper cigarette," said Elizabeth. "Yes, see on the outer paper, unroll carefully." And with extreme caution, Marie Antoinette removed the external covering. Beneath it was another, closely written over. This the Queen proceeded to unfold. "What is it?" asked Princess Elizabeth impatiently. "See," said Marie Antoinette with a faint smile. "Plan for the escape of the royal family, to learn by heart, and then to burn." "Sister, do you believe that escape is possible for us?" At this instant Simon was heard outside, singing with his loud, coarse voice, "Madame à sa tourmente ne sait quand descendre, Madame Vito la dansera." Footnote: Madame will make her turn, she knows not when it will come, but Madame Vito will swing. The Queen shuddered, and Madame Elizabeth folded her hands and prayed in silence. "You hear the dreadful answer, sister, that this sans-culotte gives to my question. Well, so long as there is breath left within us, we must endeavour to save the life of King Louis XVII. Come, sister, I will read this plan for our escape, which the faithful Toulan has made." End of chapter 21. Marie Antoinette and Her Son, read by BerthaMason, Nottingham, England.
Chapter 22, Part 1 of Marie Antoinette and Her Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Marie Antoinette and Her Son by Luise Mühlbach. The Plan of the Escape. Marie Antoinette and Madame Elizabeth listened again at the door, and as Simon was just then beginning a new verse of his ribald song, they carefully unrolled the paper and spread it out before them. "Read it to me, sister," said the Queen. "My eyes are bad and pain me very much, and then the words make more impression when I hear them than when I read them. I beg you therefore to read it." In a light whisper the princess began to read the plan of escape. The Queen and Princess Elizabeth must put on men's clothes. The necessary garments are already in their possession, for T and L have within the last few days secreted them in the cushions and mattresses. In addition, the Queen receives today a dirty, torn boy suit and a peruke, and a pair of soiled children's shoes. These are for the Dauphin and Madame Royale. And if the Queen looks attentively at the things, she will find that they are exact copies of the clothing in which the two children appear who will always accompany the lamplighter into the tower and assist him in lighting the lamps. So much for the clothing. The plan of escape is as follows. Tomorrow evening, at 6 o'clock, the royal children will change their dress in the little tower next to the chamber of the Queen. In their soiled costume, they will remain within the tower, whither it is known that Tyson and his wife never come, and will wait there until someone gives them a signal and calls them. Toulan and LibriVox will arrange to have the watch again tomorrow in the tower. At 7:15 in the evening, Toulan will give a pinch of snuff to Madame Tyson and her husband, who are both passionately fond of it, and they will speedily take it as they always do. This pinch of snuff will consist entirely of colored opium. They will fall into a heavy sleep, which will last at least 7 hours, and during this time the flight of all the members of the royal family must be accomplished. Wait a moment, sister, whispered the Queen. I feel dizzy, and my heart beats violently, as if we were engaged now in the very execution of the plan. It seems to me as if, in the darkness of the dreadful night which surrounds us, a glimmer of hope was suddenly appearing, and my eyes are blinded with it. Oh, sister, do you really think it possible that we can escape this place of torment? Escape we will certainly, my dear sister, answered Elizabeth, gently. But it lies in God's hands whether it is our bodies or our souls only that will escape. If we do not succeed, they will kill us, and then our freed souls will ascend to God. Oh, my noble Queen and sister, let us pray that God would give us courage and steadfastness to hope in Him and to conform to His will. Yes, sister, let us pray, said the Queen, folding her hands and reverentially bending her head. Then, after a pause, in which they could hear from without the noisy laughter of Simon and his comrades, the Queen raised herself up, and her countenance had regained its wonted calm and grave expression. And now, Elizabeth, read on further. Let us hear the continuation of the plan. Madame Elizabeth took the paper and read on in a whispering voice. As soon as Tyson and his wife have fallen asleep, the Queen and Madame Elizabeth will put on their clothes. Over the men's garments they will throw the cloaks which Toulan brought yesterday, and these cloaks will disguise their gait and size. But care must be taken that the tricolored sashes of the commissaries which the Peach brought yesterday with the admission cards of the same authorities should peep out from beneath the cloaks so as to be visible to everyone. Thus arrayed, the two ladies will pass by the sentry, showing him the card as they go out, meanwhile talking with the Peach. Leave the Temple and go with the Peach to the Rue de la Condamine, where Monsieur de Jarget will be waiting to conduct the ladies farther. But the children, whispered the Queen. Do the children not accompany us? Oh, they ought not to think that I would leave this place while my dear children are compelled to remain here. What is to be done with the children, Elizabeth? We shall soon learn that, sister. Allow me to read on. At 7 o'clock, as soon as the guard is changed, a man disguised as a lamplighter, with his tin filler in his hand, will appear at the gate of the Temple, knock loudly, and demand to the guard that his children, who have this day been taking care of the lantern, should be allowed to come out. On this, Toulan will bring the Dauphin and Madame Royale in their changed costume, and while delivering them over to the supposed lamplighter, he will scold him soundly for not taking care of the lanterns himself, but giving it to the children. This is the plan whose execution is possible and probable, if everything is strictly followed. Before the affair is discovered, there will be at least 7 hours' advantage, and the royal family will be able, with the passes already secured by Monsieur Jarget, to be a long way off before their flight will be discovered by Tyson. In a secure house, whither Toulan will lead them, the royal family will find simple citizens' clothing. Without exciting any stir, and accompanied by Messieurs Jarget and Toulan, they will reach Normandy. A packet-boat furnished by an English friend lies in readiness to receive the royal family and take them to their— "Good day, Madame Tyson," cried the Dauphin loudly. "Good day, my dear Madame Tyson." Madame Elizabeth hastily concealed the paper in her bosom, and Marie Antoinette had scarcely time to hide the ball of thread in her pocket when Tyson appeared upon the threshold of the door, looked with her sharp lynx eyes around, and then fixed them upon the two ladies. She saw that Marie Antoinette did not display her accustomed dignified calmness, and that Elizabeth's pale cheeks were unusually red. "Something is going on," said the spy to herself. "And what does it mean that to-day the commissaries are not in the anteroom, and that they let these women carry on their chattering entirely unwatched?" "Madame has been reading?" asked Tyson, subjecting every object upon the table before which the ladies were sitting to a careful scrutiny. "Madame has been reading," she repeated. "I heard paper rattling, and I see no book." "You are under a mistake," replied Madame Elizabeth. "We have not been reading, we have been sewing. But supposing we were reading, is there any wrong in that? Have they made any law that forbids that?" "No," answered Tyson. "No, I only wondered how people could rattle paper and there be none there. But all the same, the ladies of course have a right to read, and we must be satisfied with that." And she went out, looking right and left like a hound on the scent, and searching every corner of the room. "I must see what kind of officials we have here to-day," said Tyson to herself, slipping through the little side door and through the corridor. "I shouldn't wonder if it were Toulan and La Peach again, for every time when they two— Right!" she ejaculated, looking through the outer door. "Right, it is they, Toulan and La Peach. I must see what Simon's wife has to say to that." She slipped down the broad staircase and passed through the open door into the porter's lodge. Madame Simon, one of the most savage of the knitters, had shortly returned from the guillotine, and was sitting upon her rush chair, busily counting on a long cotton stocking which she held in her hand. "How many heads to-day?" asked Tyson. Madame Simon slowly shook her head, decorated with a white knit cap. "It is hardly worth the pains," she said dismally. "The machine works badly and the judges are neglectful. Only 5 cars to-day, and on every one only 7 persons." "What?" cried Tyson. "Only 35 heads to-day in all?" "Yes, only 35 heads," repeated Madame Simon, shaking her head. "I have just been counting on my stocking, and I find only 35 seam stitches, for every seam stitch means a head. For such a little affair we have had to sit 6 hours in the wet and cold on the platform. The machine works too slowly, I say, altogether too slowly. The judges are easy, and there is no more pleasure to be derived from the executions." "They must be stirred up," said Tyson with a fiendish look. "Your husband must speak with his friend, Citizen Mirabeau, and tell him that his best friends the knitters, and most of all, Simon's wife, are dissatisfied, and if it goes on so, the women will rise and hurry all the men to the guillotine. That will stir them up, for they do respect the knitters, and if they fear the devil, they fear yet more his proud grandmother, and every one of us market women and knitters is the devil's grandmother." "Yes, they do respect us, and they shall," said Madame Simon, setting her glistening needles in motion again, and working slowly on the stocking. "I will myself speak with Citizen Mirabeau, and believe me, I will fire him up, and then we shall have better play, and see more cars driven up to the guillotine. We must keep our eyes well open, or denounce all suspicious characters." "I have my eyes always open," cried Tyson, with a coarse laugh, "and I suspect traitors before they have committed anything. There, for example, are the 2 officials, Toulan and La Peach. Do you have confidence in them?" "I have no confidence in them whatever, and I have never had any confidence in them," answered Madame Simon, with dignity, and setting her needles in more rapid motion. "In these times you must trust nobody, and least of all those who are so very earnest to keep guard over the Austrian woman, for a true republican despises the aristocracy altogether too much to find it agreeable to be with such scum, and shows it as much as they can, but Toulan is always wanting to be there. Wait a moment, and I will tell you how many times Toulan and La Peach have kept guard the present month." She drew a little memorandum book from her reticule, which hung by black bands from her brown hairy arm, and turned over the leaves. "There, here it is," she said. Today is the 20th of February. The 2 men have already kept guard 8 times the present month. That is 3 times as many as they need to do. Every one of the officials who are appointed to keep guard in the temple is obliged to serve only once a week, and both of these traitors are now here for the 8th time. And my husband is so stupid and so blinded that he believes this prattler Toulan when he tells him he comes here merely to be with Citizen Simon. But they cannot come round me with their talk. They cannot throw dust in my eyes. I shall keep them open, wide open, let me tell you. They are not sitting inside in the antechamber today, whispered Tyson, but outside on the landing. They have closed the door of the anteroom, so that the Austrian has been entirely alone and unobserved these hours. Alone, cried the knitter, and her polished needles struck so violently against each other that you could hear them click. My husband cannot be to blame for that. Toulan must have talked him into it, and he must have a reason for it. He must have a reason, and if it is only from his having pity upon her, that is enough and more than enough to bring him under suspicion and to build an accusation upon. He must be removed, say I. There shall no such compassionate worms as he creep into the temple. I will clear them out. I will clear them out with human blood. She looked so devilish, her eyes glared with such a cruel coldness, and such a fiendish smile played upon her pale thin lips, that even Madame Tyson was afraid of her, and felt as if a cold poisonous spider was creeping slowly over her heart. "They are sitting still outside, you say?" asked Madame Simon, after a pause. "Yes, they are still sitting outside upon the landing, and the Austrian woman is at this time alone on watch with her brood, and she will be alone for 2 hours yet, for there is no change of guard till then." "That is true, yes, that is true," cried the knitter, and her nostrils expanded like those of the hyena when on the scent of blood. "They will sit up there 2 hours longer, playing cards and singing stupid songs, and wheedling my monkey of a husband with their flatteries, making him believe that they love him boundlessly. They let themselves be locked into the temple for his sake, and oh, if I had them here, I would strangle them with my own hands. I would make a dagger of every one of my knitting needles and thrust it into their hearts. But quiet, quiet," she continued in a grumbling tone. "Everything must go on in a regular way. Will you take my place here for half an hour and guard the door? I have something important to do, something very important." "It will be a very great honor," replied Madame Tyson, "a very great honor to be the substitute of one so well known and respected as you are, of whom everyone knows that she is the best patriot, and the most courageous knitter, whose eyelashes never quiver, and who can calmly go on with her stitches when the heads fall from the guillotine into the basket." "If I did tremble and my eyelashes did quiver, I would dash my own fists into my eyes," said Madame Simon, with her hard, coarse voice, rising and throwing her thin, threadbare cloak over her shoulders. "If I found a spark of sympathy in my heart, I would inundate it with the blood of aristocrats, till it should be extinguished, and till that should be, I would despise and hate myself, for I should be not only a bad patriot, but a bad daughter of my unfortunate father. The cursed aristocrats have not only brought misery on our country and people, but they murdered my dear good father. Yes, murdered, I say. They said he was a high traitor. And do you know why? Because he told aloud the nice stories about the Austrian woman, who was then our queen, which had been whispered into his ear, because he said that the king was a mere tool in the hands of his wife. They shot my good brave father for what he had said, and which they called treason, although it was only the naked truth. Yet I will not work myself into a passion about it, and I will only thank God that that time is past, and I will do my part that it shall not come back. And that is why we must be awake and on our guard, that no aristocrat, no loyalist tie left, but that they all be guillotined, all. There, take your place on my chair, and take my knitting work. Ah, if it could speak to you as it does to me, if it could tell you what heads we too have seen fall, young and old, handsome, distinguished, it would be fine sport for you and make you laugh. But good-bye just now, keep a strict lookout, I shall come back soon." And she did come back soon, this worthy woman, with triumphant bearing and flashing eyes, looking as the cat looks when it has a mouse in its soft velvety paws, and is going to push its poisonous claws into the quivering flesh. She took her knitting work up and bade Tyson to go up again to her post. "And when you can," she said, "just touch the Austrian woman a little, and pay her off for being so many hours unwatched. In that way you will merit a reward from the people, and that is as well as deserving one of God. Provoke her, provoke the proud Austrian." "It is very hard to do it," said Tyson, sighing. "Very hard, I assure you, for the Austrian is very cold and moderate of late. Since Louis Capet died, the widow is very much changed, and now she is so uniform in her temper that it seems as if nothing would provoke or excite her." "What weak and tender creatures you all are," said Simon's wife, with a shrug. "It is very plain that they fed you on milk when you were young, but my mother nursed me with hate. I was scarcely 10 years when they shot my father, and not a day passed after that without my mother's telling me that we must avenge his murder on the whole lineage of the king. I had to swear that I would do it. She gave me, for my daily food, hatred against the aristocrats. It was the meat to my sauce, the sugar to my coffee, the butter to my bread. I lived and throve upon it. Look at me, and see what such fare has made of me. Look at me. I am not yet 24 years old, and yet I have the appearance of an old woman, and I have the feeling and experience of an old woman. Nothing moves me now, and the only thing that lives and burns in my heart is revenge. Believe me, were I in your place I should know how to exasperate the Austrian. I should succeed in drawing out her tears." "Well, and how would you begin? Really, I should like to know how to bring this incarnation of pride to weeping." "Has not she children?" asked Madame Simon, with a horrible calmness. "I would torture and provoke the children, and that would soon make the heart of the woman humble and pliable. Oh, she may count herself happy that I am not in your place, and that her children are not under my tender hands. But if it ever happens that I can lay my fingers upon the shoulders of the little wolves, I will give them something that will make them cry out, and make the old wolf howl with rage. I will show her as little favor then as she showed when my poor mother and I were begging for my dear father. Go up and try at once. Plague the children, and you will see that that will make the Austrian pliable." "That is fine talk," muttered Tyson, as she went up the staircase, "but she has no children, while I have a daughter, a dear good daughter. She is not with me, but with my mother in Normandy, because she can be taken better care of there than here. It is better for the good children that she has not gone through these evil days full of blood and grief with us. But I am always thinking of her, and when one of these two children here looks up to me so gravely with great open eyes, it always makes me think of my Solange. She has exactly such large innocent eyes, and that touches my heart so that I cannot be harsh with the children. They, of course, are not at all to blame for having such bad miserable parents who have treated the people shamefully and made them poor and wretched. No, they have had nothing to do with it, and I cannot be severe with the children, for I am always thinking of my little Solange. I will provoke the Austrian woman as much as I can, but not the children. No, not the children." End of chapter 22, section 1, read by Ella Barnett.